A Ranma 2096 Lemon Side Story by Kunoi. I an evil spirit, your beauty haunts me still, wherewith, alas, I have been long posed, which ceased not to tempt me to weep so, nor gives me but one poor minute's rest. Thus am I still provoked to every evil by this good wicked spirit, sweet angel devil. Michael Drayton, 1563-1631 right parenthesis hyphen left square bracket Rumi 323 Kunyu Hall, University of Tokyo Fall 2096 right square bracket Kim slept on her bed, dreaming of a past where she was in cursed part of that Ranma, where nothing out of the normal happened, and she was just a normal student. Ranma spirit and Akane spirit glowed softly in the darkness, both in the darkened bathroom. They both looked shy, and both ghosts seemed to be a pale shade of pink. Ranma looked down to the floor, his blush evident. You said that I died, eh? The virgin ? Akane blushed, nodding her head slowly. Yeah. I couldn't handle letting anyone but you near me. I couldn't even think of living without you. Ranma nodded slowly and looked at her. Akane. You know that I have always loved you. ? Well, I did know, deep inside. But, she smiled at him. I'm glad that you can tell me now. ? Ranma blushed a little deeper. His heart, or what was his heart inside his ghostly form, beat faster. Akane. . She moved over to him, blushing a little deeper herself, and started to move ever so slowly, sliding her arms around his neck. Ranma gasped. I can feel you. Akane ! Akane smiled up at him. When we move slowly, we can touch. Northeast. But it's harder for spirits. I just thought that since we were so close. Her spirit heart was beating faster, matching his heartbeats. Ranma. Akane. I never thought that I would ever be able to hold you. . He slowly slid his arms around her. . Akane. Akane gazed into his eyes, her glow seeming to brighten as they held each other. Hi, Ranma ? See. Can I well? K. Cause you ? Akane slowly nodded, her eyes closing, lifting her face up to eyes. Ranma took a deep breath. Could not help enjoying how she felt in Hai's arms. She seemed alive to him. He slowly lowered his face to hers, and their lips touched. Both of them felt like a jolt of electricity had shot through their bodies as their lips met. The tingle excited them, giving them both a wonderful feeling of pleasure. They held each other for a long moment, just enjoying their first, real kiss. They held their sweet kiss for a while, then broke off, both blushing very heavily. The room glowed a deeper pink from their blushing. Ranma. I liked that. Ranma nodded. Me. To. They watched each other for a moment, holding each other, loving the feeling of being touched by the one they loved. Before too long, they drifted into another kiss, their lips parting just slightly to deepen the gentle kiss. Their heartbeats raced, both forgetting about everything else, just loving this current situation, loving the other. Ranma broke the kiss, lifting up his hand to slowly ruffle Akane's soft, dark hair. Oh, Akane. You are so beautiful. If only I could have told you this while we were alive. . Akane nodded slowly, giving off a soft sigh. I know, Ranma. But I was always so proud, and I didn't want to admit that I needed Angel. Ranma sighed a little, I just didn't think about things like flies double quote. Well, at least we can try to start our relationship now double quote. Ranma nodded to Akane. Yeah, I think we could. He smiled and then kissed her again. Asterisk. King turned in her sleep, still dreaming dreams of the past. Akane floated a little off the ground. Ranma's body leaned against hers as they kissed. Their kisses grew passionate as they held on to each other, their closeness making them seem solid and real to Theophrodite. Akane parted her lips and accepted the tip of Ranma's tongue into their mouth, her own tongue flicking up to meet his. They kissed long into the night, loving holding each other close, loving being touched, loving the kiss, and each other. Ranma gently rained kisses all over her face, his heart filled with the love that he so long had tried to push away. Oh, Akane double quote. Akane sighed softly, still holding him to her. She couldn't help but notice how this kissing session had affected him. Less than Ranma. I couldn't have turned you on. I'm just a tomboy, after all greater than, but she couldn't deny the fact that he was turned on, how part of him pressed against her thigh. She stared up at him, blushing even deeper. Ranma double quote. Ranma stared back into her eyes, hardly noticing how turned on he was. He was too busy concentrating on her, trying to make up for the century that they had missed, just being together. Akane double quote. Suddenly the bathroom door was flung open and Kim wandered in, yawning. She stopped and blinked, her eyes widening. Ranma? What are you doing on the floor? Question mark double quote. Suddenly Akane and Ranma jumped, parting as fast as they could. Kim watched Ranma jump away from his position on the floor. Less than at exclamation point. Akane must be here. To exclamation point greater than. Ranma yelled. Chigao. Chigao exclamation point double quote. Akane just colored deeply, looking at the floor. Kim suddenly blushed and ran straight back to her room. They couldn't have been, but they were engaged. Double quote. Akane and Ranma just stared at each other as the door shut. Ranma blushed a lot. Hey, Akane, I didn't mean to act like that when she walked in. Double quote. Akane suddenly slammed her spiritual mallet down over Ranma's head, double quote. I single quote. Well, Chigao, you backup. With that, she stormed off, right through a wall, crying. Ranma, his head smashed through the floor, muttered, Akane, you tomboy. But a rogue thought raced through his head. Less than I really do love you, Akane. I wish Kim hadn't have turned up. And I wish he hadn't have hurt you by how I acted. Greater than. He pulled himself into a sitting position and sighed, resting his head on his arms. Akane spent the rest of the evening, sitting outside Childer's room, crying to herself. Less than so close. Then he said it was all a mistake exclamation point. The cop. I should never have thought he'd change exclamation point greater than asterisk. In the morning, Kim dragged Ranma off with her to class, trying not to think of what had happened. He looked depressed, but Kim didn't know what had happened, and was too embarrassed to ask. As Kim passed Childer's room, Ranma saw Akane sleeping at the door. Ranma sighed softly. Kim, please go on without me. I need to talk to Akane. He gestured to where he could see Akane. Kim gave a confused nod, then walked down the hall, continuing to her class. Ranma sat down next to Akane and slowly placed his hand on her arm, arousing her. Akane, I'm really sorry about last night. It was just a reaction that I've been taught since birth. Anything sudden like thought, and I'm jumping around yelling out Chigao. Who? I guess life with my thief of a father doesn't help anything. Akane frowned, still half asleep. Ranma. She could still feel the pain in her heart, but didn't want to leave him side. Ranma sighs. I didn't mean it, Akane. I was enjoying being close to you. Then I just had to go and spoil things. Akane stared at him. Really? Ranma. Question mark. He nodded, looking down at the ground as people walked past, not noticing or even seeing the two ghosts. Akane smiled, her heart starting to warm up again. Oh, Ranma. Says with her arms around him and hugged the startled Ranma. Slowly his arms wrapped around her, and they help each other close. Kim finished her class, stood up and picked up her books. Less than I wonder where Ranma and probably still talking to Akane. I wonder what happened between them after I left. Greater than she shook her head and walked out of the room with a sigh, headed back to her room. Akane moved outside into the garden, by the library. She sat down and looked up at the sky. Less than Ranma. After all this time, you're back. And I'm here. You can't guess how lonely I've been. Greater than she watched a few couples wandering around together, arm in arm. A few slipped off together to do what couples do best when they are in love. She gave yet another soft sigh. Less than Ranma, I really did want to marry you. Deep in my heart. Greater than she ran a hand through her short hair, whispering, I want to be with you, forever, Ranma. Kim entered her room and threw herself down on the bed, picking up one of her notebooks to study. But before too long, she noticed Ranma, just hanging around. Ranma, what's up with you? Ranma-spirit gave a half shrug. Nothing's wrong with me. What could be wrong with me? Things are fine and couldn't be better. Kim shook her head. I thought you made up with Akane while I went to class. Don't tell me something happened again? Ranma shook his head. No, nothing like that. I just have to think about stuff, you know. Kim frowned, looking at Ranma. Less than I wonder what he's really up to. Greater than Ranma looked at Kim's frown, then wandered off. I've got to think about this by myself. Ranma-spirit stared vacantly into a wall as he sat by himself. Heck knew that he was in love with Akane, and he knew that she loved him. Less than, but this is a long-term relationship. It'll be forever. And she's a ghost. And I'm real some of the time. But I can't be without her. Greater than he started to draw little no hiragana characters in the floor in front of him with his fingertip. Less than, even if she does hit me whenever she gets mad. Greater than suddenly he jumped up, his teeth flaring around him. I am going to make thighs work, even if it kills me! With that, he ran off, trying to find Akane. Ranma and Akane met outside Kim's room. They stopped still and gazed at each other, both starting to blush again. Ranma finally took a deep breath. Akane looked at him, her eyes wide. Ranma. Ranma knelt down in front of her. Akane, I want to be with you, forever. I know that no matter what happens, I'll be here for you, and I'll take care of you, even if we're not really alive. Akane his eyes grew wider yet. Ranma, does this mean that we that we are really engaged? Ranma nodded his head, Looking up at her she threw herself into his arms and went sailing right through him. This time, she got up and hugged him. Slowly. Oh, Ranma. I want to be with you for eternity. Two exclamation point double quote as they held each other. Outside Kim's door, Scaride walked past double quote. Oh, it's so lovely that you two are getting to know each other exclamation point double quote. Ranma and Akane blinked after her as she continued down the hallway turning around the corner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kim sat on her bed with Akane and Ranma nearby. Kim blinked. You both want me out of my room tonight. Whatever for question mark double quote. Akane blushed. Well, I'd like to have a little time alone with Ranma. And Childra's been gone for a while, which means she'll probably be entertaining someone. She looked at Ranma, thoughts of entertaining him flitting through her mind. The light pink glow deepened. Ranma blushed at her blush. Well, Akane says that we should spend some time alone, and we can't use Childra's room because she single quote has got a guy there tonight double quote or a girl, muttered Akane. Kim blushed. Too. Well, I'd have to go to the library and check out a few things, and since Rat's lost, I could study there. He don't you to use his room question mark double quote. Ranma scratched his head. Well, if he's anything like Ryuga, he'll turn up at exactly the wrong time. At least if you're in his room, you can explain things to him. He doesn't seem to like me all that much double quote. Kim sighed a little, then nodded. Alright. But I don't know why I'm going through all of this just for a handed jock like you exclamation point double quote. Ranma growled a little, but Akane lightly rested her hand on his shoulder. We're kicking the poor girl out of her room. Ranma you single quote. Be a little upset at that. If she was you double quote. Ranma muttered to himself, but didn't press the issue, until Akane blocked him. Well, thanks a lot. Akane says to say thanks, to double quote. Kim shook her head and stood up, picking up her books. Well, it looks like I'd better start going, then. Without waiting for a reply, she left the room. Ranma and Akane looked at each other, wondering if they had done the right thing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The couple sat down on the edge of Kim's bed, holding hands. The glow that emanated from them was a soft white, tinged with the color of hair blush. Akane trembled a little, just a little scared. Excited by being near the man she loved. And they had the whole night together. Ranma's single quote. His heart was beating faster, watching his beautiful, nervous love, next to him. He couldn't admit that he wasn't nervous, but he wanted to be near her. Even he couldn't deny this to himself any longer. He looked deeply into her eyes. Akane. I love you. He moved closer to her. As Akane closed her eyes, they kissed. Ranma enjoyed the soft, sweet feeling of her lips against his, loving even the sweet scent of her hair that he could smell. He ever so slowly moved his arms around her, leaning his body against her. Less than she feels so soft. Oh, Akane. How could I ever have missed this? Just fighting Jayu instead question mark. Greater than her arms moved to rest around his neck as she leaned back, kissing him back with her tenderness. Less than Ranma. I love you so greater than. They deepened their kiss as they lay down against the bed, moving in slow motion. As they kissed, their lips parted, their tongues darting into each other's lips, entwining and dancing in their kiss. Their heartbeats grew faster, even their spirit bodies started heating. Their white glow turning a soft pink, growing brighter. Before too long, their hands ever so slowly started to roam, sliding up and down the other's back and sides. Akane relaxing on the bed, trying not to ruin their kisses and lose control of her concentration. Otherwise Ranma would end up floating straight through her. Ranma, for his part, was already starting to get lost in their kisses. Just feeling her warmth under him, her soft body, her breasts pressing against his chest, all served to turn him on yet again. Akane, he whispered as he broke their kiss, moving those hair nibbling on her ear, kissing her tender neck. She moaned softly, a tingling running through her body as he kissed at her neck. She ran her hands up to his shoulders, stroking his body lightly. Ranma. Kim sat in the library, totally engrossed in the information running off her screen. She ran a hand through her hair, making the occasional note. Time passed as she studied. Ranma and Akane's pink glow lit up the room. His hands were running under him, over her body, working at her clothing as he kissed all off her neck, forgetting about the need for concentration. Neither Ranma nor Akane understood how this was happening. They were both ghosts, and were totally different from humans. But their body heat, as they held each other, kissing, getting closer, was key energy. Their closeness made their energy grow stronger, almost as if it was trying to connect with the other's energy, trying to become one, as surely as their spiritual bodies would. Akane, shivering with all these new sensations, closed her eyes. And willed her clothing to disappear. Suddenly, Ranma's hands were touching her smooth skin. A hand cupping her breast, the other of her hips. His eyes opened wide and he gasped, staring at her. Hey. Akane! He managed to gasp. Ranma. Please. She whispered, her body glowing brighter. The room was bathed in a deep pink. Ranma gave a half nod. And his clothing, too, disappeared. They stared at each other for a moment. But their closeness was too much. Both needed to know the full emotions of being one. Both needed the physical seeming touch of the other. Why? Yes. He whispered back, then pressed his lips over hers as his hands stroked her firm breast. Her smooth hip. His hands glided up and down his back, feeling his muscles. But his spirits started to explore the other's bodies. Kim stood up, and yawned. She left the library, all the studying tearing her out. Automatically her legs started leading her home. Ranma and Akane hesitantly explored each other, both wanting to show their love in many ways, but not really knowing what to do. Many times Akane had seen children trying to seduce a man, but she had refused to look. It had just reminded her of Ranma. But during her time as a ghost, she had managed to pick up some information. Ranma, on the other hand, was totally innocent. He explored her body in wonder. Akane groaned softly as his hands caressed her skin. She occasionally whispered into her fiancé's ear where she needed a touch. Her own hands moving down to slowly touch his length. Ranma let out a groan as her hands enclosed him. He shuddered. The feeling that ran through his body was so strong. He tweaked her nipple gently between his fingers, hearing a soft groan from her lips. He knew that he needed her. He wanted her to need him just as much. She arched her back a little. Ranma. Oh, Ranma. I want you inside me. His body reacted to hers as she pushed up against him. He pressed down to her, and let out another moan as she stroked his manhood. Her other hand tenderly rested over his and brought it down between them, to her sweet sex. He gasped yet again. His fingers found witness. She was undoubtedly wet and hot. Inexplicably so, as Akane had not concentrated to make herself so. But she was, and she pressed his fingers to the right area, crying out as she felt him touch her club. Then she could hold on no more. She guided him to her opening as she pressed up. He pushed to her, and groans a soft, low moan as his length slid into her wet, tight opening. Akane moaned out softly, the pleasure flooding her as he started to feel her. She arched her back, then thrust her hips up, and Ranma's Ahsoka was deep inside her, totally filling the woman aloft. Slowly at first, they began to make love, their movements speeding up as their whole beings became one. Both lovers moaned, lost in the sensations of making love, and lost in each other's feelings. Both understanding the other perfectly as they were joined. Their pleasure increased 10,000-fold as their love grew. The door opened and a bleary-eyed Kim walked in. She stopped unsteered, her tiredness vanishing. Ranma and Akane were on her bed. Making love. She didn't know how she could see both of them, or why, but their moans reached her ears. The sight of their naked bodies mothing erotically. The pink glow that bathed the room in the light. It clouded her brain, sending a blush over her features. Shuddered and fled, trying to get the scene from her mind. Neither Ranma nor Akane noticed, both still in the midst of lovemaking. They moved against each other, rocking, Ranma filling Akane's body again and again. Both of their ki growing stronger as the pleasure grew more and more intense. Knowing each other so intimately, so perfectly. They continued to pour out their love as they thrust against each other. They moved together, their feelings, sensations reaching a climax. Then something happened. Akane was suddenly filled with a deep warmth, seeming to wash through her body as Ranma's release flooded through him. Both were thrown into a deep orgasm, rocking their whole self. Their bodies, still one, seeming to share the feeling. Then they collapsed onto the bed, and their oneness faded. Still holding onto each other, they closed their eyes and relaxed, trying to sort out the confusion of the special feelings that had overwhelmed them. But still warm, almost floating on their pleasure and happiness. Asterisk came threw herself down on Radiko's bed, her body crying out with need as the scene of Ranma and Akane making love played through her mind over and over. She hadn't meant to go there. She hadn't meant to see them. But she did. They were making love, on her bed. She gave a shudder and a low moan as she saw them again in her mind. She couldn't help thinking about it, no matter how hard they tried to put it from her mind. She rolled onto her back and trembled, a fire burning between her legs as her body wished her to be with a lover. She squirmed out of her jacket, then stripped off her t-shirt. Undid her jeans, slipping out of them. Less than maybe a cold shower will help! Greater than she threw desperately. Her hands moved to undo her bra. She shrugged it off and flicked it on the pile of her clothing. Then she slid down her panties. Suddenly her heated sex, covered in a growing wetness, was assailing the cool air in the room. She stifled a groan, and her fingers moved, seemingly of their own accord, down to stroke her honey-dew petals. Having already touched herself, she couldn't stop. Her fingers stroked over her sweet petals lightly, increasing the burning desire within her. Slowly, she raised up her legs, parting her knees, and began to stroke herself a little faster, her fingertips running up and down the length of her opening, never going in. She arched her back slightly, moving a fingertip to her swollen clit, and she gasped, her eyes shutting tightly. Seeing the image of the spirits in her mind, she imagined herself as Akane. Ranma on top of her. She leaned her head back, imagining her invisible lover kissing her neck with his passion as his hand stroked her clit, her petals. Running through the honey that trickled slowly from her dot. She groaned again, and worked her clit more as her imagined lover pleasured her dot. Then, she slid a finger between her petals. The man in her mind starting to slide his hard manhood into her as he whispered how much he loved her, over and over. Her finger pushed inside her velvety warming her walls, slowly dipping inside herself. With a soft whimper she arched her back, lifting up her hips to meet her hand. A moan escaped her lips, and she started to rock, letting her finger plunge into herself, again and again. She and her invisible lover imitating Ranma and Akane's love-making. She continued to rock, groaning out until she climaxed. Then, her shivering body collapsed back onto Radiko's bed, and she dozed off to sleep as the pleasure seeped through her. Akane sighed contentedly, her arms around her ghost lover and fiancé, holding him as if they were alive. She knew that when they both slept, they would go insubstantial, even to each other. But for now, she was happy. Ranma yawned a little, resting his head on her breasts, wishing thought could be like this forever. Radiko trudged down the corridor and opened a random door. He looked around and sighed. It was dark, and he had no hope in this world of ending the light switch. Less than I may as well just find a couch or something in here and go to sleep. I can explain to the occupant slatter. Greater than he bumped into a piece of furniture and sat down on it. It felt like a couch or something that he could sleep on. With a sigh, Test reached out on it, falling asleep after his journey. He failed to notice the woman, out-sheeped on the bed, next to him. The morning sun light up the rooms at the dorm. Waking, Ranma almost fell through Akane as he turned to hug her. The feeling of his arm pushing through her was enough to awaken the sleeping spirit. She saw Ranma, his face betraying a tender, loving look in his smile, "Oh you, Akane, She smiled back, "Oh you, Ranma." She blushed a little, noticing that you were both still naked. I really enjoyed being with you last night," she whispered. Ranma smile grew, "and I loved it, Akane. I'm glad that you didn't think I was such a pervert or anything." Akane grinned, a little mischievously, "But you are a Handa." Ranma! Ranma frowned. "Hey, you're one to talk!" Akane stuck her tongue out at him. Who was the one who got all excited? First ? Hoy. You got pretty excited yourself! She giggled and planted a soft kiss on his lips. "I love you, my Ranma! And I love you, Akane," he whispered back, kissing her tenderly. After their kiss, they both caused their clothing to reappear. Let's go see if Kim wants to go back to her room." Akane offered her hand to Ranma. Ranma took her hand and nodded, leaving the room with her. Ranma and Akane moved through the door leading to Radiko's room. They stopped and stared, their mouths dropping open. There was Radiko and Kim, asleep on the single bed. Kim's clothes were strewn around the room, and she was naked, with her hair tousled. Radiko, although clothed, was closed against Kim, an arm thrown carelessly around her. Ranma's single quote eyes opened wide, and Akane immediately punched him out of the room. Don't look! pt3a double quote. Kim stared at Ranma's cry as he flew through a couple of walls. Akane turned and fled, off to find Ranma. The last thing she heard was a scream from Rat's room. Double quote HENDI. Now at the last gasp of love's latest breath, when, his pulse failing, passion speechless lies, when faith is kneeling by his bed of death, and innocence is closing up his eyes, now if thou wouldst, when all had given him over, from death to life thou mightst him yet recover. Michael Drayton, 1563-1631 right parenthesis hyphen the end. Circumflex accent underscore circumflex accent con hyphen chan Adrian Long less than 7 who at clink queen shoe greater than R 2096 website. http://clink.queenshoe./tilde4cw6/2096a.htm-. Editor single quote as introduction. Adrian Long is accomplished with the pen in more ways than one. His drawings of children, Savannah and others have shown me facets of the characters I was only half aware of, and his own stories have consistently been favorites with readers of our legacy. Thus, when he asked if he could write the R 2096 Cologne story, I was thrilled and signed him on board before he could change his mind. He works just as quickly when plotting as when drawing, and in just a few days I had Nikumi brought to my room. The tale explains that a single event can have many clashing interpretations, depending on one's point of view, and that those termed villains will not always see themselves as such. I'm pleased to be able to bring this story to you, and hope you will all enjoy it as much as I did. As always, feedback, comments and suggestions are greatly appreciated and will be forwarded to the author. Many thanks to Jeff Hosmer, Lara Bartram, Zen and Mike Loader for their help in ironing out some early inconsistencies, and to J. Austin Wilde and Bridget Ellen Ingman for their assistance in editing the beta draft. CWNIKUMI beta draft == by Adrian Long less than 7 who at clink.queenshoe. greater than edited by C. Wilmore R 2096 characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's art. This will be the first of a series of stories set in the main 2096 universe centering on one of the most abused character in fanfic land: Cologne. A lot of it will contradict the manga and the anime for die-hard fans, particularly the part about Cologne being the cause of Lucy's blindness, which is as far from the facts of the actual Ranmaverse as possible. Right parenthesis. Now please, take a seat, calm your breathing, and let the story begin. Japanese dialogue less than greater than thoughts left square bracket Chinese dialogue / illusory sounds, memories I ate Japanese men. It all began once upon a time, when a cute-looking, short Japanese boy by the name of Raposi stole my heart and my treasures from me. Few words he said as he fled from the village have stayed with me for the rest of my life. Ha! You think that I would been tied down for real by a Chinese chick? I think not. The seed of my hatred, and I do insist that it is justified, was planted at that moment, after that heartless betrayal. You must think it is terribly racist of me to make such a statement. You must think of me as a bitter, hateful woman, as Muse used to think and probably still does. You may even think that I am evil, as Shampoo did and probably still does. Think what you like. I've long since stopped caring about what others think of me. Except for her. Shampoo, my vibrant, winsome Shampoo, the jewel of the tribe, the pride of my line, my great-granddaughter. Daughter. My soulmate. She was one of the few who wasn't intimidated by my hideous appearance later in life, and the only one who would trust me enough to open up her heart for him, asking for my advice. Hiba-chan, lotion and tissue won't play with me anymore after I've defeated them in the elementary tournament. What should I do? Hiba-chan, mouthwash and toothpaste are giving me flowers. But Jewel and Blossom are unhappy because of it. What should I do? Hiba-chan, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? And I had answered her, with my years of experience on such trivial matters that were somehow the foci of every young girl's life, and she edelweiss listened. I'm proud to say that my advice always served her well. She was the best there was of her generation, and yet her peers loved her, and the younger ones adored her, and used her as their role model. When I could say that she was the golden girl of the village. She was a happy child, a fortunate fact that attributed to her playfulness and childlike quality that would eventually follow her into her blossoming years. Instead of slacking off because of her success, young Shampoo was always trying to do her best in the art, hoping to grow up like someone that she saw as her role model. Hiba-chan, when I grow older, I'll be strong and smart just like you. How much it used to warm my heart to hear her say that, day after day. I was her mentor then, and she my pupil. The trust and love between us was strong, as strong as that between a parent and her child. And if the mutual manipulation between Ranma and his parents was taken as canon, then my love for Shampoo had exceeded that of a mother and father pt3a. And then, when Shampoo was 13, something happened, threatening to destroy the bonds between us. Something by the name of Muse. Now, there is a secret hidden behind that voice, a secret that only the older generation of the village knows of, a secret that even he himself wasn't aware of, much less Shampoo. Muse has 1/4 of Japanese blood in him. Back in the days of the Japanese invasion, or as you could call it, Second World War, China, with the Communists and the People's Republic fighting among themselves, fell easy prey into the hands of the Japanese armies. The big, more crowded cities got the worst of it. Chinese men were tortured in hideous ways that even the devil himself couldn't think of, before they were mercifully killed off. Chinese women, young, old, virgins, pregnant, all were subjected to very much the same. After they'd been raped, of course. And the frightful thing was that those deaths were all meaningless. None of those tortured and killed were guilty of anything more than bowing too late in front of an enemy soldier, or simply being too psychically tempting for their own good. The streets were covered with dead people, all barely humanoid after the deformations that they had been subjected to when they were still alive. Compared to those Japanese soldiers, Tako's eyes, who merely beat up some of the women in our village and fled after robbing their valuables, was almost a saint. The elders, and myself, had thought that the Amazon village was relatively safe in its remote location. We were proven wrong. Just a little while after the official start of World War II, a clan of female ninjas came to our village for a little friendly sparring, as they called it. What was the name of the clan? Kenker? Kenzan? Anyway, they simply showed up at our village, and one of them challenged the winner of the maiden tournament to a battle of life and death, to see which clan of woman warriors was the strongest. I, who was already the leader of the village at that point, had of course forbidden the young warrior to take such a bet. We Chinese Amazons, at that point, still believed that there was no honor in death. The champion of the Kunoikai clan, a girl ninja with a coolly arrogant expression, began taunting our champion with words vile enough to enrage any living person, let alone an Amazon. The people of the village were angered by the Kunoikai's words too, and urged our champion to take on the challenge. I couldn't stop her. A thing that I would regret for years to come. Our champion had already gone through 100 matches that day just to become the winner. Exhausted, and no longer thinking clearly, the girl fell prey to the Kunoikai's rapid and precise attacks. The entire village watched in horror as our winner's heart was pierced through by the Kunoikai's katana. The following couple of hours was spent in crazed, savage battle, in which the Amazons and the Kenzan Kunoikai went all out against each other, with nothing else in mind but to kill. And kill. And kill. By the end of the day, we had lost a few warriors, while each and every one of the Kenzan Kunoikai was turned into pulpy masses of amorphous flesh that many of the villagers had helplessly thrown up on the scene after regaining their senses. That was the day when the law regarding the kiss of death was written. The Kenzan clan never troubled us directly again. However, they did something else. Something that had almost wiped the Amazon village off the face of earth. They bribed a company of the invading army to launch a direct assault on the Amazon village. As a result, the armed might of our village was forced to compete with the modern weaponry of the Japanese. Many of our men were killed, while some of the younger and more beautiful ones were treated as women, before they were killed too. Only a few had managed to escape, and only with the help of their warrior wives sacrificing their lives on their behalf. Young women were raped, of course, and subjected to degrading acts that would drive any non-warrior women insane. Not even the lowliest prostitutess could have survived that kind of degradation. I can still remember the sight of one of the village girls being pinned under a rather handsome soldier as he roughly violated her body while taunting her with vile words that I could never forget. Now who's stronger, man or woman? Come on, answer me. You Chinese bitch. Who is F underscoring stronger? Oh. But the girl still had her dignity, and bit her tongue and took her own life rather than listening to the man continued to mouth such blasphemy. Sadly, that didn't stop the man from continuing to violate her body. It was only by pure chance and miracle that I managed to find a long-forgotten formula capable of temporary rejuvenation. With it, many oft-elders, and myself with them, managed to regain young bodies to go with ours and skills. With the full power of the Amazonian heritage on our side, we defeated even their most advanced weapons. Our victory had brought about a frenzied moment among us Amazons. Each of us had been degraded, hurt, and had lost at least one of our family members to the Japanese soldiers. We were only too happy to let out our anger and bitterness on the invaders. We used their own inventions against them, killing those Japanese men with their own methods of torture. Then of course, there are always the more handsome ones that the village woman would have used for before killing them. The law regarding the kiss of love was written. But for the sake of keeping our law books from being vulgar, we used the term marry instead of female on top copulation. The fate of the man who has bested an Amazon woman is to be her slave in whatever way she chooses, for whatever period of time that she demands. She could even choose to kill him outright if the man was unattractive by her standards. Ranma. If only you knew how lucky you were that you managed to witch Shampiso. But there was a price to be paid for the victory, as the elders and Isoan discovered the side effect of the youth potion, and why it was forgotten in the first place. After a period of regained youth, the person who takes the potion will grow old faster than a normal person. Within 10 years, the elders all died from old age, while I became an old woman thought was somehow older looking than what my years warranted. By the time Shampoo was old enough to know me as her great-grandmother, I was already a withered crone that was shocking to the eye. Only my years of training kept that wretched body strong and alive. Back to the point. I was talking about Moose, wasn't I? At one point, the Japanese soldier that I had mentioned earlier was held to the ground as a couple of the more aggressive warrior women took their turns with him. The little bastard, who was mouthing such blasphemous words against women just a day ago, was now shuddering in a most unmanly manner as our warriors drained him endlessly for their own pleasure. One of them, aggressive and foolishly without precautions, took the longest time with him. It was almost as if she was using sexual dominance of the man as an outlet for her anger and shame. They were quite a sight, a half-crazed, ferocious woman, riding on top of a white-head, traumatized man grasping for breath. She was still riding on the Japanese man when headed of exhaustion and physical injuries. His eyes, wide with madness and hatred, were still open even as his last breath had left him. 9 months later, Goose's mother was born. She took after her own mother, to such a point that people frequently forego that she was of Japanese ancestry. The mother, having so gone through after return to her senses, was only too happy to get the twisted mess behind her, as was the entire village. Everything was back to normal. That is, until Moose was born. It really wasn't his fault that he resembled that Japanese soldier so much. I knew that. But looking at him growing up, looking more and more like his grandfather, was making many of those that had been through the war uneasy, especially for those that had aided in the rape and murder of his grandfather. He wasn't loved by the older generation of the village. While they didn't exactly hate him, they avoided him like the plague, only taking care of him when it was of utmost necessity. I have to admit that I, who had at one point held down the soldier as the women warriors raped him, used to be one of them. Through his beautiful eyes, we were all forced to see what we had done in our revenge-driven madness. We avoided him to hide from our memories of that disturbing scene. Moose grew to be a quiet, reserved child. He was shy with children his age, and was not close with anyone aside from his mother. As if surrounded by an invisible layer of glass, he was unable to make contact with those in the village. I used to pity him due to his loneliness. That was, until I saw him beginning to hang around my great-granddaughter. Everybody was amazed to see that Moose could actually laugh and fool around like a normal child as long as his playmate lost shampoo. The glass case holding him back was non-existent when he was with her. My rational side, as you modern people call it, was happy for Moose to have found a friend in the village at long last. It was also proud of the fact that my shampoo was so brilliant that she could make friends with even the most enigmatic of them all. Surely she would have grown up to be a beloved leader of the village. My irrational side, however, was troubled by their increasing closeness. It was convinced that through Moose, that Japanese soldier would have his revenge upon us. Whenever Shampoo took him to our home for meals, or just to play their childish games, I, who was supposed to have mastered the art of deception decades ago, always failed miserably in acting. Naturally around him. The two of them must have noticed it, for I once heard the following conversation as my curiosity prompted me to spy on the pair. Shampoo, why does your Hiba-chan dislike me? Silly Moose. Hiba-chan doesn't dislike you. Her smile towards me. It looks so forced. Well, Oh, you are just overreacting. Hiba-chan always smiles like this. Does she? Yeah. Shampoo. Is it because I'm weak? Is it because I always lose to the other boys in fights? Is that why none of the elders like me? Moose. Don't say that. That's not true. Isn't it? It isn't. I don't know about the other elders, but Hiba-chan does not hate you. Otherwise, why would she let you come over to our place? Well, the children fell into an uneasy silence as I quietly laughed. A little while after that time, Shampoo stopped inviting Moose to our house. I should have confronted Shampoo about it, and clear up his misunderstanding before it got out of hand, but some urgent village concerns distracted me from such seemingly trivial matters, and I soon forgot the incident. After all, I used to think that the impressions of children are of little importance, as nothing in their world was ever serious. How wrong I was. One afternoon, after a particularly exhausting debate session at the Amazon Council, I decided to take a walk around the beautiful waterfall area behind the village. The sound of the splashing water, together with the sweet scent of the exotic weeds, had always succeeded in washing away mistrain in the past. As I got nearer and nearer the stream, I heard a familiar pt3a echoing in the forest. Curious, I quietly crept up to behind the tall weeds of the waterfall, and took a peek to see what had happened to my child. And my heart froze. Shampoo, her face dirty and her clothes torn, was pinned under him. The blasphemous man. The cruelly handsome Japanese soldier who had taunted our woman as he raped them mercilessly. The beautiful loser, who should have it after being repeatedly raped by our women warrior, was now taking his revenge on my child. My innocent, faultless child. Now who's the stronger one, huh? He asked while kissing her roughly. The memory of the twisted ordeal flashed across my mind like a fierce bolt of blazing white thunder. In a moment of primal fear and maddening courage, I leapt out and hit the vengeful ghost over his head with my staff, forcing him away from Shampoo. And he fell off my child like a rag doll. I turned to Shampoo, relieved, until I saw the fear and shock in her eyes. I couldn't understand why she was staring at me as if I was suddenly turning into some kind of hideous ghoul right before her eyes. What have you done, Hiba-chan? What have you done to Moose? Moose? What about Moose? He wasn't there. Was he? I slowly turned around, and saw the comatose body of the boy. His eyes were rolled up into their sockets as foam formed at the corners of his open mouth. Shampoo's voice became increasingly hysterical as she grabbed onto my shoulders and shook me frantically. We were playing, Hiba-chan. Playing. We were playing and wrestling and he kissed me. Hurt. You hurt him? You hurt him ? Exclamation point. Why? Why did you hurt him? Why? Why? We were playing. Why did you hurt him? Why? 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 Hiba-chan, why? Trying to calm the racing of my heart, I hit the sleeping point on Shampoo, and immediately got the children to the village doctor to be saved. His mother was, of course, grief-stricken over this, and filed a lawsuit against me. The members of the Amazon Council looked at me as if I were a ghost. They questioned me, over and over again, to see why the honorary matriarch of the village would have done something like that to a defenseless, inferior boy. And I answered, over and over again, that it was because I caught him trying to kiss Shampoo, and overreacted. I was determined that no one should know of the horrific vision I had witnessed. I would have been deemed insane by the village then. I was pretty sure that the council would have outcast me, if it wasn't for my contribution in defending the village during the Second World War. I merely got 1,000 slashes for my crime, hardly anything that I couldn't handle. I know now, from the series of events that occurred later, that some of those in the council had deemed me unfit to be the Grand Matriarch since then. My reputation as an intelligent, level-headed leader was destroyed as of that day. But all things considered, it was Shampoo who had given me the harshest punishment of all, by totally ignoring me after getting over her shock. She ran away to stay with my brother, refusing to even let me go near her. By using Moose as his tool, the vengeful, Japanese monster had gotten his revenge after all. How I hate Japanese men. I tried to make amends for what I'd done. I used my knowledge in magic to heal the wounded boy as best as I could. Eventually, he woke up, none worse than he was before the accident. Save for the fact that he couldn't see very well anymore. The stunned look on Moose's face after he opened his eyes would stay in my mind for the rest of my life. I made it my responsibility to train him as a warrior again, to overcome his newly impaired vision. I offered him two choices of style, the armed or unarmed combat of my family line. In a rather flat voice, he replied, "Armed combat." Specializing in hidden weapons. When I began to spar with him, his insistence on using real, sharpened weapons that made it clear that he was trying to take his revenge upon me. It was only his impaired vision and my century of training that kept me safe from his vengeance. He then began following me around, calling me names in public places, hoping to agitate me, hoping that I'd lose control like the last time. I'd finally be expelled from the tribe. I was feeling too much guilt then for it to affect me, and thankfully, the ghost never troubled me again. Besides, the monotone in which he spoke with made his words more chilling than insulting. Old ghoul. Why won't you answer me? Are you afraid? You know, the entire village is laughing at you behind your back. The most high-ranking matriarch, helpless against a mere boy's taunting. They see you're starting to lose it, dried fish. That's why you attacked me in the first place, wasn't it? That's why a century-old matriarch would attack a child of 13, wasn't it? Why won't you answer me, old monkey? Afraid your teeth will fall out if you ever open up your wrinkled lips? Eventually, even his own mother felt ashamed at his behavior, and ordered him to stop embarrassing the Grand Matriarch like that, but he wouldn't, and nobody in the village had the heart to stop a wronged boy from doing what he wanted. Not even myself, who was the one who had destroyed he who could have been a happy child in the first place. Ironically, it was Moose's all too obvious hatred towards me they topped and for me Shampoo's partial forgiveness. One day, he was testing my patience again, taunting me in the village temple as I meditated. Then, the miracle took place. Shampoo, marching right up to the boy, ordered him to stop in a firm warrior single quotes voice. To my surprise, he did, with a sheepish expression on his face. Shampoo then ran towards me and gave me a teary hug, saying that I shouldn't feel guilty over that incident anymore, that I had more than paid for what I'd done, and if anyone should be blamed it should have been her. I chided her for thinking that she was responsible. One thing led to another, and we, great-grandmother and daughter, took our first step towards reconciliation. As the two of us made our way back home, I heard distinctively the sound of knuckles cracking from behind us, following us like a subtle curse. Things began to go back to normal after that, with Shampoo once again seeing me as her mother figure. I told her that it was okay if she wanted to be friends with Moose, and that I wasn't thinking very clearly when I did what I'd done the last time. She asked me, in a tentative voice, if that had to do with Moose being weak. I denied it, for it was the truth. Shampoo didn't seem too convinced, but for my sake she pretended to accept my words. Moose had, of course, continued to chase after Shampoo. I swear by the earth that I did nothing to prevent him from getting Shampoo's love. However, I eventually came to realize that what Shampoo felt for him was what she would have felt if she had had a brother. I even tried telling him that myself, once. He didn't answer me. I never did discover what that he told Shampoo afterwards, but after me, Shampoo seldom allowed herself to be seen together with him in my presence. Eventually, Shampoo's interest in Moose dimmed, and she began to avoid him. Part of the change may be attributed to the fact that he kept mistaking shrubs, animals, and other not even remotely purple objects for Shampoo, annoying the girl to no end. Moose, however, only tried all they harder to force her into loving him, usually with disastrous results. Shampoo began to see him as a nuisance, and coldly rejected him whenever he tried to pester her with his love. Throughout all this, true to my word, I did not interfere. As his desperation grew, he even came to me, once, me, who he hated, who he would have sliced into ribbons if not for my superior skills, and if it came. He broke down crying, saying that it was because of his blindness that Shampoo does not love him. Pinning me against a wall, he screamed, It is because of you that Shampoo won't love me. If you hadn't dropped Emmy of my sight, she would have grown to love me. Give Emmy back MYSHAMPO. Give her to Emmy. Make her love Emmy again, you ghoul. Make her I love Emmy again. Make her love Emmy. I remained wordless as he continued to hit me with his bare, weak hands until he was exhausted. I would have given anything to him just to have him happy again. But no, not Shampoo, not an innocent girl who, despite what she believed, had nothing to do with his tragedy. If Moose wished for more compensation for his loss, it would have to be something from me and me alone. As fate would have it, Shampoo's first real love was Japanese. I can still remember the day when he first came to our village, in a scourged form. It was during a tournament. Shampoo had already fought against at least 100 girls to get to the final match, but was still doing remarkably well against Linji, one of the biggest girls of her generation, much to my pride and the village's awe. At that point, he, or rather, she, Tag matched straight up to the prize of the village tournament together with that panda father of hers without asking for permission to eat the food, or even how much the food was going to cost. She and the panda began wolfing it down in front of everybody's horrified eyes. The elders were especially disturbed. This was reminding them too much of the Kenzan Kunoikai's challenge. Shampoo, who had just won the race, was of course extremely angry, and confronted the rude foreigner. To Shampoo's surprise, not only did she not apologize, she told the Jews and Kyogai to tell Shampoo that she would challenge Shampoo for the prize. The entire village was outraged. Shampoo had spent the entire day fighting through countless battles just to make it on the final match, which she had already won. A Japanese girl, still fresh and untired and recently re-energized by consuming the prize, had eager to challenge Shampoo at this point. I had, of course, whispered to Shampoo not to accept such a ridiculous challenge. But Shampoo, in her burning rage, wouldn't listen to me. When she leapt up onto the sacred battle log, it was already too late for me to interfere. Tired, and already not thinking clearly, she was easily kicked off the log by the outsider, thus allowing the sacred prize of the village to be degraded by that girl, that Japanese girl. That day, the Amazon village was insulted in a way it had not seen since the Second World War. Having no other way to make up for her mistake and save face for the village, Shampoo did the only thing that she could. She became the first to cause the law of the kiss of death. The entire village watched and shot Shampoo kissed the foreign girl, thus putting her life on the line to salvage the village's honor. And just like the last time, I was unable to stop the disaster from occurring. I had wanted to go with her, to at least aid her in this seemingly impossible mission. Shampoo could not kill anyone. She lacked the required ruthlessness. Frankly, I hoped she never had to. By offering to go along with her, I was hoping that I would be the one doing the dirty deed. After all, I had slaughtered dozens of Japanese invaders in World War II. What more was one insolent Japanese kid? But Shampoo had insisted that she should go alone. Hiba-chan, if I can't even carry out an Amazon law, how can I ever hope to be a matriarch? I hated myself then for letting that law come to pass. And so, Shampoo went on her quest, and we lost contact with her for about 2 months. After that time, just as I had predicted, Shampoo came back in tears, saying that she had been unable to carry out the law. The law that she had taken upon herself in front of the entire village. Hiba-chan, I can't. I failed the village. Those in the council who had lost faith in me since the incident with Mu seized the opportunity. They used Shampoo's failure in her vow to attack my position in the council. Shampoo, knowing how things had gone between the council and I, became a complete wreck as she blamed herself for the council's attack on me. Muse was by her side during that difficult time, and served well in calming her. Despite his obsessive nature, Ayato gives him credit for always being there for Shampoo when she needed it. After 3 days of relish, almost non-stop debating at the council, were reached an agreement. If I was to redeem Shampoo's honor by training Shampoo to be a better warrior, then all could be forgiven for both of us. The designated training ground was Juizankyo. After the first sparring session, Shampoo was cursed with a cat's body. The added insight about the nature of the cursed pools made her realize the truth behind her challenger's condition, that her target was a male. Shampoo then surprised me with a determined look that could only belong to an Amazon, as she said the following words in the serious tone of an adult: "If Ranma truly is a man, then my groom he shall be." From then, it was only a short time before we made our way to Japan, together, this time, but the rest of what we had done is already known. As for the authors, how should I describe Ranma Sodom? In the beginning, I only knew him as a fighter. His power came from his ability to rapidly think up both offensive and defensive moves to use upon an opponent. His skills, honed by an unloving father who valued him only for his martial arts ability, were quite marvelous for that of someone his age. However, none of the harsh, suicidal training methods that he had been through, not even that ridiculous cat fu, had prepared him to be a truly earthen martial artist like Kirin or Herb. Before his madness, hobbies, Ranma, with all his combat abilities, had remained an unjaded warrior. And so, I tested his worthiness by seeing if he was able to pick up Takachu Tenshin Yamagurakan. He succeeded, earning my respect for him as a potential match for Shampoo. Yet I couldn't help but feel that he hated me ever since then for trying to force him into marrying Shampoo. Oh, Ranma, if only you knew how naively he got us to cure. He had been through quite a few major crises in his life. Knowing off Shampoo's love for him, and thinking that he would one day be my in-law, he tried to gain his trust by unconditionally helping him out in most, if not all, those times. I think he started to forgive me after I taught him Feihiryu Shotenfa, but I can't be too sure. Anyway, after that time, he and his Japanese fiancé dropped their guards enough to eat at my restaurant without fearing that I'd drug them. Of course, that was also due to the fact that the idea of eating real Chinese food for free is tempting to the majority of the Japanese population. There was a time in my life when I thought that boy was fairly lickably desperate his Japanese blood. I used to wonder how such a wonderful boy could have come from such a wretched, selfish father. That was before I began to see him as a man rather than a fighter. He was a manipulator of women that I haven't seen since Hapose last visited the Amazon village ages ago. While openly refusing the great-granddaughter's requests to go on dates, he kept hanging around her off his own volition. To get what he had wanted from her, be it the instant manspray or the hypnotic scent, Ranma would promise Shampoo dates or flowers or other such worthless things that were crucial to a young woman's life. After he had obtained what he sought, he would brazenly go back on his words and leave the girl in 1,000 shattered pieces that were left to me to put together. I can see that now, To him, shampoo, yukayu. Even to some extent kodakai, were but pawns to be used to serve his own purposes. They were important to him only when they'd got something to offer: magical artifacts, free food, financial assistance, or simply a helping hand in battle. After they'd served his purpose, it was Akane that he always returned to. The fact that those three had kept coming back for more only boosted his ego, making him think that it was okay to continue to treat them as his tools. In fact, I bet that he didn't even once feel guilty about it. He didn't even know it was wrong. But still, his beautiful smile, his seemingly innocent strong-headedness, and his fearlessness in physical battles had masked all these from everyone, even myself. To all normal eyes, he appeared to be a harmlessly mischievous, yet righteous boy, the kind that girls fun on and women smile at. It wasn't until the incident with the reversal jewel that I appreciated just how far he could go when it came to satisfying his Japanese pride. He, who had been ridiculing Shampoo's overtly aggressive pursuit of him behind the poor girl's back, was now vowing to get her to love him again. But it wasn't because he had fallen in love with Shampoo all of a sudden. No, it was because he needed Shampoo's attentions to satisfy himself, to make him feel good, to get people to admit how popular he was. I then realized that despite all his attractiveness, he was almost as selfish as that Japanese father of his. Suddenly, it all made perfect sense to me. Just as his father had stolen young girls' dowries with lies, he had robbed our village's prize with taunts. Just as his father had manipulated him for his selfish gains, he had manipulated the women around him to serve his own purposes. Just as his father had fled from his wife due to his inability to gain honor, he had hidden his feelings from Akane for romantic tie-on to what his outer fiancés provided for him. He, with his beautiful form and light grace, was still, undeniably, his father's son. There is only one kind of punishment fitting for a man of his kind. He wanted to get Shampoo to love him. Then I'd have him marry her. Once married, by Amazon law, he would have to obey Shampoo as his superior. He was going to make Shampoo happy for the rest of his life, whether he liked it or not. Otherwise, Shampoo would take another man as her head husband, demoting him to the status of concubine, which was really but another term for house servant. And should he prove to be difficult, the law allowed for the application of righteous discipline. For once, Shampoo would be a winner in their relationship. I would make sure of it. I can't tell you how disappointed I was when my plan backfired at the last minute. My only solace was that Shampoo seemed to be taking it better than I thought she would. Things seemed to calm down for a while, as they always did before a storm. Shampoo was soon her perky and playful self again, going after Ranma with all the vigor of a lovesick young woman. Ranma, after regaining Shampoo's love, had once again found it to be something that he could afford to ignore and stamp on. If it weren't for the fact that Shampoo truly cared for him, I would have dosed out some serious punishment to that impertinent boy. Well, eventually, I guess I did after all. Business had been soaring at the Akane for the next 2 months, largely due to the fact that the other Chinese restaurant in the area was mothing away to downtown Tokyo. After saving up enough extra money, I managed to surprise my shampoo with a gift that I knew she had always wanted. It was an extraordinarily beautiful Western-style gown, one that I have many times seen shampoo drooling over from outside its glass window at an elegant but expensive boutique. When she rose from her futon and found the stylishly wrapped package lying right on her table, she practically ate quickly. I then went into the room with a smile, and before I could even get a word out, she was already there, hugging me and thanking me like an excited child. If I had known that she had wanted the dress that much, I would have gotten it for her a long time ago. She then asked me if she could take the morning off just to show off that dress to everybody. I smiled, knowing exactly who that everybody was going to be. I told her that a gown like that was only supposed to be worn at parties. But she persisted, and seeing no harm in it, I gave her an entire day off just to do whatever she liked with her new treasure. After all, what harm could it have done? I doubt she has ever been as happy since then. After shampoo put on the gown, I finally realized why that package had cost such an astronomical sum in the first place. First, for the sake of decency, a flesh-toned one-piece suit, which came with the package, had toed worn. Then, the violet, half-translucent gown was to be put on. It amazed me that something that loose and tender could have managed to hug a woman's body in all the right places, turning it into a work of art. I guess the money was more well spent than I had originally thought. I added the finishing touches for her by curling up her free-falling blonde hair into elaborate locks and putting on her makeup. By the time we were done, my great-granddaughter was transformed from a pretty outflamed into a stunning goddess that could make any great-grandmother proud. I must have been smiling from ear to ear as shampoo waltzed through the restaurant into the streets, stunning every male and female customer into freezing as she passed by. Gracefully. Zeus, after putting on his glasses and taking a look at her, became too dazed to work for the rest of the day. At night, while I was cleaning up from behind the counter, Shampoo quietly slipped through the doors and hurried up into her room before he could take a good look at her. It didn't take a genius to figure out that something had gone wrong. It took me 10 minutes to get the girl to open up the door for me. With her head lowered, I lifted her chin and saw something that turned my blood cold. On one side of Shampoo's face was a scarlet, rather large handprint that seemed to be burning against the surrounding pale skin. She looked away from me as tears of shame flowed down her cheeks and onto my withered, trembling hand. I went to the Tendo dojo. I tried looking for Ranma, but Akane won't let me. She was jealous, calling me a slut for wearing the gown. I was angry, and we fought. before I could hit her. Someone slapped me. Ranma. It was him. He said that he had enough. He never want to see me at their dojo again. He never did tell me how I look in this dress. And she broke down crying, no longer able to go on. As Amazons, we had all gotten our fair share of bruises in the past, but a slap from a male. Unthinkable. I looked at my child, my painfully perfect child, suffering again and again at the hands of that boy. No, that Japanese man, and I knew then that he only had enough. And it wasn't him. No, not by a long shot. The deathly combat that hung over me for the next few days must have been quite evident. Even Zeus, who had always taunted me with ease, had kept his mouth shut around me. Shampoo, after getting over her own heartache, had timidly muttered to me time after time that the fault was on her, that I shouldn't be angry with Ranma, that she was sure that she could have worked things out with him. Of course the fault didn't lie with Ranma, for he had played the passive victim so well that even I'd have to give him credit for his performance. By stringing along half a dozen women with light promises and insincere compliments, he had only to sit back and relax as they thought each other like cats and dogs, while he himself remaining guiltless all the while. As long as it didn't touch Akane, his uncute, sexless tomboy, it was but an amusing game for him. Very well, little one. Can play at the game of pulpit-mastering, providing that we've got the right tools. A week later, my tool had conveniently made his way into my plan. Me first love, later to become my first date. Such bitter irony. The years had taken away much of his cuteness, as well as his guard against hidden traps and subtle dangers. Perhaps it had to do with his inhuman accomplishment in the art through a century of training. Either way, it was fine with me, for after the whole thing was over with, he would be the one taking the fall, not I, or so I thought. He came to me for advice on how to teach that Ranma polka lesson. I gave him the scroll with instructions on how to summon one of the most powerful spirits of Juzenkyo. I wrote it in large, simple kanji, so that even someone like the senile old fool wouldn't mix up the procedures. For shattering the love that Shampoo had offered him, Ranma would be punished. After this encounter, he would find himself rumbled as he realized just how inferior he was when compared to even the ghost of a true Akane warrior. I would have done it myself, if Shampoo had not held me back. Some time later, the eldest Tendo daughter informed us of Ranma's death. I hadn't anticipated that he would be tactless enough to allow himself to die. Hurt, maybe, but to actually get killed? That just wasn't his style. If he survived battles with Kumon Ryu and so many other ruthless fighters, how could he possibly get killed? Unthinkable. To my horror and disbelief, Shampoo's sanity began collapsing as he watched. Her eyes, once bright and sparkling with mischief, were now as vacant as that of the Kasumi girl. No, even more so. Kasumi tried to slap Shampoo back into sanity, as the latter babbled mindlessly about cleaning up the mess on the floor. Why, Shampoo? He was but 1 in 1,000. He was good, but not that good. He died so easily, and he was fond of such a shameful, dishonorable father and honor-driven, Brit-brained mother. Shampoo, how cold you actually allow yourself to be hurt over him. I tried saying anything that would stop her descent into insanity. I don't remember clearly what I said, but it was something to the effect of, be strong, and put this behind you. What came out must have been much worse than what I was aiming for Shampoo abruptly whirled around towards me with something that I could never have imagined on her sweet, beautiful face: hatred. It was the same deep, pure hatred that I'd felt when Akko's eyes had left me, a century ago, in their Japanese soldier's eyes while I was pinning him down for the others to enjoy him, on Moose's pale face as he taunted me. The same kind of hatred thought had always haunted me in the back of my mind was now pasted over Shampoo's contoured, no longer beautiful face as she glared into my eyes. I stared helplessly at the hatred on her face, unable to look away. Less than to the powers that be, please just let me look away greater than I thought. It turned out I didn't have to after all, as Shampoo's hands darted toward my eyes, and afterwards, darkness. A locked door, blocking out unpleasant thoughts of the unknown future. A comforting wall, guarding me from the turmoil of the present. A stained glass window, failing miserably to block out the faces of the men in my past. The men who bested me and my kind. The men from Japan. For too many years I've lived in the dark, no longer caring about anything other than having my body decay enough that I could die of natural causes. Those foolish enough to take their own lives are cursed to walk the earth till the end of eternity. And so, I remained alive. When a butterfly is without its wings, it is not only deprived of flight, but also turned into a helpless, ugly worm that is no longer able to attract, yet very capable of repulsion. I, who had already lost my eyes, had no idea just how true that was until Dr. Omotofa paid me a visit. The feeling of nausea radiating from that man was so strong that I had to keep myself very much in control to not lose my dignity and snap at him like a madwoman right there and then. The fact that he, despite his Japanese origin, had more loyalty to his wife than even an Amazon male, was the only thing that had allowed me to act that civilly with him. After that day, I realized that I couldn't possibly keep on living Fatwa any longer. I also realized that old and twisted as it was, my overtly well-trained body wasn't going to leave this world anytime soon on its own. Tonight, I've made a bet with myself. No, with Japan itself. Shall this cursed body still live after this midnight? The cask offspring of drowned youth that I've kept with me all these years shall finally come to use. When it does, I shall be as I was once. No, much more powerful than what I was once. Then, for all that shampoo and I've suffered through, the men of this country shall pay for it tenfold. 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold. No, how I hate Japanese men. Equals and NIKUMI equals part of his world equals he doesn't know it, but sometimes I'll go and watch him. When he's in his bedroom, or at dinner, I'll climb up the twisted tree that spreads along the north side of his house, and look at him through flimsy drapes. Why do I do it? I don't know. All I can say is that often, I'll be sitting at my desk, intent upon some history or math, when I'll blank out and all that I will see is his face. The twinkling eyes, the unkempt hair that overflows over a thick bandana. If I then try to work again, I fail, quite miserably. Much as I try to concentrate on torque or battle, integral or execution, the only thing that fills me with an eagerness to do, is thoughts of being with him, next to him, to see him, smell him, feel his presence, see the pinkish glow around him from his aura. And being who I am, I succumb to temptation. It's no use trying to avoid it. Sure as spirits will pursue those who they're interested in, he haunts me, and so I follow him. Ironic. All I want to do is speak to him, to learn from him, to let him learn from me. But every time I try, I stall. My mind stops up, I fidget and stare at my shoes, then mumble something incoherent and an e before skittering off through a convenient exit. The best that I can hope for is what I have already mentioned, viewing him from hidden heights, delighting in the sound of second-hand, recycled laughter and rejoicing in the few brief glimpses that I catch of him, either dining or asleep. He sleeps so sweetly. On his side, he hugs his pillow, smiles, and even chuckles every now and then, as something in his dreams conspires to bring him forth. And when he eats, the Hibiki tradition is quite evident in the refined and classy way in which he handles his utensils, daintily bringing bite after bite into a thin-lipped mouth, which carefully chews each morsel. Even in the cafeteria, he shows his cultured ways, and being there at the same time as he, and seeing the display with open eyes for once, instead of with the vision of my mind, that tempted me, upon a time, to thingly try my luck, to go to him, reveal my heart, and stand my judgment stoically. Yeah, right. When due came to a due, I summoned him. I did. Radico! I yelled, as he was exiting the lunch line. Yes? He asked, and smiled, and walked to where I stood. I looked at him, and tried to speak, but my mouth went dry, and my throat closed up, and all I managed was some clumsy stammering while the two of us stood awkwardly before each other. Then, I looked into his eyes. Perhaps in them there would be something I could use, and I could bring up to begin intelligent parley. No luck. His family genes kicked in, and noticing my attentions, he turned and lowered his head to stare at the reconstituted beans that Grassetti's plastic meal tray. He was about to leave. I could tell. His feet were shuffling uncomfortably, and his thumbs were fidgeting along the upraised side ridges of the tray. This was the time. I drew deep breaths for courage and was pleased, I must admit, at how each inhalation brought Rat's face a step or two closer to crimson, then hardened my countenance and started. "Radico," I cried. "Over here." "What?" I swiveled, trying to find who had called me. Just my luck. The physics club were seated at a table of their own, trying their hand at some new problem of theirs. No matter how many times I told them that my major was to be exploratory history, they refused to leave me, and although I had not registered, was made a de facto, non-dues paying member sheerly through the virtue of my valedictorian grades in the course. "Think you could help us here?" asked one of them. "We've been at this one for hours, and we don't have a clue as to how to finish it." "I think you have to go now," said the darling Hibiki. I nodded, then remembered something. "I haven't said my name, have I?" I asked. "Mirabe'll get you." That sentence all came through. Radico shook his head. "Go Sankuzi cried," I told him, and in an automatic greeting gesture offered my hand. Before I realized what I had done, he took it in his own firm grip, and shook it. "Hibiki Radico. Pleased to meet you." With that, he turned and left to eat with friends, leaving me standing dazed. I still remember every moment of that touch, when skin to skin, my powers were allowed to probe him, feel him, sense his nature and his soul. And now I'm in it worse than ever. Never since, or year before, had ever such a noble, happy, pure and pristine spirit crossed my path. His dominant color was a pale pastel pink, his feeling warmth and comfort, and throughout all that intelligence and perspicacity suffused. Thought wasn't all. Oh, I can't describe the rest. It was like all the goodness in the world combined into a batter, then mixed and baked into a light, spongy angel food cake. The physics club never did get me to help them with that problem. As soon as I regained my senses, I bolted out the door and didn't stop my legs until I had rushed into my room, locked the door and was prone upon me bed. It's been a week, well, almost two, and still I cannot rid my mind of what I felt at noon. No more. I must come out of hiding. What time is it? I look outside the window. The moon is up, and thanks to all firm clouds has a watery halo. Judging by its angle of ascension, and the time of year, it's probably close to midnight. Less than I could look at my clock. But then what use would it have been to take that astrophysics course ? Greater than tonight, I'll tell him. If I don't, I risk that someone else will beat me to his heart. Where could he be? Oh. Concentrate. I closed my eyes, as I was trained to do, and focus on the words that I have said on him. Protection, luck, and health they bring, but also should allow me to feel where he island nothing. I try again, and think I feel him very faintly. A soft, warm glow, a flash of pink, and then it's gone. The magic still is much too recent, and before it has a chance to grow, I won't be able to get much from it. Better go to Jansen's. She usually knows where that hibiki is. I stand up and look in the mirror. Typical Go-Sankuji figure. Sunken eyes surrounded by dark rings, a pale white face, and long brown hair that falls until my waist, a bright white stripe along the middle bringing symmetry to my whole, and lot of clothes. It looks alright, I guess. Black bodysuit, a leather jacket. Nothing to complain about, and if I'm lucky, it might even bring a nosebleed from that darling rat. I smile. The gear is truly air to use. A pet, a smooth, a brush, and I leave. The room I'm looking for is closed. Just a few doors and a hallway or two and I'm there. Kunyu Hall, -321. I knock. Come in, says a female's voice. I open the door. Inside Herr Jansen, with that friend of hers Akane. I never could remember her last name. Oh. Hi there, Mudkin, Childress says, and the other waves, somewhat nervously. She's always been a bit jittery around me. Oh, I can't tell you. Do you know where Radiko is? Rat? I nod. Haven't seen him for days. He went off on some school trip with Thompson. Considering his sense of direction, you know what that means. I sighs. She's right. I only hope that Kim, being American, does not desire him as I do. I can only hope. But worse. If he likes her I stop that train of thought. No use in worrying until he returns, which might take days or weeks. Thank you, I answer, and excuse myself. Tonight was not the night. I'll wait for him, and when we meet again, then I will tell him I will. No more excuses. No more delays. He will know how I feel, and he will accept the fate which he pronounces. I walk back, to sit, and think, and work, and hold my breath in expectation of what is to come. The future. Somewhere in China. A motomech speeds through a barren landscape. We're out of the range of the nav map, says a black-haired boy, a red bandana flapping in the wind. Out of range? The girl behind him frowns. I thought those things were good for 1,000 K radius. They are. And we are out of that radius. R-E-G-I-K-O no B-A-K-A exclamation point double quote equals Christopher Wilmore for CW6 at clink.queenshoe.co Wilmore at mail.id.metro 2096 pages http://clink.queenshoe.co/tilde4cw6/ Callum Kurd, less than Kurd at death-star.com greater than subject, Ranma right square bracket left square bracket fanfic Ranma 2096, Resurrection of the Light moderation Q date, Thursday, June 8, 2021 hours 25 minutes and 58 seconds -0400 Do not go gently into that good night. Old age should burn and rage at close of day. Rage against the dying of the light. O wise men out there and know dark is right. Because their words had forked no lightning, they do not go gently into that good night. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright their frail deeds might have danced in a green bay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Tyla and Thomas, the scenery of the world passed him by slowly. He did not free. He drank in the world around him, knowing, deep within that it was no longer his. When, he wondered, had the world abandoned him? Not at his death, for he knew with great certainty that it had been far older than that. In the twilight of his life, he had known that all was not right in his world. In his deathbed, the truth had been shown to him. He had cringed in its light, the pain far greater than that of his failing flesh. His world had ended on a cold autumn afternoon, 58 years ago. All that he had been, all he might ever have become, was shattered in a single instant. The words said thoughtfully to him had broken from him all that remained of his warrior self, his honorable life. I'm sorry, Hibiki-san. She should eat early this morning. Double quote equals the resurrection of the light equals a Ranma 2096 side story by Kurt at death-star.com. Characters owned by Takahashi are used without permission. Please don't sue me. I'm poor wild men who caught and sang the sun in flight, and learned. Too late, they grieved it on its way. Do not go gently into that good night. Grave men, near death, who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Tyla and Thomas the assassin sheathed her blade and wiped the sweat from her brow. Her target of the evening had in life been a rather formidable martial artist, and Scaride enjoyed her victory. Few had ever forced her to exert herself to this degree. Only one had ever beaten her. Her ancestor, the one thought had nearly destroyed Tokyo in life, had returned. They had thought, and Nutkin cast her soul into limbo, where it belonged. So she had thought, anyway. Somehow, she had failed. The demon returned to plague her dreams and steal her confidence. The assassin knew that to fight a foe this powerful, when if that could elude destruction, she would need to know more. Words came to her from a half-forgotten class in Western literature: "Know thy enemy, and know thyself." What she knew of Ukiyo was limited to what the history books told. What she learned did not improve her mood. Ukiyo had been a fearsome warrior even before the onset of her madness. She was a woman who had committed every aspect of her soul to what she wanted, a soul that could not be stopped even in death. What Scaride now feared was that even an exorcism would not delay this once woman from her quest. The dreams came nightly, turning rest into a memory. She found herself driven to face her ancestor again. Perhaps it was a desire to prove her right to judge the dead. Perhaps it was mortal embarrassment at having lost to a spirit. Or, the girl thought back to her latest kills. Except for this one, how long had they taken? 3 minutes? 5? A week more of these and she'd grow soft. Maybe, just maybe, she needed a foe that could drive her to great lengths, that could challenge her and bring forth her true strength. Thinking of herself as living for the hunt was never pleasant, even if it were true. Not that she'd ever go to such extremes, but it reminded her of her sister, and that loss on the thing best not done. She cast the thoughts from her mind with a shake of the head and slunk through the shadows, more out of habit than any need for stealth. Mudkin dared quick glances at those about her and wished she'd been blessed with less effective ghost sight so that she wouldn't have to wonder which of the night wanderers lived, and which only dared to think so. She made her way down the aged streets, surrounded on all sides by broken walls and potholes the size of craters. She always shivered walking through the Ranma district. Here, imagined eyes of her ancestors peered at her from every perch and shadow, chiding her and what she had become. Not that in a region this psychically disturbed all futures need be fantasies. Scaride felt fairly certain that at least one of the unseen glances raising her neck hairs was of her bloodline, its body long grown cold beneath the ground which she trod nightly. A ill wind blew this night. Scaride drew her jacket tighter over her bodysuit and fled the yellow street lights for the comfort of shadow, her one true ally. Asterisk 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 he watched from a neighboring rooftop as she scaled a wall and clambered into the building he watched, through an unlatched con-story window. Scaride was a threat and menace to his kind, but he would not interfere. Not tonight. He'd promised her. Yukayu deserved her chance at vengeance. But if she failed, the Wanderer willed his cloak taut and leapt in behind the assassin. Once in, her scent beckoned like a signal fired out. He took his time to follow her, and kept his distance. Her ghost sight trumped his own capacities for invisibility. Then again, he'd never been the subtle type. She navigated with uncharacteristic clumsiness, but not without precision. She knew where she was going. Conveniently enough, it was where Riley had to be, this night. What Drugo's Sankuzi Scaride so late upon this anniversary to Li's wife's prison, he wondered. Was it remembrance, enlightened curiosity, or an informed attempt to turn him into prey? Asterisk 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 Scaride had browsed the stacks of the Tokyo Institute for the Criminally Insane more than once in her search for information on Yukayu, but tonight she had a different purpose. She'd been through the files enough times to recite them, and the photographs. She didn't need to look at them. Sometimes they looked at her. Walking past the darkened rectangles brought illuminated likenesses to her mind's eyes. Hopelessness, resentment, hatred and a drugged despair were captured by the film, and an unrequited ooze from vengeance bled from their grayscale edges. She knew well the power contained in that anger and fear. It had leveled much of the suburb that she had just passed through. She knew of the Shishi-Hokuman, having been told by Sakari off-strike that had killed the healer. And she briefly fingered her elbow in its hip holster. Much as she hated to admit it, she had inherited much of that might and drive for retribution. But to vanquish one of her bloodline, She stopped that train of thought. Yukaiu relinquished all familial rights upon her death. Her shade was bloodless, soulless and maddeningly obstinate in its survival. She was a stained abomination. She did not belong among the living, and she would be removed. The ghost had fled oblivion once, but how? An alternate jump, a call, perhaps, to some ectoplasmic version of the collective? But when did Yukaiu associate with? The answer had to be here, somewhere, and she'd find it tonight. Once she knew the spirit's secrets, she'd begin Escond, final endgame. I will hunt you to the ends of reality if I must. Now it's carried. Asterisk, 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 but that doesn't mean I'd act you like it, she concluded. Then whispered, epilogued confession, pt3a. The wanderer frowned from the entryway where he'd stood watching. Skyride's aura had flickered from purple to his own shade of green. Her magic had given way to silence. But why? Once her footfalls were inaudible, he cast an emerald flare. Nothing much in the room. A few relics, straitjackets, molten bricks from the explosion, scraps of records, pictures. Ferdinand looked more closely at the photographs. Some off him. Some of them were of. He felt his own aura darken. He'd left Yukaiu to that. Toto's feelings, to those faces. He'd abandoned her and come too late. Was that what Skyride had somehow seen? I suppose even the assassin has some human traits. He mumbled to himself. He knelt before the shrine of photographs, bowed his head and prayed long to his true love, knowing full well that she would not hear him. When his eyes opened, they locked themselves upon herring locked in a glass case behind the photographs. Yukaiu's wedding band, crafted and given to her by him more than a lifetime back. Stealing her mind and life hadn't been enough for them. They single quote stolen her wedding ring, the symbol of their union, and put it on public display for the masses to mock and gawk at. Double quote see the freak. He imagined the barker shouting, "Behold the maniac's wedding ring," the golden loop that drove her to her final rampage and despair. pt3a. Either his shout or the pressure he exerted on the case's breaking point shattered it. Glass shards flew through him, spreading briefly behind him like the wings of a demon or an angel before crashing on the ground and mixing their feeble tinkles with the building's foghorn like alarms. A lifetime and a year ago, to the night and hour, he destroyed this building for having dared contain his Yukaiu. A government intent on history and malice had rebuilt the site as a museum, scavenging the ashes for whatever they could find with which to desecrate the memory and afterlives of the poor souls who had been held there. This time he'd ensure nothing remained but sand and gulch. Dark tendrils of green key formed about him, their writhing forms engulfing the stone set into the ring. Slowly they soaked into the ring, focusing the energies of his despair. Ryuga drew upon all of his grief that had been welling within him since the death of his beloved, and then went further, to the collected pain that still infused the walls of this reconstructed prison house. There were shades of shades here, Memories of spirits too ashamed to leave, too deeply hurt to dissipate. All these, he called on out to all these he promised relief if they would help him. And they did. He slipped the ring onto his smallest finger and wished himself, the building and his wife a happy anniversary. SHISHIHOUKODAN. Steel beams melted and scorched concrete fused with glass into a grey-blue putty. Over the dim created by the guard's disintegration, Hibiki Ryuga cried his oath and justification. I pledge my eternal soul to Kwanji Yukayu, my once and forever bride. Epilogue. Yukayu checked Skaride's pulse and pried the miniature spatula from her clenched fingers. He kept his word, but only just. She held the object against the light of a street light. Yes, definitely one of hers. Odd to see a metal one, after decades of key replicas. If Skyride had been any slower getting out, the blast would have destroyed her and I'd have been denied the pleasure of, how nice that you put it. Oh, yes. Of neutralizing her. She paused. Double quote. Now there's a thought. Skyride as a ghost. I'm curious. Suppose as she died in the explosion. Does she balance out, go up, or down? You know I can't tell you that, said Miller. He wore a plain but tasteful suit, as usual, and was rather unhelpful. As usual. No. Of course not. I wonder what she thought she'd find in there. It's not as if she hasn't already sucked the records dry, and what little is left. Scraps of clothes, this throwing spatula, maybe some photos. Crazy girl. Tell me again why I shouldn't kill her now. I can't. And if I did? She ran the spatula's sharpened edge slightly above the assassin's neck. Miller answered her with a vacant look. Fair enough. pt3'd make sure I'd go somewhere thought make Limbo look like paradise. Yada. Yano, I can't help but think that you're afraid of her. All of you. You want her gone, but you don't want her to die. Is that it? Maybe. What is it that you're scared of? What would happen if she learned about? What if I told her about pt3? Miller glared at her, then vanished. Yukayu shrugged. She slipped the spatula into Skaride's jacket pocket, blew a mocking kiss at her tormentor and disappeared into the lights and sirens of the approaching firelings. And you, my father, there on the sad height, curse, bless me now with your fierce stares, I pray. Do not go gently into that good night. Rage against the dying of the light. Dylan Thomas and resurrection of the light I was reading through the stories today, and I found myself thinking, how does Skyride feel about having to hunt down a Runcaster? I felt that her character certainly would fight, but I want to see Skyride with a human side, something other than a poor villain. I wrote this in the hopes of including a bit of internal conflict that I feel she must be experiencing, being tasked with destroying her own great-grandmother. Talon Kardekri's will more or less than 4 CW6 at Clink. Queenshoe. Greater than left square bracket near Rima graveyard. Sometime in the 21st century though the night is dark, and the deep clouds hide any glimmer of the moon or stars. I see the kanji clearly carved upon the marker. Slowly, carefully I run my finger over each indentation, savoring the reality, permanence of the stone. Ironic. He is gone, and yet his name remains, for all to see, and touch. Some who care the most for it must do it carefully. I too remain unchanging as the rock that stands before me, not by thought or circumstance, but choice. I could change my own appearance, grow and age, no, never die again. In fact, the society of which I am now a part has urged me many times to do so, saying I should take my place as the leader that they had made of me, in body as well as in mind. I always refuse. It wouldn't be right. Once in a while, I allow my hair to lengthen to my waist, or for convenience change my clothes, but apart from that, I remain as on the date on which he left. Short, dark hair framing occasionally 16 winters old, and below, a body covered by a pale dress in pastel shades of yellow and blue. I couldn't imagine feeling comfortable in any other form. My own life is a memorial to his death, to our stillborn life. For more than 90 years I've kept this feast. Every 12 months I'll bid farewell to all the other ghosts, insisting that I have some time alone, to think, to meditate, and to remember. More tears pour from my eyes, infused with my life essence and shining god pale yellow. By their light I take in the name and pronounce it, symbol be symbol. Ranma. You knew him? A voice from behind me. I turn, but see nothing except vague, shadow outlines surrounded by a faint red glow, next to a generic obelisk. Ah yes. A long time ago. Silence. The wind blows softly through the trees, wet and heavy. It presages rain in the morning. Is a year unfinished business, then? I start. That is the one unspoken rule, the one taboo that's never broken by the dead. One may comfort, sympathize, or try to help, but to directly ask without the information being volunteered, is the peak of crassness. The shade's either new, or troublesome. Who are you? I growl. I summon up my anger and will my aura to intensity, that I may see better. I can gradually make out features. A woman. Young, with long arms and legs covered in a jet black bodysuit. Her skin is as pale as her ebony hair is dark, save for a streak of pure white running down its middle, and at her side. The assassin holds up her triangular bladed dagger, which glows a brilliant green. My name is Kosankuji Scaride, she says, but you may call me Death Top double quote equals SKUIDEXTRMES written by Christopher Wilmore with additions by RPM Part I. More than kin, a little more than kin, and less than kind. WILLIAM Shakespeare, Hamlet, Act I, SC. To once upon a time, there was a girl. She was unique in her situation in that she was often able to talk to herself, and had a reasonable conversation while she was at it. This was because she was a Gosankuji-kama and members of her clan had managed to cross the barriers of time and space to make for one of the most unusual family gatherings of all times. At the moment, this particular girl was talking to herself again. Scaride winced as the Adderston needle dug into her arm, jetting through the flesh until it touched her bone. Just a little bit more, Mudkin, then we'll be finished. The girl nodded and watched enraptured as the needle began to glow a sky blue, then a navy shade which deepened into something close to indigo and spread into her limb. She could feel her key pathways reeling under the doctor's expert manipulation, rearranging themselves in response to the mental commands carried by the spiritual energy. After only a few seconds, the rod began to dim, and was finally removed by a gloved hand. There. All done. Thanks, Skachan. The woman with the white streak in her hair smiled. You're welcome, Mudkin. Am I? Yes, your magic's back to normal, and so's your skin. But about your eyes. My eyes? The doctor handed little Scaride a mirror. Your eyes. They're purple. The color of your aura, nodded the elder Skachan. And I'm afraid they'll stay that way. Now, tell me, Scaride, what were you doing? There to have been a tremendous magic backlash for that to happen. Were you toying with your bubbles again? Did you try one of them on yourself? And no. The girl was hesitant. Well, you can trust me. I'm you. Another smile, mirrored in the mouth. Hi. Well, it was. Scaride twiddled her thumbs and looked away. It was. The doctor made a rolling motion with her hands, urging her little sister on. The girl only blushed. I know that expression far too well. I've used it more than once, myself. A short pause, then the elder Scaride looked her younger self in the eye. It was a boy, wasn't it? A nod. Which one? Raraku, mumbled Scaride. Her double blinked. Hibiki. Black hair, like bandanas, could get lost in a closet. Another nod. The doctor shook her head in disbelief. Honestly, I still can't believe how different a person can be from herself. Hibiki Raraku. I would have thought you would be going after High's brother if you were after anyone in that family. He only has a sister. That explains it, then. An arched eyebrow. I take it you Irene T going after his sister. Oni-san. The elder Scaride raised her hands. Just asking. I don't know, Oni-san. He's so sweet, and so nice, and when I see him, I feel, you feel like you must be with him, just as much as you must breathe, yet every time you try to talk to him, I freeze, and my head is full of all these thoughts, all these things happening at the same time, so I can't think clearly, or concentrate, and anything I say, ends up coming out wrong, so instead you stay silent, and simply look, and feel. The doctor smiled. I told you, Scaride. You can hide nothing from yourself. I can't say I particularly approve of your choice of boyfriend. Little Scaride blushed. But trust me, if he's the one, there'll come a day when your mind will suddenly clear up, the fog will lift from your eyes, and you'll be able to communicate, to let him know how you feel, just as much as you have always wanted to, and you won't mess up. You won't stammer, it'll just be Oni-san. That's what I was trying to do. Mudkin. Little Scaride sighed. I decided that maybe if I linked our minds, you know, like 246 was talking about in class. Maybe if we shared our souls, we could. You shouldn't have tried that. I know. Now, when I tried to join with him, the energy I sent, it just... She closed her eyes. It just bounced back, straight at me. The spirit rejected me. You're lucky you got off with misaligned pathways and colored eyes! You could have been killed. I know, Oni-san. Mudkin collapsed into tears, and her sister wrapped her arms around her, comforting her. It's all right, little one. I know what you're going through. Trust me on this. The time will come when you won't need magic or tricks total to him. If all goes well, he will come to you. Little Scaride looked up from her crying. Like you and Tofu-sensei? She asked. Hi, smiled the doctor. Like me and Tofu-chan. How did you meet? He was one of my patients. Back home I take care of the dead, you see. The girl frowned. Not all of them are bad, Ska-chan. He was sorry to hear about the hospital, and you know I loved our tutor, but those are exceptions. Just like there are good and bad people, there are good and bad spirits. Do you help the bad spirits? If they're hurt, admitted Scaride. Like any other doctor, I can't let my own morality interfere with my work. A pause, then the elder Scaride continued with her story. Tofu-chan was doing pretty badly. Some cemetery renovation and new construction in his old neighborhood had led to a misalignment of his ki not too different from yours, actually, and since ghosts are ki, he was in pain. He heard about me from someone else and came to my door. I was fixing dinner, but when I saw how bad he was, I dropped everything and rushed to treat him. He stayed with me a week, that time, while I worked on healing him, and by the end of it, he didn't want to leave, did he? Patience, little one. To tell the truth, I didn't want him to leave, either, but I didn't know how to tell him. You were like me. Just like you. I tried to talk, but instead of saying what I felt, I single quote drift onto Adderston. We were both knowledgeable in that area, and it provided an easy escape from awkward moments. It didn't make it easy that he was shy, too. Even as a spirit, his eyes would fog up whenever he was kind to him. Scaride giggled at the memory. But yes, he eventually told me how he felt. And then I told him. We've been together ever since. Little Scaride HMPHD. What's the matter, Mudkin? Your stories are lousy. 28 tells much better ones. Aren't you a little young to be reading the kind of thing that 28 writes? Well, if you can read it, so can I. The doctor laughed. Point taken. And, yes, well, his stories all had romance, and things, and, go on. He's dead. How can you two? The doctor smiled. Love is independent of the body, little one, she said slowly, then winked. But when the mood's right, emotions can work miracles on ghosts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Though it was late, not all was quiet in the Nirima graveyard. Of my 9-figure decked in a long white dress with flowing folds glided across the cemetery paths, hovering, turning and gracefully melting through the monuments, its feet never touching the ground. At length, it arrived at its destination, and stopped. Before it was a marker. A very old one, but well kept, and at its foot sat a cloaked bundle. For some time, nothing happened. The shade stood still and let the moonlight shine through its efferity, shedding some little illumination on the ragged ancestor in front of it. More moments passed. Then, seeing that it would have to take fine initiative itself, the spirit spoke. Ryuga, she said, Akane's dead. The rags jostled slightly, but no face looked up. Aren't we all? He answered softly. Not that way. We aren't. Not by her. Her. This time, the man did turn his head, and when he did his face was only half illuminated by the moonlight. For one who could look as he wished, who could choose whether or not he was affected by the physicals of optics, that meant much. He shed tears, but they were to be felt calm and not seen. The assassin. Who else would I be speaking of? Ryuga looked back at the inscription on the marker, and touched it lightly with his fingers. Fate. Fate. The woman's copper face contorted itself with controlled anger. Double quote Ryuga, she's decimating us. She slaughters us like. She struggled for a simile. Like game birds in a biodome. And brings relief. She obliviates. Non-existence is not a relief. The man's eyes looked sadly into hers. It is, from an unlife such as ours. Speak for yourself. Silence. How many more must fall? Tofu ? Raraku? Me? Raraku lives, but for how long? She's killed the living once. She can do it again. We can't let this go on. Grandfather. Ryuga shut his eyes and turned to face the monument. There is nothing we can do. There _is_. The Wanderer flashed his granddaughter a look of disapproval. I can do nothing, and neither can they . But with your abilities, with your siphon and their strength, we, Ryuga stood and whirled violently to face her. The three won't go Sankuji cried alive and well. I can do nothing, he said, waving his hand in emphasis and looking the other spirit in the eye. You're just going to let us all die a second death? She asked. Is that your wish? To destroy the society which you've helped found. To allow the assassin to remove its foundations, so that it collapses, and those who remain are back to being lonely, desperate wanderers. The suitability of the last word was not wasted on Ryuga, and he winked. I am the envoy Svanen. How can I possibly? His granddaughter interrupted him, putting a finger to her temple and looking up at an angle in mock realization. Oh, that's right, she said. You're the envoy. I'd almost forgotten. You received that post after the assassin SLAUGHTGRADGRANDMODHR. A blue aura flared around the wanderer as he looked down and clenched his fists. How dare you mention that? How dare you sit there and tell me you'll do nothing against Scarred when she did that to you? To the United States? I beg my orders. He barked. I must think of the good of the world. The three, screw the three. While they're sitting up in their other world, safe and sound, we're being fulminated. Don't you get it? Not killed, fulminated. We cease to exist. Silence. The Bat Lord dimmed and Ryuga turned away from her. His shield still hung low. And it's not just you, Caillou, continued Svanen. There's Childra, Kasumi Minako, and now Akane. I thought she meant something to you, grandfather. She did. Then why? He waved her into a silence which he too kept unmoving. You're right, said Svanen after a few moments, her voice soft and calm. Maybe you really are dead. She pivoted and headed back the way she came. Wait. The woman stopped, and spoke without turning back. We strike her room tonight, at midnight. A flash of orange flame, and she disappeared. Ryuga watched the spot where she had been. Nothing was there now except for an obelisk or two, and in the distant background the city lights. It was his internal lights that he saw. Oh, it was his inner flames that now blinded him, that now put his duty into question. When there were many honors, which was one to fight for? When there were many honors, for which was one to die. He raised his right palm before him and concentrated, willing a flare of blue key to appear. The jet danced on his hand, morphing under his direct ion, first expanding, tapering at the base until it formed a miniature spatula, then remolding itself into a mallet. The shape exploded in a violent burst as he closed his fist over it. The wanderer swirled his cape about him and melted into the shadows. He had to be elsewhere tonight. When she was sure he'd left, Scaride stepped out from her hiding place and knelt by the base of the Tendo Memorial. She picked up the single black rose which she found there and held it to her face. The hunter was the hunted, and she had to plot her first escape. Asterisk. Lonely she plundered the halls of the Gosunkuji Collective Citadel, blissful in its solitude. For once, no black-jacketed man washed over it, calling it pet names and chanting magic rites. No pay figure with black-ringed eyes was stroking it, or using unprintable methods to try to get it to teleport across dimensions. A day or two ago, there'd been an awful accident involving Dr. Sam Gosankuji and an accelerated quantum sheep, and since then the collective had slowed down on its alternate jumping. The collective was, of course, the Gosankuji Collective, a gathering of the most magically talented Gosankujis across several realities. Here where somewhere the Gosankuji name was generally trod upon, this was actually the majority of the worlds they'd sampled so far, much to their alarm, and one or two where having the name Gosankuji was much akin to having a death wish. However, there were a few worlds where they had been well respected, well liked, and once or twice, revered. These particular lifes were plagued by Gosankujis wanting a vacation and a place to jet a date, but that's another story. What, one would wonder, would sheep have to do with quantum theory and time travel? Well, not all Gosankujis had traveled via sheep, but the early pioneers of dimensional travel did, and quite a few of the whole shoe of Gosankuji stuck by the method out of habit. They later found out that a handkerchief, ketchup, and an item of jewelry also did the job just fine. The actual theory behind sheep and time/reality travel is quite complicated and involves rules and theorems that cannot be demonstrated properly by non-mages. However, in layman's terms, the whole matter of time/reality travel and sheep had to do with the inherent magical property of blood becompency static electricity and the theory of holistic universality, which states that everything is linked to everything else. Hence, the home base of the Gosankuji Collective tended to be populated by statically charged, baffled, and disoriented sheep named Fleeky. However, for Fleecy 986, today would be different. At long last, Shou should be free to do sheepish things, like munching on grass. Not that there was any grass on this planetoid Astroturf would have to do, and staring blankly ahead, sleeping when night fell. Oh, yes, she would enjoy this sensation. What a pity that her respite didn't last long. Not 20 seconds after she'd laid down for a nice, well-deserved nap, she was burned to a crisp by a sudden explosion of red heat flame. Scaride looked down at the freshly barbecued sheep below her and wrinkled her nose in disgust. She liked lamb, but the smell of mutton was so strong. She sighed. When would the collective ever learn? This was the _third_ time she'd landed on one of their pets. She didn't know how to use the sheep, and didn't want to know. Less than well, at least 212 knows how to make a goods to dot greater than Scaride lowered her arms, took her cufflinks apart and looked at her watch. A few brief mental calculations, converting between the time flow rate differential between this reality and hers, let her know that she had only about a half hour left. Less than a single quadrille be enough dot greater than she looked around her. Her cufflinks had worked as accurately as usual, and she was only a few doors away from her sister's office. She still couldn't believe how different a person could be from herself. It made her sick to her stomach to think of that goody two shoes, That self-righteous underscore harlot underscore who thought herself so high above herself, and yet sold herself to underscore them underscore willingly underscore consorted with the bardo, and her intercourse with them was not just verbal. Any guilt or remorse which the assassin might have felt at what she was about to do were washed away by the sudden wave of nausea and disgust which swept over her. She looked herself over. To clean. Far to clean. Less than must mess myself up. Put out ? Greater than. She ran her hands through her hair, making it look wild. Better, according to the reflection of her watch, but still not perfect. What could she? Less than on. Of course not. Greater than. Scaride took a piece of charred skin from the deceased sheep and crumbled it in her hands, turning the fat and ashes into a thin, greasy black paste which she rubbed over her face and hands. She looked again at her reflection. Less than. I look just like I'm back from the hunt. Greater than a noise. She couldn't let herself be seen. Not yet. She dragged the sheep and herself into a flying broom closet and shut the door, leaving it just slightly ajar and hoping no one would notice that trail of cinders on the floor. No one did. No sooner had she settled into a comfortable stance than she saw the door to her double's office open, and her remaining sister leave. They'd had a consultation, apparently. Those two were getting along well. Tuao the healer was gaining too much of an influence. If Scaride didn't watch it, Mudkin would end up just as demented as the ghost lover. The assassin would not let that happen. Scaride watched until the little one had been around the corner and out of sight, then mussed her hair one last time and bolted through the infirmary door, into her double's office. Scaride sighed as she put away her adders and equipment. It was a pity about her sister. To be obsessed with someone was fine, it was almost a Gosankuji's duty. But, Hibiki, if the boy and the little one's reality was anything like her own's, still, that wasn't the worst of her problems. She would never have tried that stunt on her own, she was sure of it. Someone must have put her up to it, and she had a nagging feeling that she knew who that someone was. It scared her to look at the final member of their trio. It was like looking into a funhouse mirror, where every detail was recognizable, and yet grossly distorted and misshapen. And the assassin had been taking it upon herself to spend extra time with little Sketch and time which she as a doctor, couldn't afford. That was the problem. The little one was learning to trust the assassin, to revere her, and if Scaride didn't watch it, Mudkin would end up just as demented as the ghost killer. The doctor polished her needles furiously. She would not let that happen. She didn't know how, exactly, but she would find a way to lessen Thattermagan's influence, and a wild-eyed, dirty figure with mad hair burst through the door of the infirmary. "What's the matter, Scaride?" asked the doctor. "It's famine." The healer quietly put down the bottle she was holding, and looked her in the eye. "Famine?" she asked calmly. "Yes. Isn't she dead, in your reality?" Yes. And she is in trouble. What kind of trouble? She's hurt. Fading. I don't know what's wrong with her. The doctor scowled. Oh, she knew. All right. You tried to exorcise her. A statement, not a question. I didn't. Honest. You kill ghosts. They call you the assassin. Not all of them. I just kill the ones who deserve it. How do you judge that? She lowered her eyes and calmed somewhat. I'm not sure I do. Enough with the theatrics, assassin. Cut to the chase. Why do you want my help? She's hurt. So you've said. You should be happy. It's not like you to abandon any of your hunts. The assassin sighed and waved her arms about her, trying to grasp for words that wouldn't come. I never meant for her to get hurt. I was after another spirit Daba murderer. And she got in the way. Please, Sketchan. You have to help her. And with that, the ghost killer began to cry. The doctor bit her lower lip. This was not what she had expected. From all reports, her sister was a merciless killer of the dead, just as surgical in her strikes as she was in her own procedures. Then why? Her thoughts flew back to her earlier conversation with little scary dots. She single quote teased her about going after Raraku's sister, and then they'd spoken of her own life and a half with Tofu-chan, and here. Could it be? It was unlikely, yes, but she had the evidence before her. And people did change. This was a version of her, after all, so if she could come then maybe. But it was just so. Could the assassin be in love with the ghost of Hibiki-san? A Hibiki and a ghost had combined the traits of two of their other selves, and she did say she was now killing only those who deserved it. She's hurt, you say? The other scribe looked up from her sobs and nodded. How long would you say we have? Asked the scribe. Her double smiled weakly as she checked her watch. The correction had not been wasted. With my reality's time flow rate, only a few minutes, at most. The doctor drew a deep intake of breath. For her, a trip was a large event. In an emergency, she might pull off a jump in an hour, but you know that my travel magic is far from perfect, Sketchan. Maybe we'd better get 115 to help. There's no need. Just hold on to me. The doctor raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to use a sheep? I don't need SHE, the other cleared her throat. I mean, I don't need sheep. She grinned, and held up her wrists. I made these cufflinks myself. They'll take me between my room and the citadel. The doctor nodded, grabbed a few items from her cabinet and wrapped her arms around the other's waist. The assassin touched her wrists together, and they vanished in a flash of crimson flame. Near midnight. The full moon shone through wispy clouds upon the University of Tokyo quadrangle, illuminating late-night revelers and hopper bikes that made their way through an unseen assembly. Unwittingly, the blushing couples walked through a horde of shades to a conveniently empty residence room. The deliveryman did not notice the forms through which their vehicles sped, and even the moonbeams chose to ignore the presence of the spirits. But for all their reality, they were there. They crowded around by the thousands, melting into walls or trees if he had to, forming an unliving blockade of souls, all facing Kurane Hall. These truly were the restless dead. Once, they had been lonely, then had come the assembly with its organization and camaraderie. That worked well. It united them and gave them comfort and hope in an otherwise hopeless existence. Until the advent of the assassin. Since then they had lived, or not, right parenthesis in fear, snatching at snippets of joy, not daring to be happy for too long, lest she should find them, and annihilate them. She always seemed to know just where to strike, where their heart lay. How? They knew not, since no bardo would dare collaborate with Scaride. Whatever it was, be it insight, spy work or divine inspiration, she always dealt a killing blow, destroying their leaders and knocking down the foundations of their society, which would, each time, be painfully and carefully rebuilt, only to be destroyed again as soon as it had been re-established. Tonight, the cycle would end. It was for that they had gathered array, leaving their tombs, their houses, their rounds or groupings. It was for that they had trekked through the domain of the living, using their ethereality to full advantage as they took the shortest route to their destination, be it through buildings, landscape or people. Akane's death had been the final straw, a sobering shock. She had been slaughtered at her worship, proving that nothing was sacred to the assassin. There was no haven. They could stand it no longer. They had to attack now, or risk closing their collective being to the same oblivion to which their comrades had been committed by the killer's knife. "Some of us will die," said Zvanen, floating a foot in the air at the head of the congregated ghosts. "There is no prize without a sacrifice. To gain life, we must be willing to risk a second death. We all know the assassin will not yield without a fight." There were a few murmurs in the crowd, and the collective aura of those gathered darkened a few shades. A fight could prove quite costly, when Scaride's weapons needed less than a scan to effect a kill. It is almost inevitable that a few of us will perish, but the vast majority of us will survive. I would not ask any of you to take this risk. In fact, I haven't. You've all come willingly, but the time has come when we can wait no longer. _1_ must fall, but that one is not among us, but in the building before us. Hers is the only death of which we must be certain. The others take a chance, which, I ask you, is worse. To have a few of us destroyed, or our joint soul. No answer from their mouths, but the expression of the shades made their intent plain. "After this," continued Zvanen, "we will be safe finally forever. There'll be no more hiding, no more fear, no more guarding of one's words. That is what our sacrifices will be for." Here is grinned. "And for revenge. How many of us here had not lost one we cared for, loved, or more to Scaride's hand?" Silence. "I thought as much. The pain she has caused will not go unavenged. The reason you are here, the reason I have asked for your support is that I will need you to lend me. To lend the United States your strength. All of you will play a part in bringing her down. A bit of each of you will be in the hit that splits her soul from her body. The time for waiting is past. The Bosankuzi diced all night, and when she does, her mouth curved upwards in a wicked smile. Her shade will wish that it had gone to hell. Shannon quickly silenced the ensuing roar with a wave of her hand. Save the rejoicing for after the deed. She can hear us as well as she can see us, and though her room is on the opposite end of the building. When there was perfect quiet, she continued. Now for the plan. At great risk, a few of our comrades have been observing the assassin. We know that she stays in her room from 9 to midnight on weeknights, studying and preparing herself for her hunts. Then she leaves her room at the stroke of 12 by her clock. I intend to intercept her on her way out. You, Shannon? A voice from the crowd. Yes. I will enter first, to draw her attention, and while she's focused on me, I want the rest of you to filter in by the sides. That way might confuse her. Shouts of protest went up. She was an important part of their community. She was a leader, a role model. She should not risk herself! And sprung up, and many shouted offers of going in her place, but she locked them all aside. I brought you here, said she. It's my plan, my responsibility, and so it's only fair that I should bear the brunt of the danger. I'll enter through her room's door, with the doctor remaining behind it until the time comes for him to play his part. You'll be his shield. Yes. We cannot risk his loss, since he's our weapon. It is on him that you must concentrate. When you've all gathered close as I've told you to, I want you to focus your energy on him. When Scaride appears and goes for me, he will then step forward, through the door, and channel the key into an arrow beam, delivering the killing blow. No, he won't. The crowd turned to see who challenged Shannon's authority. At first no one was found, but then a cloaked figure near the back began to glow a strong blue, knocking spirits aside to make room for itself as it made its way forwards. When he was directly in front of Shannon, he rose to her height and lowered his head. No, he won't, repeated Ryuga. _I_will. Grandfather. I thought that I wouldn't come. He looked away. I had to. You're right, Shannon. There's too many gone, and no end in sight. I thought we could wait, sit it out until she died on her own, but at this rate, I had my duties. But sometimes it seems like the three had just his head snapped back up, and he glared at his granddaughter. What kind of plan was that, anyway? You were drawing fire to yourself from both ends. If Scaride's dagger didn't get you, Tofu's beam would have dissipated you just as surely. This is no time for heroics, Shannon. We're doing this to save yourselves, not lose more of our people. I understand. I don't understand, said Scaride, looking around the room. Plush red carpeting, oak shelves filled to the brim with ragged tomes, candles, bones, herbs, a desk littered with drafts of spells, but not a ghost inside. I thought you said your friend the Hibiki was hurt. Where is Shannon? She should be here soon, said her counterpart, looking at the grandfather clock in the far corner. The healer glanced at the small rectangles of parchment tacked up all around the room. With all these wards set up, I don't see how any ghosts going to the wards burst into flame. That must be her right now, said the assassin. If you'll excuse me, I'll leave you two alone. Wait. Where are you going? I don't know. Yes, interrupted the killer, as she tossed a golden dagger to the Rother. You might need this. Top. That's it. She raised her arms above her head, touched her wrists together and vanished in a flash of crimson flame. I, libera me de morditurna, that the Almighty had not fixed his canon against self-slaughter. WILLIAM Shakespeare, _Hamlet_ The woman surveyed the room with timid eyes. No spectre yet, only the smoke still rising from the piles of ash that had been spirit wards, and the midnight tolling of the clock blending with the palpitations of her heart in a macabre rhythm. Under other circumstances, she might have found the beat quite danceable. As it was, she tried to ignore it, licked her lips, and focused her of her senses on detection. Never had she been afraid of ghosts and bogeymen. They'd always been her friends, her playmates. Others feared them because they could not see them, and yet were affected by them. She loved them, and they loved her back, because she could see them, and affect them like no other could. In time, she'd learned that she could do more than touch and comfort, that she could actually heal, and that had earned her their respect. But that was in her world, her reality. This was a different one, a macabre mirror image where the one who bore her name would give the Akane death, and where she was not certain whether her patient would welcome her, or fear her. Whatever the case, she feared _. An unaccustomed tremor flashed down her back as she stood up straight and smoothed her vest. She was sure that she would feel better when she saw her visitor. Less than and the spirit ward's question mark greater than asked a small voice within her. She ignored it. It wouldn't be long, now. Maybe the ghost was shy. Or not. Scaride fixed her eyes on the door in front of her, and in only a few moments saw a copper face surrounded by luxuriant black hair melt through it. Hands followed, then arms, and after that the rest of the body covered in an ornate robe of virginal white. When she was fully in the room, the entity merely stood, and looked at her. It was feminine. The green eyes were unmistakable, the same as her realities, but where that one had liveliness, this one held a twinkling sadness in her emerald orbs. Her mouth, too, was different, a straight line instead of the perpetual mocking grin of the grown-up girl that Scaride was used to. Different, and yet the same. It was feminine. Her other had not lied to her. "You had hurt?" she asked unnecessarily. She alone of her sisters could feel the pain of others, but ironically, not her own. The other Scarides were a blank slate to her, and the anguish this spirit felt lost coalescing around her, an emotional miasma. Hurt? The question seemed to amuse the ghost. She raised her shine and put a finger to her temple in mock concentration. "Yes, I suppose I am hurt." She looked straight at Scaride, and the mockery melted into accusatory anger. "You of all people should know that." "I'm sorry." That comment seemed to indicate that Savannah knew of her abilities, but this reality's Scaride wasn't empathic, was she? "Oh, you're _sorry_." Savannah's voice was crisp. "I single quote am _sorry, dear comma, but it won't do you much good." While she spoke, she had been slowly thanking, and now the faces of the two were almost touching. "We have past sorrow, or forgiveness. If you need healing." Scaride concentrated and raised her hand, intending to focus her key into it in the mending patterns. The shadow sprang back. "We need none of your healing," she hissed. "The final death is not accurate, and no matter how much you may want it to be, being dead is not an illness. Don't you see? Like you, we wish to live, to see, to feel. For years you've been annihilating us, destroying our very essences, and those of our friends and lovers." Less than a greater than the healer gulped as she ran her hand through her hair. Her white striped hair. She was in her sister's room, alone, and there was no reason for anyone to think that the assassin had a twin, So, please believe me. I'm not that kind of person. And I'm not that kind of fool. Shannon looked away. A reflex from her living days when she would not have let her enemies see her cry. All this time we've borne it patiently your slaughters, your hunts. There'd be complaints, but the three would say that what you did was to be tolerated, and so we did. Even when you killed their envoy, my grandmother, I was forced to do nothing, for the word of the three is law. You would destroy Akane, we would rebuild. That was the cycle. She paused and looked the healer in the eye. That was the cycle. Scaride licked her lips nervously. Now the setup was becoming painfully clear. She'd been a fool to fall for it. The assassin had somehow found out about this vengeful ghost. She planned to leave her here as cannon fodder, and then return to take Xanon by surprise, once the Shade thought she was dead. This was not good. Scaride had the golden dagger lying on the floor. I wouldn't do that, if I were you. The healer looked up. They wouldn't like it. They? Who's they? Xanon smiled. For as long as you played by the rules of your own game, we could do nothing. Now Akane is gone slaughtered at her prayer. What? It surprises you that we know? Do not let yourself think that only because you can see ghosts, you know all of what is going on in graveyards, Sankuji-san. Oh, yes. We know all about it, she taunted. We know how you dealt the killing blow, how you swung the dagger straight into the air forward while she was next to her own grave and before the one of her bluffed. We know how you laughed, and how little you cared when you heard her final words, Ranma, Sumimasen. Deity. None will help you. Now that you have broken their laws, even February will not be able to defend your actions. When you killed Childrapwas, once living and once dead, you wince at the memory. Good. It makes it only that much more satisfying that you remember. I was beginning to fear that you would not, after all. What is one death among thousands? Yes, you might well cry. Don't bother trying to hide your tears. It's only fair that you should shed a few, after having caused so many yourself. Indeed, glistening drops were now rivulating down the healer's cheeks, but it was not for regret of her past misdoings, for she had none, nor waste from sorrow for her sister's malignment she had none to spare. Rather, it was for the grief of others that she loosed her tears. The same horror that she'd sensed before, the same ether of distemper had grown in intensity. It now felt like 1,000 minds all pressing heavily upon her own, exerting pressure on her skull and buffeting it with eddies of anger, fear and sadness. Scaride doubled over. The pain and grief were too much for her to talk. From the corner of her eyes she noticed ghostly faces melting through the walls and floor, but it didn't surprise her. She'd been expecting them. A man's voice broke the silence. It's appropriate that you wore white. You won't leave here alive. The sound was familiar. It fit, somehow. It seemed a part of her. Where had she? Scaride looked up, but her watery eyes turned the figure before her into a blur. After a few blinks, the image focused and coalesced into Tofu-chan. Scaride launched herself towards her husband, but he moved it aside and only her hand grazed his gelatinous arm. Shannon snickered and looked at the doctor. "Is there something you're not telling us, Ono-sensei?" The glasses which Ono had chosen for his spectral form did not allow him to see the eyes behind them, and his face was expressionless. Head turned towards Scaride. "Don't you ever call me that," he said, and waved his hand towards the assembled spirits. "Look around you. This is not the time for mockery." The healer looked, but did not see. Her mind was elsewhere. In that brief moment when they touched, she had sensed his aura, and it was not the one she knew. Her husband's was a dark blue one that emanated feelings of nobility and strength. This one was the same, but corrupted. The blue was speckled with black, and the holes were filled with a grief that would have expanded and torn apart the last remnants of the pattern long ago, if it weren't for a binding of anger driven by hatred. There was love there, too, but it was a lost love, the remembered scarlet of a passion taken from him. Which meant, Kasumi. She mumbled timidly, more an uttering of her thoughts than a formal question. Dr. Tofu turned silently away from her. Scaride bit her lip. "I will not live," she said. Still with his back to her, the doctor shook his head. Scaride scanned the room with her gaze. Around her was a mass of silent, fallen faces. Though they did not speak, their bodies said volumes. Their appearances were gloomy, haggard and bedraggled, each beggarly visage a reflection of their inner selves. When one can look as one wishes, appearances count. These people had been hurt. A lot. They had been driven to the point of assassination, to the point of taking a life when it was their own lost life that they valued above all other things. How could she deny them no fair satisfaction? How could she dream of quelling their insurrection, of making them understand that she was not the one they sought, but her doppelganger from another world? Even if she managed to escape for the moment, they would hunt her down as her sister had them, and their pursuit would not end until their thirst for vengeance was quenched. So long as she lived, they would not pause long enough in their chase to listen to her explanations. Less than so long as I lived. Greater than a thought ran through the healer's mind, which thought at first seemed dismissively ridiculous, gained desirability with each moment that passed. She was one of them, but they would not believe her. They could not comprehend that one who looked as she did, that one who breathed, and whose sweat humidified the air could count herself among the bardo, even before her term of vivacity had expired. But if she were to shed that covering which dazzled, blinded and confused them, she could always convince them after she was dead. Less than a single quotes only flesh, after all. Greater than her powers wouldn't dull, in fact, they might be heightened, and 'tis why. Less than I guess that Tofu-chan and I will have that second honeymoon a few decades ahead of schedule. Greater than Scaride raised her head, stood up straight and placed her hands at her sides. "I'm ready," she told Shannon. The hibiki nodded and stepped aside, as did the doctor. The crowd of ghosts behind them also parted, opening up an impromptu tunnel to make way for a cloaked figure, the executioner. The hooded man walked forward with measured, heavy steps, stopping only when he was 2 paces away from his intended prey. Without a word, he reached inside his cloak and pulled a black strip from his waist, which snapped into a rectangular blade and raised high above the healer's head. Asterisk 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 snip asterisk asterisk asterisk. Are you sure you want to go down, Scaride? Yes. It's such beautiful long hair, it seems like such a pity to cut it. Scaride sighed and closed her eyes. Less than why is it, greater than she wondered. Less than that, no matter what reality you're in, and no matter what you ask for, no barber will think that you are qualified to choose your own hairstyle. Greater than Shedlered at the hairdresser's reflection in the mirror. I want it short. If I had wanted it long, I wouldn't have come. It takes time to grow, and apparently to cut, as well. Why? Scaride interrupted him. You want to know why? She asked, swiveling her chair to face him. Because I don't want to lose myself. Do you know what it's like to go around every day, seeing people who look exactly like you do? She looked at Ikarugo Sankuji number sign 512 in the eye. Don't answer that. Let's just say I've had enough. Each day there's more of me, and each day I'm less recognized as an individual. Instead of saying, there goes the third Scaride single quote comma, people glance and think, there goes another Scaride. I have to be underscore me underscore comma underscore myself underscore. I have to have underscore my underscore name known, underscore my underscore wrath feared, and not be mistaken for that of some perverse double. Do you understand? The white-head barber swallowed as he tried to ignore the crimson-tea flames that had formed about his client. How short should I cut it, Gosankuji-san? The assassin smiled and turned her chair back towards the mirror, letting her nightlight spell dissipate. She couldn't tell him the real reason she'd been forced to change her appearance, but it seemed that hard-lib explanation would work rather nicely. If she was lucky, he might even spread rumors. Midneck will be fine, she answered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scaride barely felt the blade as it slid between her shoulders and her head, and it was only the sight of her face rolling on the ground in front of her and the sound of her body crumpling to the floor that let her know the deed was done. The sound of 1,000 ghosts cheering also helped. The late physician unclenched her now immaterial fists and raised ears to look at Xanon. Are you satisfied? She asked. Not quite. It was Tofu who spoke. Death is not a punishment, it is just a second form of life. Scaride started. Her Tofu-chan had said those self-same words to her upon their wedding night. Now, _second_death. Xanon smiled, and tapped her finger on her temple pensively. That is punishment. Wouldn't you agree? Grandfather question mark double quote no answer from the cloaked one. Oh, I forgot. You still lack political difficulties with this, don't you? TSK. Underscore you underscore, at least, should agree with me, assassin. I'm not the one you're looking for. No. I don't kill Bardo. I underscore heal underscore them. The crowd tittered, but Shannon waved them into silence. At, she pointed at the brass dagger lying on the ground, is not exactly a surgical scalpel. Scaride hung her head. It isn't mine. It's my sister's. You have no sisters. I'm not of this world. Shannon grinned. Not of this world, you say? No. This is not my reality. I couldn't agree more. In fact, her eyebrows narrowed. I'd say you don't belong here, Scaride. The assembly of ghosts cackled, but the healer ignored them. She looked up with hope in her eyes. You could send me back to my home? Of course. Hiroshi. Daisuke. Two boys stepped forward from the mass of specters. Don't you need sheep? Shannon gave a quick nod of the head, and the two boys seized the healer's arms. She struggled to break loose of their grip, but she was new to her form and inexperienced in its use, whereas they had channeled the bulk of their energy into their arms to keep her immobile. What are you doing? Let me go. I can explain you can explain nothing. The Hibiki woman's voice was cold as ice. Double quote you are the assassin, killer of the dead. Scaride does not belong among the Bardo. A roar of approval followed her pronouncement. You yourself have set the penalty for those who twist the boundary between the living and the dead. And yes, we are not hypocrites, said Tofu softly. Though you bend the very rules you have created, we will abide by them. You will be your own judge. After all, even a mass murderess has the right to a consistency trial. Theghost managed a weak smile. I'm not the one, said the healer weakly. My sister. She framed me. Still with the sister? A liar to the last. Shannon snorted. I'm disappointed in you. Usually, your deceptions are a lot more credible. Scaride closed her eyes and hung her head. It was clear that she could do no more to save herself. Those of us assembled here have all suffered some loss at your hands, and the passing of time has only caused the wounds to fester, turning grief and ire and desperation into a burning hatred. Less than Tofu-chan and his prepared speeches, greater than thoughts Scaride grimly. Less than Eloise overdoes them. Greater than the doctor wait for the tide of approving nods and murmurs to subside before continuing. Were we to judge you on our own, acting only on our impulses, we would tear your body limb by limb and absorb the pieces in pea-sized morsels, one into a soul, to prevent its regeneration. But that would bring no satisfaction, only revenge. Instead, we'll trust that we are in the right and give you a more than sporting chance. This is your weapon. He pointed at the per bushels on the floor. It is my sister's. It is your weapon. Many a time have I seen you channel energy into it, before plunging it into some spirit's chest. Tonight, _ single quote _, charged up. He turned to his audience. I ask you all to think of nothing but the basics of your loss, nothing, upon pain of exile, but the grief you felt when first this killer touched your second lives. Then do scaride double quote it is _ this _ or built solely from the pain you've caused, and not from that which we of our own will have nurtured, that we will focus through the dagger. If it is strong enough, you are destroyed. If it is weak, you shall be hurt, but will recover. The healer looked up. The fight was gone from her eyes, and her face wore a defeated expression. I am undone, she said. That's the general idea, answered Zenon, and then motioned for the doctor to stand back. Hiroshi and Daisuke also stepped aside, still holding their brace arms, and a channel cleared before and behind the healer. The black-cloaked executioner alone remained in the path. He picked pepper bushels from where it lay and held it in the air, pointing it at Scaridiscus. When he let go of it, it stayed in place. Remember, said Tofu, nothing but that first, sharp pain. Scaride the third, soon to be the second, luxuriated in the darkness that surrounded her, for a time allowing herself nothing but to enjoy the feel of the water streaming down her front, hair and sides. The physicality of it all, the tingling of her skin where the shower's pressured teardrops fell was quite intoxicating in its own right, but it was the symbolism of the act that she took greatest pleasure in. She fumbled for a few moments, then found the bottle of liquid soap nestled in between the two water taps and squirted a generous portion into her cupped hand. Bits of shorn hair, dirt and oil were easily emulsified as she rubbed the gel over her exterior. This filth was the trappings of her old persona, overstained and overstrained, which she was ridding herself of today, while the cleanser. She smiled as she heard the sound of her sister being sucked down the collective's drain. An almost perfect analogy, really, thought the assassin as she gleefully continued to wish the doctor was a purifier, the means by which she was renewed, but in the end, only she survived, and the besmirched suds were left to the oblivion of an inadequate sewage system. Of course, it wouldn't do just to say she'd metamorphosed, or feel it, especially when there were 1,000 ghosts with her image deeply etched into their memories waiting to tear her apart limb by limb if she ever should return to her reality. Her appearance had to change. The old Scaride had to truly die if her plan was to come to aught. Besides which, it was a marvelous opportunity to rid herself of any trace of her goody two-shoes double. It sickened her to think that to such dissimilar people, walking along different paths, could make so many of the same cosmetic choices, and that a casual observer could mistake one for an antithesis. She would not now make the same mistake. After some more confused groping in the dark, Scaride located the bottle of shampoo and hair dye which she had brought with her and poured a bit into her hand. She lathered carefully, painstaking in her effort to remove any visual clue to her relationship with the healer. True, All Fescarides in the collective had that same light streak in their hair, because it was the same magical accident with the same follicular side effects that had first allowed them to travel between realities. But she did not intend to be a Scaride for much longer. Once she'd wait for the required period and thoroughly rinsed the foam from her head, she turned off the taps and stepped out of the shower cubicle, grabbing a towel and flipping on the light switch on her way out. She looked approvingly at the figure that coalesced in the mirror before her as her eyes adjusted to the brightness. Less than not bad. Not bad at all. Greater than her skin was paler than her sister's, though darker than most of the Ophergo's Sunkuzi's. She had an athletic frame, firmer, she noted with pride, than any of the other Scarides. Dark green eyes, and the assassin frowned. There was still one detail, one nagging defect. The dark lines beneath her eyes fairly screamed her lineage. That wouldn't do. It wouldn't do at all. She took a black paste from the makeup drawer of the bathroom cabinet and dipped her index finger in it, smearing the substance around each eye and teasing it into a diagonal pattern. Less than there. Greater than. The woman smiled at her unfamiliar reflection. Scaride had truly disappeared. Tofu watched with morbid interest as the Wanderer drew the dark energy from those around him and channeled it into the assassin's mystic dagger. It was, in its own way, a beautiful sight. Tendrils of spiritual blackness were surging from each bardo like the curled legs of a spider drenched in boiling water. There was a movement to them, a fluid flow that led straight to Ryuga in a cobweb of communal depression. The Wanderer himself was standing straight, his eyes closed and his brow furrowed in concentration, and from his outstretched hands a perfect beam of ki energy extended towards the levitating per-bushels. The weapon changed the energy it fed on into something else, apparently, for it glowed an emerald green as it was charged. The brilliant color matched the bonds of its construction well. A beautiful sight indeed, and made more pleasing by the obvious agony of the intended victim. She was struggling to loose herself from her captor's grip, but they were far more powerful than she, and whenever his hit upon the face of one of the bardo, she would shrink back as if struck. Could it be that seeing the righteous pain of those she'd wronged had frightened her? Could it be that she knew she had been wrong, that she knew the judgment had been made and the verdict was doom? Nothing could bring Kasumi back, but at least now no one else would have a loved one taken away in that fashion, and their underscore was underscore the matter-of-base satisfaction. Bestial revenge had its own attraction, especially after what Scaride had done tonight. She had deliberately imitated Kasumi. Why? He didn't know for certain. To mock him, to gain his favor. All he knew was that it fueled an already existing anger into a rage which he had not known himself capable of harboring. Even now, her eyes were focused on him with a sickening pulpy dodge expression. Her eyelids were bulging slightly from holding in tears, her eyebrows were drawn slightly down, and her lips were just slightly apart. Tofu imagined Kasumi looking at him in his nightmares. A ghost underscore can underscore choose to sleep, and it was willingly that he bore those dismal dreams, since it was only in that fashion in which he could see his former wife, the ethereal wish-son of one who was himself not entirely real. The doctor frowned. If she was trying to get him to halt the execution by playing on his feelings, it wasn't going to work. As the glow of the dagger reached a peak, he circled away, bowing his head. She had gone. He heard the fatal cry, but did not turn to see. The shout was followed by a millisecond silence, after which a single scream exploded to encompass the room. A sizzling sound joined it briefly, like that of a water droplet on a red-hot griddle, and when that faded, the other was gone as well. For a moment, nothing, then the clang of the metal dagger dropping onto the hardwood floor signaled the end. It was finished. The wanderer didn't wait for acclamation. He walked away, going past the doctor and dissolving into invisibility before reaching the door. Tofu swiveled and looked, now, but saw only corpo et capita. He stooped to pick up the molten lump which the per bushels had become, then turned to Zenon, trying to hold back his tears. Kasumi is avenged. Ikarugo Sankuji number sign 212 was just about to lift a ladle to his lips when he was interrupted by a knock at the kitchen door. He reluctantly replaced the instrument in the pot, wiped his hands on his apron, turned down the heat and undid the deadbolt to let in his guest. The intruder was a slightly battered-looking number sign 220, who was gripping his right index finger with his left hand. "Do you know where Scarite is?" he asked. "Which one?" "The doctor." He undid his fist and let the cook look at his finger which was bleeding. "One of the sheep bit me. Can't you take care of it yourself? Here, I'll lend you a napkin. What if it's rabid?" 212 frowned. "Can sheep be mad?" "I'm sure it was mad," answered 220. "If it hadn't been angry, it wouldn't have attacked me." "True," conceded the cook. "Besides which, I was trying to get it into the bath when it grew violent." "Into the bath?" "Yes. I failed to see the con." 212 buzzed as a thought suddenly struck him. Biology wasn't his forte. He usually saw animals only when they were skinless and compliant, but he seemed to remember something in an old school text of his. "You do have reason to worry. If it was afraid of water, then it has hydrophobia." "My point precisely. You don't have any idea where the doctor could be." "Sorry, not a clue. However, I did see Psycho Girl heading for the registry a few minutes ago." "Psycho Girl? You mean 3? Who else?" "The young one." "None. She's only strange. She'll be a lot more than that if she continues hanging around 3 as much as she does. That woman scares me. You, and the rest of us. So, the registry, then?" 212 nodded. "Why would she want to go there?" The cook shrugged. "Maybe she finally got herself a proper sheep and wants to enroll a dog. I don't know. In any case, she probably knows where her sister is. This situation of yours is rather urgent, so... I see. Thank you. 220. Anytime, said the cook, turning back to his pot. By the way, if you do meet the doctor, remind her to be on time for dinner. We're having her favorite lamb stew. Meanwhile, Scaride was trying to squeeze her away through a large flock of sheep that was blocking the entrance to the registrar's office. Excuse me. So sorry. Excuse me. After several dozen animals, she paused. Less than Y, greater than, she asked herself. Less than am I apologizing to sheep question mark greater than, she resumed her trek in efficient silence, and a few kicks and headbutts saw her just outside the registry door. It seemed she'd act out, since someone else was currently with the registrar. Scaride put her ear against the door and tried to listen. Unfortunately, the sheep made far too much noise for her to make out anything intelligible. Exasperated, she took an empty package of mutton jerky out of her pocket and looked into it, making exaggerated motions to indicate her disappointment at having run out of the snack. Then she looked at the sheep. Her hand wandered to the purple in its holster at her side. The sheep grew quiet. With a smile, Scaride resumed her now unimpaired eavesdropping. Why do you need so many asked a voice from within. The registrar, if she was not mistaken. For the progress of magic. His client. These quantum sheep experiments are very animal intensive. Yes, I'm aware of that. But did you have to give them all names ? Now I can't just automate the spell. I'd have to ink each one in by font. But 105. They all have such distinct personalities . You see. Distinct. Every number is distinct. 239. Just you try ! Fleecy number 1, fleecy number 2, fleecy number 3. Count upwards from 1. And you'll never meet the same number again, so why couldn't you just have, excuse me? Scaride chose this moment to open the door and make herself known. There's something rather important I have to, The sheep, having seen the door open, were now making a beeline to their beloved shepherd. Sorry, said the registrar, looking at the animals nervously. No time now. I have to. He was interrupted by a flash of blue flame which suddenly filled the room. For a second, as if she were standing in front of a funhousey mirror, Scaride saw a distorted image of herself and the quantum sheep researcher. And then the vision and the light were gone. So were the sheep. Stampede! Shouted the registrar. The researcher shouted nothing at all, because he was too busy being borne aloft on the backs of the mobile bovines. 105 ran out after the fleeing flock, and Scaride was left alone. Wondering what magical mishap had caused the blue flame, and hoping it wasn't a malfunctioning ledger, She went over to the large book that Velocity opened on the office's desk. It wasn't just any book, it was the book. Early on in the history of the collective, it had been recognized that it was extremely awkward to engage in social activities with a group of several dozen people who all looked, talked, and dressed alike, and had the same name. At first they took to wearing name tags, saying, "Hi, I number underscore underscore underscore," but these were not without their problems. Quite apart from looking silly, they tended to get lost or misplaced. Individuals would forget their own numbers, and the sheep were also fond of eating the brightly colored mini placards. The situation was quite exasperating, and after a few rather confusing parties it was decided that a magical solution was in order. This is when the ledger had been created. Into this book were entered the name, number and other relevant statistics of every Bosankuzi in the collective and their sheep. The magic it was embedded with made it so that any entry made into it would instantly be imprinted in the minds of all the collective, so that everyone knew everybody else's number on sight. It was to this tool that Scribe the Third now turned to complete her transformation. She was pleased to see that the quill and specially prepared ink she needed were already out. For once, she actually owed the sheep a favor. The assassin turned to the appropriate page, dipped the feather in the black liquid, and frowned. She put the pen down and picked up a second file correction fluid. With the attached brush, she carefully dabbed out the word Scribe 3 in her entry, and once the excess liquid had dried, wrote in her new name Sikari. She always have a flair for the dramatic. She thought Sikari came from the Latin Sicarium, for assassin. She chuckled to think that the very ghosts who thought they'd killed her had furnished the name for her new self. Scarcely had she set the quill down when the door cracked open. It was 220. "Sikari," he asked, "do you know where the doctor is?" The assassin smiled. The spell had already begun to take effect. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Bosankuzi Collective's dining hall was a huge construction, roughly in the shape of an elongated horseshoe and decorated in the European Gothic style. There was a pair of enormous wood and iron doors taken from a cathedral in one of the more war-torn dimensions. It was rumored at the front of the hall, and apart from that only 2 or 3 small servants' entrances leading in from the kitchen. Massive oak tables filled the room, and at each of these sat 2 dozen individuals on equally heavy wood and wicker chairs. One would have thought that in such an environment, with several hundred people eating dinner at once, and with a ceiling height that was only possible because of the Citadel's peculiar physics, it would be impossible for one person to drown out the sound from all other conversations. When one deals with the collective, one should expect the impossible. At this very moment, Hikaru Bosankuzi number sign 242 was monopolizing edible talk by speaking so loudly that anyone else was unable to get a word edgewise or diagonally, or following the real projection of a hypergeometric trajectory. He'd droned on about rampagging sheep and how the quantum sheep program could eventually breed all such tendencies out of them for eons, completely oblivious to the fact that all around him were furtively hoping that the stampede which he so much talked about and which had not yet been caught would burst through the front doors and carry him off. The young girl next to him was particularly annoyed by his verbosity, since she had a new acquisition which she wanted to show off. She got her chance when the servers arrived with the dinner rolls. Instant 240 to bit into one, she tossed a lilac bubble at his throat. "Look at what Childra brought me from Tibet," shouted Scaride while Ernie tried to perform the Heimlich maneuver on himself and extract a teethy piece of bread from his contracted esophagus. "What is it?" asked the other Bosunkusis at the table. They saw 242 pointing at his throat and making gagging noises, but ignored him and piled onto little Skitchan, since she'd done what they'd privately wished to do themselves all along. "Is it the clothes?" they asked. She was wearing a blue shirt made in the old Chinese fashion, with lotus emulations in bronze instead of the usual hooks. "Millimeters nodded Scaride. "But she brought me something else to dot here. Look." The girl took a bundle from her lap and undid the purple cloth which it was wrapped in, revealing an ornately carved dagger. There were general remarks of admiration, and honest ones. Even 242 who by now had managed to free himself of his alimentary obstruction, chimed in with praises of the piece. The blade was of iron and triangular, inlaid with stylized snakes. The hilt was made of bronze, with 3 boars' heads arranged symmetrically at the bottom, and the grip consisting of 2 almost closed loti touching each other's petals, topped by a complicated wicker-like arrangement of lines. Finally, the copper pommel was in the shape of a Chinese lion's head. The craftsmanship of the wheat dome was exquisite, and it was agreed by all that Scaride was lucky indeed to have a friend who would bring her such a lovely gift. "Where's Dr. Oni-san?" she asked, after everyone had examined the object. "I want to show it to her." "You don't know, then?" asked 155, arching an eyebrow. "It's been all the news today. We think she's lost." "Lost?" A few of those present nodded, while the rest, who apparently hadn't heard the news either, began to murmur quietly. "No one's seen her for half the day, and they found a burnt sheep just outside her office." Number sign 115 threw his head back in disgust. "That's just like her," he said. "I've told her time and time again, if she needs to travel, she should consult _me_. She may be a skilled healer, but her travel magic is—" He was cut off by a little Scaride. "A burnt sheep?" Skitchan frowned. She didn't remember her sister saying anything about travel. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. What do you think is in the stew?" "She must have had an emergency call." "Even in an emergency, she should—" The front doors to the hall opened magically and slammed against the side walls, and the assembly tittered when they recognized a new arrival. Or thought they recognized her. "Sakari," whispered Scaride. The assassin was standing in the doorway in a black bodysuit, dragging a nervous-looking 220 with her left hand, and a bundle wrapped in a blanket with her right. She did _not_ look happy. "Glad you could make it to dinner," said Five, one of the eldest Gosenkujis. He had never been impressed by her theatrics. "Shouldn't you wash up first?" he asked, pointing at the diamonds around her eyes. "You think you have something on your face?" Sakari ignored him, let go of her companion and walked to where her sister was sitting. She tossed her package into the middle of the table, upsetting a few bowls of stew in the process. A few people were upset as well, but they were silenced with a look that could kill a tadpole at 10 paces. When they looked to 220 for help or an explanation, he merely looked at his shoes and shuffled his feet. Little Scaride glanced at the bundle, then at her sister. Sakari's face was unreadable as she nodded in assent to the unspoken question. With some hesitation, Scaride undid the knot in the blanket and screamed as she saw her own severed head looking up at her. All over the hall, Hikaru sprang from their seats and rushed to the child, while others began to chatter in loud voices. Sakari silenced them all with a wave of her hand. She pointed to the head. "The ghosts did that to her," she said. "The woman accidentally sent herself to my reality, and they slaughtered her." Silence. The assassin's hatred of spirits was well known, and it had always been thought unfounded. But this incident was forcing the Gosenkujis to eat their words. The noise continued to be at a minimum as the shock settled in, and the only audible sounds were those of little Scaride's hyperventilation and Sakari's steady footsteps as she began her exit. When she passed her little sister, she noticed the dagger lying next to the head, and smiled. "You can kill ghosts with that, you know," she whispered to the petrified girl, then walked out of the room. The door slammed shut behind her, and it seemed an eternity before their reverberation ended. The spirit rose as the sun set, eager to begin her nightlight perambulation. It was only at this time that she could recapture some of her lost life, that she could feel that she existed in some form. To go out in the daytime was too painful. The sunlight showed too much. It revealed everything that was, while concealing her. It was when night set in, when the deceiving drapery of darkness clouded mortal sight, when all men were ghosts and scenery an evanescent function of street lamps, discs of artificial light, that the gap between her immateriality and the tangibility of substance narrowed most. Only then could she bear to walk among the living, with which she no longer belonged. She started floating out from her memorial, but was startled by the appearance of two shining lilac orbs in the shadow of a crypt beside her. The darkness parted slowly as she watched, eventually melting off completely to reveal a girl decked in red and black, with a white streak running down the middle of her long brown hair. "My name is Gosenkuji Scaride," she said, but you may call me death. Double quote equals NSKURIDEXTRMES drawings and bios of the characters are available at the following URLs: /skeride single quote s page, http://clink.queenshoe.cl/4cw6/skeride.msikari single quote s page, http://clink.queenshoe.cl/4cw6/sikari.htm-offer single quote s notes : I single quote been asked quite a few questions about Skeride. Why the color of /t3a is purple, why the white streak in her hair, how she obtained her iterative ghosts and her dagger, what her standing in the Bosunkubja collective is. This is my attempt to answer those questions once and for all. RPM single quote s single quote Bosunkuji Generations, available on my webpage or in the Heredity archive. Right parenthesis is recommended reading for those who want more background information on the Ghost Collective. I would like to thank RPM and Mike Loader for their help in the development of this story. RPM, in particular, _defined _dark Skeride's character, and allowed me kind use of the collective he created. Right parenthesis Aaron Mills is to thank for the idea of the Bosunkuji ledger and that of this tempting sheet. He was also kind enough to bear my ranting on and on about the plot of this story. During innumerable phone conversations, he was also instrumental in clearing up many of the minor inconsistencies in between parts I and I. And, as for the music listened to while writing this. Schubert's single quote s last four quartets were listened to almost non-stop while writing single quote string quartet number 14 in D minor, D810 Def, and the maiden double quote single quote string quartet number 13 in A minor, D804 Rosamond double quote single quote string quartet number 15 in G, D887 single quote string quartet number 12 in C minor, D703 quartet Zatz double quote single quote. When these weren't playing, Mozart's Requiem or the score to Romeo and Juliet was right parenthesis. Two of the Skerides also have their individual themes. Dark Skerides is the song quoted in the intro to part I, original sin single quote comma from the soundtrack to the movie The Shadow, and the regular R2096 Skeride single quote s theme is Mask, which is track 5 on Kaiko Matsui's Dreamwalk single quote CD. On a final note, if I could do it without blowing up my web account and getting sued by Disney, I'd have track 11 from the Hunchback of Notre Dame soundtrack, Sanctuary, play whenever anyone accessed this story on YouTube page. That song is as close as one can possibly come to a score for the Doctor's death scenes. Even the Latin lyrics fit, Libera me Diamond, to more determined or in English, Deliver me Lord, from death eternal. Single quote right parenthesis hyphen Chris Wilmore, May 11th, 1997 double quote. Yes, carries, I did asterisk take over your body. But this must be our secret. ULTRAMAN, in Ultraman http://clink.queenshoe.ca/4cw6/ from jason.longlawyahook.unisys.com. Editor single quote s forward, 11/2096 hinges on the Hibikis. Rat and Sable are genetic sons of Ryugi and Yukayu, respectively, Aaron Mills has brought everyone's favorite okonomiyaki chef back into the limelight with Envoy and the upcoming Vendetta, and Skyride now holds a grudge against the Wanderer. So far, the series has covered Ukiyo and Ryuga's descendants, their ghosts, their impact on future society, but not their living selves. Oh, the living Ryuga makes a brief cameo in some stories, and they're mentioned here and there, but everything's details. Simply details. We know that Ukiyo destroyed half of Nerima from episode 3. We know that they married and had a son from our files I and the Wanderer, and so on. But nothing else. Jason Langlois noticed this vacancy in my storyline, and asked to write the tale. I agreed for two reasons. First, I was glad to have that load off my own back, and secondly, he seemed extremely enthusiastic about the whole idea. As soon as I received the first partial draft, it was I who was blubbering with excitement. Jaiko's storytelling is wonderful, thorough and sentimental, but ruthless when it has to be. He understands the characters, and likes them, but, as he mentions in the author's notes, he realizes he must put them through some difficult times for the sake of the plot. So, he does it as best he can, keeping Ukiyo and Ryuga completely in character through the aftermath of the death of Ranma and Akane, down to their marriage, past the birth of Kyoku and into Ukiyo's entrance into the sanatorium. The work is beautiful, read it, and you won't regret it. There's not much more I can say, really, so I think I'll stand back now, and let the text speak for itself. Christopher Wilmore, December 5, 1996. Offer single quote S note. The following brackets are used to express the ideals in those brackets: less than thought, greater than asterisk spirit or imagined / dream voice asterisk dream asterisk equals spiral equals a Ranma 2096 side story by Jason L. Langlois less than Jason Langlois Unisys.com greater than edited by Christopher Wilmore _R 2096 characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's Land. Kwanji Ukiyo stared down at the darkened streets of Nerima. She hadn't had a customer in the 3 weeks since She didn't want to think about it. Too much had changed since that time. The Kunyus were never out of that mansion of theirs. Shampoo, mousse, and cologne had gone off to China. Shampoo did have to be sedate and in cat form before they left, and Ryuga was nowhere to be seen, as usual. She felt for him the most. He probably hadn't even heard the news. She forced her mind away from that subject, only to have it turn directly to the Tenbos. She hadn't seen them since, for a very long time. But that wasn't exactly true. Kasumi had come a week and a half ago to see if Ukiyo was okay. But to Ukiyo, she had seemed harder. Oh, she was still Kasumi, still as kind and gentle as ever, but it was almost as if instead of it being the driving force behind her, it was now a shield to protect her. Her eyes had lost the spark that made her kindness nourishing. Even so, Ukiyo had been happy to see her. No one else had visited her since. For days. Kasumi said she had been checking on all of Ranma and Akane's friends to let them know that the Tendo family was available if they had needed anything. But something in her eyes had betrayed itself to Yukayu. Although she didn't know it, she asked the one question no one in their grief had thought to ask Kasumi. Kasumi, are you okay? Kasumi stopped then from going out the door. One hand braced her on the door frame while the other flew up to her mouth. Her body, which had been stiff when she came in, began to shake violently as a muffled sob escaped from the confines of her hand. Yukai walked over and embraced Kasumi, who began to shake all the harder. For a while, there were only heart-wrenched sobs to break the silence. Then, from out of nowhere, one phrase cut through. "It's all my fault, Yukayu." Yukai's eyes went wide with unparalleled shock. She gently pushed Kasumi up to try to look into the eyes that were now avoiding her own. "What are you talking about?" she asked, somewhat louder than she had planned. Kasumi didn't flinch. "It's all my fault." She was calm and collected, as if reciting facts from a book. "If I'd been there for her, if I'd seen the signs, maybe." She trailed off, tears still flowing down her now stonily passive face. "I wasn't there for her, Yukayu." Yukayu took Kasumi's face in her hands. "Listen to me, Kasumi," she said as firmly as her shaking voice would allow. "What Akane did was not your fault. None of us saw what she was going through." Yukayu could see Kasumi's recaptured calm beginning to break again. Something inside of her told her to keep pushing. "Akane didn't reach out to us." She kept her anger inside. "That anger is what killed her. Not you, not me. Her anger. That's what drove her to do those horrible things, got that?" Yukai was nearly hysterical herself, and forced her calm facade back onto her face. Kasumi was crying, holding to Yukai for dear life. "It's just so hard." Yukai stroked her hair. "I know, honey, but we have to be strong. It's okay to be sad, and it's okay to grieve, but we cannot blame ourselves. It's what they both would have wanted." Kasumi nodded, and wiped her eyes, and gave Yukayu another long hug. "Thank you, Yukayu. I think I needed to hear that." Yukayu smiled and walked Kasumi to the door. But her words, the words that had comforted Kasumi so much, haunted her thoughts for the rest of the night. They plagued her the following week, and they drove her to tears now as easily as before. Less than a single quote s what they both would have wanted greater than asterisk. The words broke through the barrier she had erected in the last week, for fear her sanity would give way under her like sand in the desert. Less than they both would have greater than the memory, too long held that day, struck her with snarling vengeance. Ran-chan was gone. taken from her by someone she hadn't even seen. And to make matters worse, it was a ghost that killed him. Not a creature she could hunt down, not a person she could seek vengeance on. A ghost. Akane had explained it all in graphic detail, in a cold, quiet voice that should have warned Yukio of what was to come. In that respect, the ghost hadn't just taken her Ran-chan, it had taken her best friend. The only real friend she felt she had since she had come to Nerima. Akane had jumped off of a bridge on the day of the funeral, after having killed Mumber Yukio refused to dishonor her friend's memory by associating those acts with her. Akane's words flowed through Yukio's mind like ghosts, salting the wound these memories had viciously reopened. Asterisk, he laughed at me. Yukio. He took my soul away, destroyed all my chances at happiness, and then he laughed at me. Tears splashed down on her clothing, as they had for many days now, until she had been afraid she would dry up and blow away. This time she let them come, didn't try to wipe them away or force them back into her eyes. She didn't sob, she just let the tears flow. Then, she heard the scream. It started low, barely audible, and welled up in both volume and pitch until it seemed it was in her very backyard. She raced down the stairs and almost out the front door to investigate, but the sounds of struggle and wood breaking from her training area halted her. It was in her backyard. She crouched and scuttled toward the door, and the cries of anguish made themselves clearer as the crunch sound of her targets being ripped apart began to subside. She was almost at the door, and the sound almost abated, when a heavy, screamed "No!" pierced the air, and the battle resumed. Suddenly, she knew who the assailant was. She ran outside and saw the imposing, flaming figure striking out at whatever was in reach. Breath filled her lungs, and she steeled herself for confrontation. Ouga! The crazed, desperate eyes of Hibiki Ryuga practically struck Yukio, as if they themselves held the power of a ki blast. She stepped back involuntarily as he stumbled toward her, worn out from whatever demons he had battled, both here and wherever he had come from. Tears flowed down his face, and for a moment Yukio felt for him. His raspy voice barely touched her ears. Akane's dead. She nodded slowly, not wanting to entice him to release a ki blast. The battlelords surrounding him already threatened to tear up half of Tokyo. She could feel the heat from him as a palpable force, cause sweat to form and bid on her brow. Then she felt the heat rise. "Where is he?" He rasped, the repeated, louder, "Where is he?" When Yukio shook her head, he lunged toward her, stopping only when he was inches from her face. "Where's our enemy? Why couldn't he protect her? I'll kill that bastard with my bare hands." Yukio's eyes narrowed in fury. "How dare you!" Her hand reached back, and she slapped Ryuga for all she was worth. Her hand burned, both from the contact and the ki energy boiling from his body. "You jackass! Ranma's dead, and all you can worry about is your vengeance? She began to beat hard on his chest. You bastard! He's the reason I can. She was halted by the horrified look in his eyes. He's Ranma's. Oh my God! He sank to the ground and began to weep with utter abandon. His ki energy abated, drained by the lack of anger needed to focus its manifestation. He sunk to his knees as tears streamed down his face, and looked up at Yukayu. How? She shook her head, her own tears and racking sobs forcing any answer back the way it would have come. She, too, fell to her knees and hugged Ryugi as he wept. Together, the shared pain became less, and the night seemed, if not welcome, then bearable. Yukaku stood in a dark void, shapes blurred unrecognizably. Her heart beat in anticipation of what she knew she was about to see. She didn't know how she knew, but she did know she was terrified of it, and tried to block it out by squeezing her eyes shut. The images remained, actually growing clearer, and her blood ran cold inside her. Less than a single quote been here before. This is where ... greater than as if responding to her, the image sharpened terrifyingly fast, and she saw the events of that dreadful October night in brutal clarity. Akane and Ranma were crouched low, in balanced fighting stances, Ranma shouting defiantly at a glowing, translucent shape before them. Yukayu ran toward them, shouting at them to run, to get away. As always, as she knew what happened, her friends didn't hear her. But the ghost did, and that _ was a surprise to Yukayu. It looked at her. It recognized her, stopping her flight with his look alone. It grinned evilly at her. With an upward gesture from the spirit, Ranma was lifted off the ground, red energy tearing at his body. He screamed in pain and terror, echoed by Akane. Yukayu was too stunned to scream. The body slammed to the ground, unmoving. Akane screamed his name, tears flowing down her face as she ran to him, put his head in her lap, stroked the smooth hair, pleading with him to get up, for God's sake. Ranma was still, and Yukayu knew why. She'd seen it before. Akane watched in horror as the body floated up, a new form coming loose from Ranma's charred and broken body. Ranma-chan, the one that the spirit had wantonly killed for, floated to the first ghost with a look of pure rapture as Ranma's body slammed one last time to the ground. It had been, too much for Akane. She screamed something intelligible and struck, her legs coiling, then releasing like a cobra, her mallet flying toward her foes. The ghost laughed its ghostly laugh. Then it struck at Akane, with the same blast that had taken Ranma's life. Yukayu screamed as Akane hit the floor. Then, in her dreaming mind, she knew it was over. She waited for the release of waking up. But it wasn't over. The ghost floated to Akane, and whispered something in her unconscious ear. Impossibly, they were next at the Tendo house, and Yukayu was seeing new images. Images she shouldn't have seen. Tako's eyes, the legend who had called forth the demon who killed Ranma, dead, at Akane's feet. Akane, running in fear, in pain, in desperate madness. Then, through Akane's eyes, falling, water all around, but not struggling. And in the background, the spirit's laughter, congratulating Akane, and then addressing Yukayu. You, too, shall fall. The image spiraled away, but the laughter did not stop. Yukai's eyes snapped open and she sat bolt upright in her bed. She put a shaking hand to her chest, trying desperately to calm her ragged breathing. Less than the same dream. It's only the same dream. A little different. That's all. Greater than her thoughts did nothing to calm her fears. They never did. Her eyes darted around the room, until they fell on Ryuga, huddled in a corner of her room, sleeping fitfully. She briefly wondered if it were all a dream. Even this, when vivid memory of the night before flooded past the cobwebs of sleep into her aware mind. Her hand went to her mouth as she remembered her finally being able to tell him everything, literally forcing it past tears at times, at others having to wait until he had again stopped weeping. The news that Akane had taken her own life hit him the hardest. Together they had wept on, screamed at, and held on to the other for the better part of the night. When they had exhausted themselves of their shared grief, Yukayu had found she didn't want to be alone. She'd asked Ryuga to stay the night. Having nowhere else to go, he agreed. She watched him sleep. His face was still contorted from grief, and every once in a while a tongue of yellow-green fire would spring from his still form as his despair manifested itself as key. With a start, as if he knew eyes were watching him, he awoke. His eyes were red with the night before's tears, and his face betrayed his heavy heart. But when he saw it was Yukayu, he relaxed, if only a little. Morning, he slurred sleepily. In truth, it looked as if he had gotten no sleep at all. Yukayu knew she didn't look any better. Still, to lighten the already too depressing mood, she quipped, "It's afternoon." Ryuga just looked at the clock. So it is. The day wore on into evening. Ryuga prepared to leave, his heart obviously still heavy. To Yukai's own amazement, she found she didn't want him to. "Where will you go?" she asked, not quite willing to face him as he packed. "I don't know. Wherever I end up, I guess. Believe it or not, I've never actually tried to get lost," he finished, with a grin that only managed to expose the tip of one fang. Yukayu turned to face him. She, too, wore a sad little grin. "If you're trying to get lost, sugar, you'll only end up back here." "Shut up," he whispered. But the small glint in his eyes let Yukayu know he wasn't angry. He turned to her suddenly and gave her a quick hug before he spun to run out the door. Half an hour later, Yukai's prophecy came true. He knocked on the back door of Uken's 4 directions. Yukai laughed for the first time in 3 weeks. Ryuga, for his part, blushed and turned to go. Ryuga, Yukayu called to him softly. He turned, slightly confused and still embarrassed. Yukayu blushed lightly. Don't go. Double quote asterisk 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 asterisk. The next month, they found at last the mutual courage to visit the graves. They had been inseparable for that entire time, acting as one another's conscience, confidant, and friend. They walked up the path together on that cold December day, each one's stomach churning along with their minds, each one dreading the emotions they knew would overwhelm them. They approached the stone markers with trepidation, and laid the incense and flowers down next to the names. They paid their homage to the two souls they had each cared most about, then paid homage to their respective rivals. Yukayu was calm inside. She had fought too long against her emotions to break down now. Ryuga was another story. Yukayu didn't notice until she heard sobs next to her. Ryuga had his hand on Ranma's name as if he could erase it with his bare hand and therefore bring Ranma back. Tears were running down his face, washing the gravestone. If only I'd been there. Maybe I could have helped. Ranma. Akane. I'm so sorry. Yukayu pulled Ryuga to her and let him weep against her chest. It's okay, Ryuga honey. It's going to be okay. Double quote asterisk 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 asterisk. Yukayu single quote. As night was wonderful. Ryuga was caressing her gently, holding her from behind, his hot breath comforting on the back of her neck. I should hurry, Yukayu-chan. Yukayu smiled. Darkness crept behind them. A shape reached out of the darkness, almost passing through Ryuga, before he jumped out of the way. Asterisk you have what I want. Hibiki exclamation point asterisk. Yukayu's head shook in terror. No! Ranma had what you wanted. Ryuga dropped into a defensive stance in front of his beloved. Get out of here. Leave Yukayu alone. The ghost smiled at the lost boys. Asterisk oh, and I shall. He lifted a hand, red, angry energy flying from it and slamming Ryuga in the chest. Ryuga flew through the air and crashed down, unmoving, smoldering, dead. Yukayu rushed to him, cradling his bloody head in her lap, weeping bitter tears. Ryuga, not you. Not you. She shook him violently, as if the motion would make him open his eyes. Don't leave me. Damn it. I need you. Her shaking slowed, then stopped as the reality of it sunk in. I need you. Double quote asterisk 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 asterisk. Yukayu awoke, instinctively calling Ryuga's name. Then she remembered. He was gone. Less than we single quote been together for 6 months. He's so greater than she couldn't remember how it had all started. It actually seemed as if it had always been this way, at times. Not that this time was one of them. Ryo-chan was missing. _again_. She paced back and forth, slightly worried since he'd been gone for 6 days this time. Sometimes she'd think she'd gotten over his lack of direction, but when he was gone for days at a time, like this, then Then, she didn't know why she bothered worrying. Less than a single quote, not like he hasn't been lost before. Ryuga's been wandering his whole life! Greater than, but Kwanji Yukayu was worried. She kept having a painfully vivid nightmare of Ryuga being stalked by a ghost piglet. She worried about losing him. Worried he might be hurt. Worried that he'd left her. That was it. The real reason for her fears, and tears began to flow as she remembered. Less than if he doesn't come back, it'll be all my fault. Greater than left square bracket and single quotes. 6 days ago Ryuga had woken up cheerful this morning, quite a change from his usual depressed state. Yukayu put a plate of breakfast okonomiyaki in front of him with a smile and chirped a bright good morning. The lost boy dug into the okonomiyaki with a fervor she had only seen with one other customer, Ran-chan. She smiled at him as she made her own breakfast, a routine she had fallen into without any desire to get out of it. When she thought about it, he was very much like her lost love. He was an avid martial artist, a big eater, sometimes a little slow when it came to romance, at least, he had been out. And she still had to keep a kettle of hot water on the stove, just in case. When he had finished, he cleaned up after himself, handed her the plate, kissed her hand, causing Yukayu to blush mightily, and whispered clearly, "Thanks, Akane." Yukayu's heart had grown cold, as the words, whispered in love, both fulfilled her dreams and shattered her. She had begun to tremble. Ryuga grabbed her hand again. "Yukayu, what's wrong?" Her eyes filled with tears. She looked up at him, angry at him for reminding her of that name. "Don't you ever call me that," she hissed. Ryuga looked confused. "Huh? Akane, what are you talking about? I said don't call me that." She screamed at him, and slapped him in the face, so hard it whipped his head around. He turned back toward her, the hurt in his eyes as vivid as the glowing palm print on his face. They looked at each other in silence for a few minutes, while she tried to gather the courage to admit she'd been wrong, to tell him she was sorry she'd hit him. But the memories, the outrage. She couldn't forgive him. She just couldn't. That name wasn't for him to use. It just wasn't. Ryuga finally turned and left into the street, running at full speed. Yukayu stared at her hand for minutes before she realized he'd run off. She bolted to the door, knowing it was probably already too late to catch him, but wanting desperately to apologize, explain, and most of all not be alone. After too many tries, she crumpled to the floor, and wept. "Ryuga, I'm so sorry. Double quote asterisk. Now, 6 days later, he still hadn't come home. The worry had become a private hell for Yukayu. Less than you lost one love, and drove the other away. Greater than Yukayu heard a scratching at the front door. She walked quickly to the door, not realizing that she was holding her breath until she let it out. until she saw what was making the noise. In the rain, shivering from cold, stood a small black piglet, dragging a little satchel behind him by a string. "Ryuga!" Yukaiu cried, scooping the little pig up into her arms and holding him tightly. He seemed to tense up, and then relaxed into the hug, hugging her back by snuggling against her. Yukaiu put him down, holding back tears, and ran into the kitchen. There, she grabbed the ever-present kettle of water and a bundle of clothing from under the sink, then ran back into the dining area to a patiently waiting Ryuga. She poured the water on him and turned around, allowing him to get dressed. She didn't turn back to him until he tapped her on the shoulder. After that, she couldn't hold herself back. She grabbed onto him, crying into his chest. Ryuga, I'm so sorry. When you called me that, it hurt so much." Ryuga stroked her hair more gently than someone who was supposed to hate her, shushing her lightly. When her crying began to subside, he whispered, "I understand." Yukaiu looked up at him, her tear-filled eyes both happy and surprised. "You do?" He smiled sadly at her. "I do now. I didn't when it happened. I had only called you." Yukaiu's eyes narrowed slightly. "I only called you that because I thought it would make you happy." Yukaiu began to tremble again, on the verge of tears. He put a gentle finger to her lips before she could apologize again. "SHH, let me finish. I was hurt when you hit me, and I ran out because I didn't want to yell, or anything like that. When I was outside, I got splashed. To make a long story short, I ended up near the Tenbos." Yukaiu could feel him tense up against her, but she didn't try to interrupt. The gate was open, and I walked in, just like I always would. Kasumi was there, and she saw me. And she came up to me and started to cry. And it was obviously a painful memory for him still as the words caught in his throat, but he went on anyway. She picked me up and held me, and said, "Oh, P-chan." She couldn't say anything else, she just said P-chan over and over, and each time it was like she was stabbing me in the gut. Anyway, he straightened then, trying to compose himself. After I was able to get away, I just thought about it for the longest time. If I felt like that because Kasumi called me, what Akane always called me. Yukaiu, I'm sorry. I just didn't realize. Yukaiu squeezed him tighter. SHH, Ryo-chan, you had no reason to be sorry. They held each other for a long time, then Ryuga looked at her, blushing. Yukaiu? She looked into his eyes. I'm hungry. He blushed a deep shade of red as Yukaiu giggled. So that's why you came back, HM? She teased, jumping over the counter to start up her grill. As he ate the hot okonomiyaki, he smiled up at her. Thanks, Oko-chan. When her face turned thoughtful, he tensed. Oko-chan? Why Oko-chan? Well, it's because you cook okonomiyaki and it's a nickname, and it's just silly nevermind haha. Ryuga stammered, red-faced. in her seeming disappointment, until she beamed. I like it. Oko-chan. After dinner and clean-up, Ryugu went to the satchel he had dragged as P-chan from God's New World. From the small bundle, he pulled a tiny little box. Looking down at it, his back still to Yukayu, who was cleaning the grill, he knew he was going to do the right thing. Yukayu? He spoke, softly, as he turned. Yukayu smiled at her grill, too happy at having him home to look up. Yes, Ryo-chan. A shiny, round object slid into her vision, stopping her methodical movements and sending her heart pounding through her chest. It's not the biggest, or the best, but, will you? Yukayu began to cry, instantly sending Ryugu into a panic. I'm sorry, oh, God, Yukayu. Yukayu leapt over his grill and counter, hugging him fiercely. Yes. Oh, Ryo-chan. They spent that night in each other's arms. To those who thought they knew the couple, this wedding had been long enough in coming. To the couple themselves, it was still kind of surprising it was happening at all. They certainly wouldn't have believed it would have happened 3 years ago. Yukayu sat in the small area of her restaurant set aside for her to wait for the ceremony to begin. Her hands nervously wiped themselves down the wedding kimono she wore, having agreed with Ryugu that a traditional Japanese ceremony was best. Less than after all, greater than ran through both their minds. Less than we ray not in enough of a hurry to try a Western ceremony. Greater than Yukayu had almost giggled aloud when she thought of who would been in such a hurry. But that almost happy thought quickly turned into one of melancholy. Kasumi walked into the room, glowing with happiness and pride. To Yukayu, she had every right to be proud. She had recently won the heart of Dr. Tofu. They were going to get married in the next 2 months, and Yukayu was grateful that Kasumi had taken time out of her own busy schedule to help with the chef's wedding. Yukayu, Kasumi said softly, proudly, you look so beautiful. Yukayu smiled a small, nervous smile. Thank you. I doubt I could look even presentable without your help, Kasumi. Kasumi smiled again, and helped Yukayu straighten out a few minor wrinkles that had appeared since Yukayu started thinking about her 2 lost friends. Finally, Kasumi, noticing Yukayu's distraction, took her hands. Yukayu looked up at the older Tendo in surprise. Yukayu, Kasumi began, as gently and lovingly as she had done everything in her life. Almost 3 years ago, you helped me with something. Now it's my turn. Kasumi softly brushed Yukayu's cheek. You're thinking about what Ranma and Akane would think if they were here, aren't you? Yukayu, again surprised, only nodded. Kasumi smiled. I think they would be happy for you. Ryugu is such a nice man, and he was always a good friend to Ranma and Akane both. Yukayu softly choked back a laugh. If you really only knew, Kasumi asterisk, but Kasumi proved that she had. Yes, Ranma and Ryuga thought a lot, and mostly over Akane, but they both looked out for each other, too. Yukaiu stared at Kasumi, not realizing it, the surprise rapidly turning to shock. Kasumi giggled slightly. Come, Yukaiu, you didn't think I didn't see, did you? Yukaiu, too, giggled despite herself. Well, you never seem to be bothered by anything. They had a nice laugh, the nervous tension draining from Yukaiu's shoulders. Kasumi continued. Ryuga is a nice man. He was always there for Akane. If not as Ryuga, then as P-chan. Yukaiu stopped smiling and blanched. Why dead? How did you know? Kasumi smiled again, her ever-innocent eyes revealing no animosity toward Yukaiu's soon-to-be husband. I think it was last year. I was hanging up some clothes when I spotted Akane's pet. I picked him up and began to cry on him, saying his name over and over. When I let him go, I knew that it was really Ryuga. Kasumi's smile turned a little sad, but not angry, as Yukaiu expected. Yukaiu swallowed hard. But how? Well, when I let him go, he began to walk away slowly. Up until then, I'd never seen a big claw with key before. Kasumi blushed slightly. I'm sorry, Yukaiu. I've obviously upset you. Yukaiu smiled nervously. No, Kasumi, don't go. I'll be okay, and I don't want to be alone. Kasumi sat back down, and the conversation turned to the wedding about to begin. Yukaiu's mind flew through the wedding and reception afterward, allowing her to enjoy it without dwelling on it too much. The guests, the ceremony, the kimono, all seemed to conspire to overwhelm her, but she was able to smile at the guests without being completely swamped. Before long, it was only her and Ryuga left. The couple looked at each other, the trying day behind him. Ryuga still looked as if he'd faint, or at least fall over. He walked to Yukaiu and gently wrapped his arms around her. Busy day? Northeast? Oko-chan? Yukaiu smiled softly into his chest, still desperately trying to lose the nagging doubt that something was wrong. Less than a single quote S only wedding day jitters ... greater than, but despite all of her efforts, she couldn't relax in her new husband's arms. Ryuga somehow knew. Are you alright, Yukaiu? Yukaiu smiled and stammered. Hi, Ryo-chan. I'm only a little tired. Ryuga smiled a sweet smile at her. Come, then, let's go to bed. He picked her up and carried her easily up the stairs of the hookah. At the top of the stairs, he turned left. Ryo-chan? Our room's that way. Double quote asterisk 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 asterisk. The night was empty and gray, and fear was tangible. Yukaiu watched the scene again, her mind reeling, her body straining to react to forces that were beyond her control. The ghost was back. She watched in silence as he destroyed Ranma, forced Akane off the bridge. Then, To her horror, he didn't disappear. He blasted Kasumi into a wall, shattering bones. He literally tore Nebiki to shreds, her screams echoing in Yukai's dreams. He tore Ryuga from her arms, dragging him to an ungodly darkness, dragging him away. He blew her restaurant to smithereens as she battled against him, ineffectually. Finally, when she thought she was most alone, he advanced on her own pregnant form, his face clouded, indiscernible, but smiling an evil smile. Oh, no. We can't have an unstable wench like you raising _child_ now. Can we ? He reached inside of her, and pulled her baby out of her, its screeching cries fading as he disappeared from sight. Double quote asterisk 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 Yukai gasped, pulled upright in her bed, and frantically put her hand to her swollen belly. She felt her baby kick, and her heartbeat almost faded to normal. Oh, Ryuga, I had the most horrible dream. She looked over to where her husband lay, and he wasn't there. Her heartbeat jumped back into its panicked speed. Ryuga. She jumped from the bed, trembling, and stumbled out the door, all the while hoarsely whispering for her lost husband. Her voice, though she tried to force it to, would not raise its volume. She heard a thump in the closet, and then saw the closet door slowly open. She huddled in a corner of the hallway, too terrified to move, too frozen to cry out. A shape the size of a man slowly crawled from the closet door. Oko-chan? Her tear-filled eyes widened. Ryo-chan? He walked into a stream of moonlight and caught her as she bounded to him and clutched to his chest. Oh, Oko-chan. Another bad dream? She nodded against his chest as he picked her pregnant form up and, with her directions, carried her to bed. As she calmed, she whispered angrily at him, "Where were you?" He stroked her hair, used to her foul temper after these nightmares. "I had to go to the bathroom. I didn't want to wake you, but I couldn't find the room again." Yukai's anger faded. It wasn't his fault he got lost for days at a time. It wasn't his fault that there were times when she had to run the restaurant alone, or that she would spend weeks without him. None of it was his fault. Somehow, it was hers. Ryuga stroked her hair, speaking in soft, smooth tones. He cradled her in his arms, almost rocking her, promising that he was trying so hard to conquer his directional sense. Soon, her eyes began to droop, lost in the sweet soft tones of her Ryo-chan, remembering life she loved him, life she married him. She drifted off to a thankfully dreamless sleep. Asterisk 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 by some miracle, Ryuga was there when the baby arrived. Dr. Tofu urged Yukai to push, just one more time. Less than a single quote has been just one more time 3 times now, greater than she thought nervously through her pain. Less than is there something wrong with the baby ? Greater than finally she felt the sudden emptiness that marked her child, the little one she'd carried for 9 months, leaving her belly. She smiled, but couldn't help feeling a little lonely. Ryuga squeezed her hand and smiled through the mask at her, then glanced at the baby. Yukai noticed him blanch. "Oh, God, what's wrong?" In a blur of motion, Dr. Tofu rushed the baby to a nearby table. Yukai's frantic eyes followed the doctor, and noticed the bluish tinge to the baby. He wasn't crying, and Tofu was working in frantic efficiency. "Doctor, what's wrong?" Ryuga asked, his voice falsely steady, his hand squeezing Yukai's in support now, rather than joy. "The baby isn't breathing." The doctor trailed off as his concentration gave way fully to saving the child's life. Yukai stared on in horror. Her nightmares were coming true before her eyes. Ryuga was gone now more often than not. It was getting harder and harder to keep her shop open. And the last thing, the thing she was afraid to tell, even to Ryuga. She was seeing the ghost while she was awake. The thought that she was going crazy chilled her bones, and terrified her to the depths of her soul. She watched as the doctor's confident hands worked on her baby that not hours before had seemed so lively. She began to weep, losing all hope of holding her own child in her arms, when it appeared, filling her with dread. The ghost from her dreams was bent over her baby. Her body cried out in agony, but her throat was so constricted that breath hardly passed through. She stole a glance at her husband, but his gaze was locked on Tofu and the baby. He hadn't seen. Knowing she had to do something, her hand went to the small throwing spatula she kept with her, always, and wrapped around it. The baby's cry froze her arm before she had a chance to throw it. The ghost disappeared. Dr. Tofu relaxed, and Ryuga's hand went limp in hers as he, too, began to weep. They held each other tightly, almost laughing hysterically at times. Then the doctor wrapped the baby in a blanket and carried him over to the expectant couple. Yukai reached her arms out, nervously eager. The horror of her vision temporarily washed away in the joy of motherhood. Ryuga placed a gentle hand on her shoulder as she held her little one, her son, as the doctor had said, and watched him begin to sleep away his tiring ordeal. Dr. Tofu smiled at the new parents, always happy to see joy in these two particular faces. "What will you name him, Hibiki-san?" Ryuga's face went blank and he looked to Yukai. Yukai smiled sadly at the baby, the vision and its implications settling into her mind. "We'll name him Kyoku*. Less than because they are what is haunting me. Greater than ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** asterisk 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 Yukai stood before the creature, her spatula ready in her tense arms. Get away from my husband, get away from my restaurant, and get away from my baby. The ghost before her blinked in surprise, then callously laughed at her attempt to thwart it. Asterisk you are nothing to me. Book and single quote exclamation point asterisk that name. He dared to use that name against her. With a cry of rage, Her spatula came down on the ghost's head. The ghost gasped in surprise as he was smashed to the ground by the large blade, and began to bleed red energy. Then the energy focused in the eyes. The ghost ray inflated itself to full height, a tower of red and black energy. Yukaiu flinched and tightened her grip on the spatula. The ghost disarmed her with a swipe. Asterisk you arrogant fool exclamation point asterisk it advanced on her, energy literally flying off of it in the spirit's rage. Asterisk I will destroy you. Insolent whelp exclamation point asterisk Yukaiu's arm tensed, her spatula shuriken flying from her fingertips. You have destroyed me, monster. I'm losing everything all because of you. The creature burned the spatula in the air. Asterisk no, woman. You only think you've lost everything exclamation point asterisk in a fiery blur. He was on her son, draining the life from him. Ryugu was a charge shaped on the ground just as quickly. Kyoku. Ryuga. Then the spirit was on her, and the world filled with red and black dot asterisk 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 Her eyes snapped open, and Yukaiu once again cursed the morning. In the crib next to her bed, Kyoku's lower lip began to tremble. Yukaiu got out of the futon slowly, cooing a gentle lullaby out of instinct. It's okay, little one. Mama just had a very scary dream. Hearing the soft tones of his mother soothed 1-year-old Kyoku, and he began to sleep once again. Yukaiu looked out the window of her apartment. The sun was high in the sky, and something wasn't quite right. Oh, my God. It's afternoon exclamation point greater than she began to get dressed to open the restaurant. And stopped, holding back tears. I've lost it. I've lost the restaurant topped greater than she began to cry quietly, careful not to wake the baby. How could I have let myself go like that? Why didn't I ask Ryo-chan for help greater than her tears abated as she came to terms with her pain. There was nothing left to do but to take care of the baby and wait for Ryuga to come home. He'll be able to handle it. He's always there when he can be dopped greater than asterisk no. He isn't T asterisk Yukaiu whirled toward her baby's crib. There, in the shadows behind the crib was the object of her nightmares. The creature that took Ran-chan and Akane, and started her down this long and lonely spiral of despair. Yukaiu dashed to the closet and grabbed her spatula, shrugging into the bandolier of throwing spats. The ghost laughed as she swung madly at it, trying to maneuver it away from the baby, then trying to fling it out of her life. Bastard! Bastard! I'll kill you! Asterisk you can't kill me, Fukin! I'm already dead exclamation point asterisk the spirit laughed mercilessly as it floated out the window. Without a second thought, Yukaiu flung herself out and chased it down the fire escape. The battle raged, the spirit laughing and dodging, Yukaiu swinging and throwing miniature versions of her giant spatula, all trying to eradicate this monster, the demon from her life. The demon that took her first love. The demon that made her lose her restaurant. The demon that almost took her little son. The demon that made her drive her husband away. The demon that left her alone. She was vaguely aware of people now, some throwing themselves before her, trying to stop her. Couldn't they see the evil in front of her? Didn't they know she had to stop this monster? Violently, she tore through the people trying to stop her, only half registering the thuds of people who had gotten in her way. Follow me, who can? This way. Not much further now! Less than a single quote taunting me. Damn it, he's taunting me! Greater than Yukaiu flew through the streets of Nirima, desperately trying to end the existence of the floating form before her. The form jumped backward, laughing at her attempts to flip the smile off of its face with her giant spatula. I killed him. _chan single quote comma the eerie voice intoned. I killed him, and took him away from you, and you'll never have him back! Yukaiu's spatula burned a blur through the air, crossing in front of her as she struck at the menace again and again. I don't care if you _a ghost. I'll destroy you, you bastard. The crowd fled, panicking, from Yukaiu. They had no idea who she was angry at, or at whom she was screaming obscenities. All they knew was that the once kind Yukaiu had gone on a rampage. The first few who had tried to calm her had fallen hard, cut by her throwing spatula, or their heads almost caved in by the larger version. From everywhere came the cry, "Hibiki Yukaiu has gone mad." She had torn a path of destruction from Ukans all the way to the business section of Nirima. There, in her vision, the ghost stopped, and laughed. Yukaiu, darling. How would you like to see your dearest Ranchan again? Yukaiu stopped then, her eyes narrowing. What do you mean? See Ranchan again? The spirit laughed, reached behind him, and pulled. Less than deity ... Greater than Ranma's battered form appeared before her as if by magic. Yukaiu clutched her spatula in her trembling hands, burning with fury at the being before her. What are you doing with him? He died years ago. An evil look crossed the spirit's face. He was so amusing when he was alive. I decided to have more fun with him. You can't tag him. She screamed at a being the police couldn't see. The policeman hung back, not willing to startle this madwoman before them. Besides, none of them had any desire to see the business end of her spatula. To Yukaiu, Ranma was reaching for her, pleading with his eyes and voice. _Chan. Help. Please ... Her eyes widened in her fury and desperation, and she lunged to grab Ranma away from the evil hands, but succeeded only in passing right through them both. Ranma began to scream in agony as painfully red energy transferred itself from the ghost who had taken Ranma's life to Ranma's own battered soul. "Let him go!" Yukaitu screamed in rage, swinging her spatula through the pair. The spirit, no, demon, locked her eyes. The time has come to dispense with the child's play. Northeast. _chant single quote question mark * the spirit list, pronouncing the last word as a curse. You spend _years wasting your heart on this worm, knowing he didn't return your affections. Yukaitu staggered back, shaking her head. You wasted the time you could have had with Akane fighting with her, and then had the nerve to call her your _best _friend only after she's gone! Yukaitu staggered as a vision of a heartbroken Akane stepped beside the ghost. You marry a man, child with him, out of your own fear of being alone, only to drive him away! Ryuga's weeping face floated between Ranma and Akane, the hurt in his eyes burning her with its intensity. You are a pathetic fool, who deserves to be alone! Ryuga's image vanished suddenly, embodying her worst fear, and causing her to gasp in grief. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Around her, the police saw she was giving up steam. The first line of them slowly stalked toward her. They didn't notice the bluish-green tinge around her. The ghost picked up both Akane and Ranma and held them high in the air by their throats, ignoring their struggles. You don't deserve even happy memories of these two, Chan. Your life is a waste, a pathetic existence! The red energy flared from his arms and writhed through the two embodiments of Yukai's happier life. With a scream that shattered the air, Ranma and Akane disintegrated into a ghostly cloud. The spirit, laughing at Yukai's pain, disappeared from sight. Then there was silence, broken moments later by the spiritual crunch of a heart breaking, and the wet air of a soul torn in two. Yukaiu began to wail in the pent-up grief of 4 long years. Her body glowed, noticeably now, with a violent blue-green aura. As the scream continued, she raised her hands and spatula in the air, only desiring to release her grief, escape the pain of the visions she had just seen. A bright ball of energy glowed about her hands. The police had almost reached her when, with a final screech, she released it into the air. Years of grief, pain, and sorrow burst into the air to hover hundreds of feet over the Okonomiyaki cliff. Then, as her head bowed in exhaustion, it crashed down to earth again. Yukaiu, for the first time in her life, had performed the ultimate Shishihukoden. The shock struck the ground and rolled in wave upon wave along it, blowing the policemen surrounding her back with it. Yukaiu, in the center, sat almost unaffected, but the shock wave began to tear apart the nearby buildings. As it subsided, she collapsed in the middle of a wasteland. She looked up at the torn streets, the battered shops and signs. The people, moaning in pain, holding their heads or stomachs or arms, bleeding. Less than I did. At question mark greater than, oh, God. What have I done? The 2nd Division of Police, a special force designated to handle special problems, stalked toward her. She raised her head to see them coming, but had not strength left to defend herself. She watched as the burly men were almost upon her. Then, in the corner of her eyes, saw the blurs, yellow blurs, that knocked 2 of the 7 away. Shishihoukan. A blast of energy flung 2 others back into a crumpling wall. Yukaihu saw a blur of black and yellow land before her, and then strike at the ground. PAKSAIDNKDSU. The ground exploded in a radius around them, toppling the last 3. One of the men, the largest, got up and made a mad grab at Yukaihu. A red blur caught him in the arms, bringing forth a crunch and scream of pain. Then, a flash of fang, a low, menacing growl. Leave my wife alone. Yukaihu looked up to her savior. Ryuga stood between her and the rest of the men, his umbrella in his hand, pointing at the large policeman, who was cradling his broken arm. The men who were left conscious backed away. Ryuga bent down, scooped her up, and walked away into the sunset. She snuggled against her husband's chest. I knew he was wrong about you. Ryuga pulled her to him gently. Are you okay? When she nodded, he gently kissed her forehead. Let's get you home, Oko-chan. Yukaihu snuggled to Ryuga, then giggled. Ryo-chan? Home's that way. Double quote asterisk 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 asterisk. The next day, Ryuga answered a knock on the door. Men in white uniforms pushed their way past, and walked toward Yukaihu. Ryuga dashed in front of them, blocking their way to his wife. Don't even think about it. Hibiki-san, your wife is responsible for a major destruction. She has been summarily tried, and deemed in need of psychiatric evaluation, for her own good, and that of the people. If you do not allow us to escort her away, we will use force. The uniformed policeman unholstered his nightstick and pointed at Ryuga. In a blur of motion, Ryuga's hand snapped to his head and came down. The front half of the nightstick clattered to the ground, and Ryuga's bandana whirled in his hand. Get out of my house and leave my wife alone. The men surrounded Ryuga and began to close in. Just as Ryuga prepared to strike out, Yukaihu cried out, Stop! They stopped, Ryuga whirling around. They want to take you away from me. I can't. Yukaihu smiled a sad smile. They're right, Ryuga. I need help. It's okay, sugar. It'll only be for a little while. Ryuga's shoulders slumped. But what about? I can't let you go, Oko-chan. I can't take care of Kyoku alone. He needs you. I need you. Yukaihu hugged her husband. You'll do just fine, and I promise, when I get out, we'll be a happy family. Maybe Kasumi can help you. She smiled up into her husband's saddened eyes. I need this, Ryo-chan. I need it. Ryuga nodded once, biting back the searing depression, and watched as Yukaya went to gather clothes for her time away. When she came back, she hugged Ryuga one last time. "I'll be back soon," she whispered into his ear, hugging him tightly. Before she let go, she gazed into his eyes. "Ryuga?" Ryuga looked back, hoping that she'd say she wanted to stay. "Why yes. Say it for me. Just once." Ryuga gave her a sad little smile, a glint of fang near each lip. "I love you. Up-chan." Yukaiu smiled as the men walked her away from her home. The next day, she was put in her cell. Asterisk Kyoka means memory epilogue October 21, 2024. Dr. Takamatsu put the idea of a journal in my head. I agreed with him. But this one is my thoughts, my journal, and I have no plan to share it with anyone. Ryo-chan has stopped visiting me altogether. I think he is ashamed of me. He won't even bring my son to see me, the bastard. Sometimes I can't believe what an idiot he can be. First, he sells the restaurant, then, he gets lost with our _6_year_old_son_, and now, just when I think he's gotten better, he leaves me alone. They came again today, claiming that they needed more tests. I asked them when I could get out again, and they ignored me. I hope they let me out soon. I want to see my son again. And, even though I hate him, I want to see Ryo-chan again. I could never truly hate him. I do hate these doctors and their damn tests. They poke me, they prod me, they cut me and take chunks of my flesh. And when I complained about it to Dr. Takamatsu, he just went white and tried to convince me I was hallucinating. Can you believe that? I even showed him the scars, and he moved me to the ward for people who are violently insane. I hate this place. The okonomiyaki sucks. Hibiki Yukaiu fin interfector beluam ecclesia riagize. Custos tabula nomina franca ecclesia as you cease. C. A. S. K. E. T. Vertical line http://clink. queenshoe.cw6/4cw6 at clink.queenshoe.carreracuagiocities.com. They reached for the scotch, ignoring the mirror spooling ring of cerulean flame. Ranma 2096, Episode V. Death and the Maidens. How can I express the joy and hardship this fanfic brought me? I love this storyline, the whole Ranma 2096 idea. When I found that he, too, was a proponent of a Ryuga/Yukaiu coupling, I jumped for joy. The tragedy was delicious, the characters were handled with care, and the idea was definitely original. But not everyone was accounted for. Where were Ryuga and Yukaiu? Like most things I enjoy greatly, I got as much information I could. I downloaded every story. I asked to be included on the mailing list, and I downloaded the peripheries. From one of those, I found that Ryugi and Yukio married. Leap for joy. I then found that bad things happened to them. That's when the feeling hit me. I had to write their story. Who else could I personally trust to tell their story with the care those two deserved? So, I wrote to Chris, three-quarter expecting him to laugh in my virtual face. I mean, let's face it, when I asked this, I hadn't posted anything. I was a complete unknown. Well, Chris surprised me. He seemed more excited than I was about the whole idea. He will probably tell you more about this, but suffice it to say, I got the part. I tried to treat these two characters, especially Yukio, who is my third favorite character of all, Ranma and Akane being 1 and 2, with as much compassion as I could while still putting them through what they needed to be put through. And for the most part, how I wrote the character is how I believe they are, and would act in these circumstances. Ryugi is really a sweet and caring guy. I don't think he really got over Akane, but I do think that he would take great care of Yukio. Yukio is caring almost to a fault, sometimes putting her own problems aside to help others, and I truly think, despite the conflict, these two see Ranma and Akane as their best friends. I can honestly say I hated writing some of it. I had to do some hateful things to Yukio, and some of this dredged up some ghosts of my own. But I still think it is my best writing to date. Here's hoping you agree. Lastly, I'd like to thank Chris for allowing me to write this story. I hope I have done him justice. I'd also like to thank Aaron Mills for his story and voice, which helped me get out of my writer's block. I hope I haven't stepped all over your story, Aaron. As always, any CNC or commentary is not only welcome, but encouraged and desired! Jai-Kun from Pardon, less than Nolan Boxer.Navy.mil greater than R 2096 website http://clink.queen.htm/tilde4cw6/2096a.htm single quote s introduction : there single quote has been many requests for a Matthew story, but since he's not one of my favorite characters, it was left unwritten. Pardon was kind enough to fill the gap with what follows. Many thanks to Lara Bartram and Jeff Hosmer for their help in editing vertical line slash backslash underscore slash backslash vertical line backslash backslash slash backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line 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 underscore backslash slash backslash backslash slash vertical line backslash backslash vertical line backslash backslash dot vertical line vertical line vertical line vertical line dot vertical line vertical line vertical line vertical line backslash backslash slash backslash backslash slash vertical line slash slash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash vertical line dot vertical line underscore backslash vertical line slash backslash slash vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line underscore slash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot 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 slash vertical line backslash slash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash underscore backslash vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot backslash slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line 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 backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash slash backslash slash created by Christopher Wilmore slash backslash slash 4cw6 at clink dot queenshoe dot slash backslash slash based on a story by Rumiko Takahashi and slash developed by C. Michael Schumacher slash backslash slash art 2096 pages. http://link.com/clinch/logo:/left parenthesis right parenthesis tapestry torn Goose's story by Farden edited by L. Bartram. C. Wilmore and J. Hosmer art 2096 characters and situations used with permission. Takahashi's warrant. After finishing a morning shower, the man paused to look in the mirror. The person staring back at him appeared in his mid-80s, on the taller side of medium and well-muscled, and sported long hair and a thick beard which were both completely gray. The reflection also had an unusual gaze. Its eyes seemed to be filled with less than sadness, regret. Not that you don't save much to be regretful for, Goose, greater than he thought sarcastically. Less than I single quote I'm not getting any younger. Either. Greater than quite the understatement. Time would always take its toll, and the little aging he thought he'd cheated the clock out of had been repaid. With interest. He was a lot slower now than 5 years ago, and getting slower all the time. His strength was also beginning to dwindle along with his speed. He knew it was unlikely he would make it to 90 years of age. Goose shook his head and sighed. Less than death gets us all. Eventually. Greater than after a few moments of absent-minded adjustment of his robe on daydreams of the past, Goose found himself at a desk, looking at an open journal. It was old, but unused. For quite some time now he'd been debating with himself whether it was worth his while to fill its pages. Strong arms reached around from behind and hugged him tightly. His mood, she always made him smile. Good morning. His wife's voice was soft and somehow musical, like wind chimes. He turned and looked up at her smiling face. It was a running joke between the two that what the years took from him, they gave to her. Anti-bacterial-liquid-hand-soap looked only about 35, with her green hair completely free of gray. Only her eyes betrayed her true age, which was about 68. Among the Amazons, age made women wise, and it was that depth of thought and feeling brought about by experience at living that filled her gaze, not the frivolity of youth. He reached up and grabbed her hands while she bent down to kiss him. Her eyes locked onto the blank paper on the desk, and she broke off. Write it. Already. The firm tone of her voice caused him to look up at her for a moment in surprise. Normally, she never raised her voice if for anything. He sighed and turned back to contemplating the journal in front of him. If you feel it must be done, then do it. A far gentler tone this time. I keep thinking that shampoo will succeed soon, and I will get ready to help him if. Less than 1, greater than he mentally corrected himself. She succeeds. She said nothing and just continued to hold him. She knew as well as did that it was unlikely. Less than, damn it. Well, if I can't be there, at least he can help him by telling him what happened. It is unlikely shampoo will greater than he frowned at the thought. She hated her great-grandmother, and yet she'd almost turned into a double of cologne. He wished it were not so. Less than like a lot of my life, greater than he thought Riley. Antibacterial liquid and soap hugged her husband tightly, thinned eyes and gagged herself and left their room, giving him the privacy she knew he would need. Mithus sat still for a moment. He gathered his thoughts, drew in his breath, then finally picked up the pen and began to write. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Let me explain something before I commit this story to paper. I was not there when it happened, but to this day, I wish to whatever gods or God or whatever is up there I had been. Who knows? Maybe my presence could have done something about it, given you a chance to defend yourself. Something. Probably not. In any case, that is now a moot point. You were killed. My friend, my rival, my enemy was dead, and nothing I could do, or can do, will change that fact. Nor will it change what happened after that. You were truly the center of everything we did. All those of us who loved you and those of us who thought you. Shampoo once told me that with her witch's sight she could see the tapestry still there, waiting for you. Personally, I always thought you didn't need a witch's sight. All you have to do is look around. I think perhaps if you had lived, things might have turned out differently for all those involved. But like I said before, there is not a damn thing I can do about it now. Except tell what I know about it all. That is the last duty I have as I near the end of my life. I owe you that at least. I can only hope one day that it will be of some help to you when the time comes to restore the tapestry. I suppose that is why Shampoo, the woman I love and always will, does what she does. I hope she succeeds, but I'll be long gone before that becomes an issue. I remember the day clearly. Kasumi came in the restaurant. She looked hollow, drained of life, almost as if she were the one death had taken, and not you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mithus paused for a moment as the memory overtook him. She walked up slowly and took Shampoo by the shoulders and said quietly, "Ranma is dead. He's dead, Shampoo." He felt tears come to him unbidden. Less than damn. After all this time, it still hurts, greater than he thought. He willed his eyes back into dryness and turned his attention back to his writing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I watched as tears streamed down Kasumi's face when she said that you had been killed. I watched as the plate Shampoo held slid out of her hands and crashed to the floor, destroying the dish while scattering the food over the floor. She bent down to clean up the mess, not seeming to understand what was just said to her. Kasumi slapped Shampoo. For my part, I could not believe what I had just heard. Could not think, could not speak, could not even breathe. Ranma dead. Just like thought. Yes, just like that. And then Kasumi, kind and loving Kasumi, had slapped someone. It was beyond belief. I then heard a voice from the corner of the room. Oh well, they're Ariel White's other potential son-in-laws. It had come from that old bitch. The one who had taken my Shampoo away from me, had been molding her in her own image, out of a soulless and unfeeling ghoul. I hated her for that, and I am sure you saw what she was doing to Shampoo as well as I. She beat the hell out of me on a regular basis too. You saw that a lot, but it was only because I would not leave Shampoo. A lot of good that did her. But did you know what the old ghoul did to me when I was younger? Shampoo and I were just little kids and exchanged an innocent kiss. They told bitch saw it and broke my head open with her staff, nearly killing me. My eyesight went bad after that. She had taken my sight from me. For nothing more than kissing Shampoo when we were little kids. But you know something else? I did not hate her for that. I hated her for what it did to Shampoo. She was my friend and more at the time, and he watched as she steeled her soul against me, trying to push me away so he would not get hurt. I stayed with her whether she wanted it or not. There were other times I would help Shampoo with some task or test that Cologne would set for her, whether she wanted it or not, or I would try to curb her insane methods of training Shampoo. Believe me, you don't want to know some of the things she put Shampoo through. Every time he interfered, I paid a painful price, and as I was male, it was hardly frowned upon. Still I managed to curb some of it, as she had to take some time out for me, leaving less for Shampoo. I paid for that too. I hated Cologne for all these things, but those words she spoke I knew had hurt Shampoo worse than all the pain she had ever inflicted on me at once. I hated her more in that instant than I had in my whole life. Me weapons were retrieved from their hiding places, and though it would have probably cost me my life, I was going to deal with her once and for all. I was not fast enough. Shampoo had already beat me to it. I watched as her hands moved faster than I had ever seen them to reach out and grab the old bitch's eyes. I moved then too. I ran to Kasumi and pulled her out off the naked and before she saw any more. I told her to go home and that I would take of everything here. She didn't even seem disgusted at what she had seen. Almost satisfied. Gentle heart Kasumi, satisfied at such a scene of violence? It made no sense at the time. In any case I had more to deal with at the time. She nodded, turned and left. I came in just in time to see Shampoo finish devouring what was left off Cologne's eyes, then collapse on the floor holding herself. Oh yes, she did that, Ranma. I remember the revulsion I felt. I felt my gorge rise then, but I knew a lot of things had to be done and that now was no time for having any reactions like that. So I used a mental technique that my old master had taught me. It allowed me to wall my feelings away, so I could do what needed done. I don't know why I did it. To this day I do not know. I tore off a piece of cloth from my robe and walked over to the screaming form of Kalagni clutching at the empty sockets where her eyes used to be. He bandaged her eyes, staunching the flow of blood. It was more mercy than she had ever shown anyone in her life. I then took Shampoo's comatose form up to the bathroom. I ran bath water and undressed her. She did not resist. In retrospect, That was the first time I had ever seen her nude. She continued not to resist as he cleaned the food and blood off her body. I dried her, dressed her, and led her to her room where I put her down on her bed. I had learned a few things living here, and using a certain pressure point to put her to sleep was no problem. Throughout this I had been dispassionate, due to what I had done to myself. My master had told me, however, that walling away your feelings for would eventually destroy you. No matter how much it hurt, you must experience your grief. Only then could one continue on. I then walked out of the restaurant to the empty lot behind it and let the wall around my emotions collapse. It all came at me at one time and I screamed the scream of one who is going through the ultimate torture. The fence surrounding the empty lot was a convenient target to vent all the anger, grief, despair, and revulsion I felt. It did not last long. I still needed to destroy something. There was an old statue back there to God I proceeded to hit with my fists. It finally broke in half after repeated blows. That shocked me back to myself and I was aware of my surroundings again and of the pain of my bloodied knuckles. I returned to the Nakeful and to bandage my wounds. The old ghoul, a very apt description, was nowhere in sight. I don't know if that was a good thing or not. I am sorry to say that display of grief was not for you. It was for what your death had done to Shampoo and the knowledge I could do nothing about it. That was what really hurt. And at the time he wanted you dead anyway. I did grieve for you, only much later. Asterisk 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 a tear fell on the page that Moose was currently writing on. He brushed it away and continued to write. Asterisk 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 the funeral was a few days later. Everyone was there except one, who was very conspicuous by her absence. Oh, and Ryuga, lost again. I suppose Akane had her own demons to deal with. As for Shampoo, she clung on me throughout the funeral, almost not knowing where she was. It would be a long time before she recovered and I had changed her into her cat form, as the police had been searching for her, for obvious reasons. I know what few customers we had at the time must have told the authorities what they had witnessed. The old ghoul was there too. She was wearing sunglasses. The damage to her eye sockets had been healed by some of the magic she possessed. It could not replace her eyes, and that gave me some small satisfaction. It was here that I grieved for you. I realized that had things been different, had a lot of things been different, you would have been a friend. A good friend. I cried then, for you, and wished that I could have known you as a friend instead of the enemy you were before. I blame myself for that for, at the time, I could not allow myself to forgive you the circumstances of your engagement to Shampoo. I was a fool, and I can only ask you to forgive me for this. I know I will never be able to forgive myself. After the funeral, Kasumi asked if Shampoo and I would come to the Tendo residence. Something about a matter that needed to be discussed. I went. Shampoo had fallen asleep just before we got there, so we had put her in the guest room. Kasumi got right to the point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mtu snapped the pen in anger when he remembered this. You know it was Hako's eyes that called forth that spirit. It wasn't really a question, more of a statement. Yes. Nebiki had called the day after Kasumi had come, and had given him the details. Can you tell me who gave him this? She handed him a scroll. Mithus opened a drawer, retrieved another pen, and continued to write. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She showed me a scroll written in simple kanji. Really large, too. Also in a very distinct handwriting style. One I had seen many a time. I hadn't noticed I had crushed it in my grip. That seemed all the confirmation Kasumi needed. That old bitch had done more than I thought she had. She had destroyed a major portion of all our lives. Worse, she had taken away Shampoo's sanity. And all for her damned plans for you and Shampoo. And now those plans would never come to fruition, and worse. The way you were killed would ensure that Shampoo would never be happy with any other man. Out. She had finally made sure that I would never get Shampoo. She had won up against me at least. I felt my rage build, but underneath I heard a small voice. It was Trophy's voice. I listened. It counseled that there would be another time and place to exact revenge. Now I must take Shampoo away from all this. No matter what happens, she is your primary concern. I asked if Shampoo could stay there for a while so I could pack her on me things. It was a couple of days later that I heard that Hako's eyes had been murdered and Akane had disappeared. Hako's eye could rot in all the hells for all I cared, but I, like many others, went out looking for she that had disappeared. I don't know if it was luck or fate, but I found Akane. The funeral was a couple of days later. My soul was ashes. I'm so sorry, Ranma. I wish I could have done something. I kind of wish Ryuga had been around. You know he loved her and might have been able to prevent this. As it was not going to be very pretty when he finally returned. Like I said before, not a damn thing that can be done about that now. Especially now. I left Japan, smuggling Shampoo out with me in her feline form. The Tenbos had given me Hako's eyes possessions, knowing quite a number were oft dangerous mystical kind. I think they were hoping I would give them to the Amazon elders so they would be safe. I couldn't trust them with Tsuchima, so I kept them. We returned to Nishizu, Shampoo's home village. To this day, I don't really think of it as my home. Some place like that where the rulers are just like the old ghoul could never be called a home of mine. There she told them what had happened, what she had done, and that she wasn't even close to being sorry. For her crime she was cast out of the society she had always known. I knew this to be an injustice of the grossest sort. So after I had seen Du Shampoo, I pleaded my case before the elders of the Amazons. They listened and decided to disown her family as well. Other than kill everyone there for their mistreatment of she who I loved. I could do no more. I am glad they've practically disappeared. So she went to Juzenkyo. I had really no choice but to follow. It was obvious why she had gone. After all, I knew the legends as well as she did. I was there as she tried with the first small animal that she found out the body was yours, but it still had the soul of whatever animal she had used. I watched as she went insane again and broke its neck. Disposing of the body was easy. I knew a little magic myself, and I knew how to make a substance that would burn something completely to ashes. She was mad for a good 10 years. During that time I took care of her, bathed her, fed her, combed her hair. I talked to her all the time. Usually I read to her from books that I obtained at the village. I stopped her from going to that spring when I could. But I could not watch her all the time, and she slipped by me occasionally, usually when I went to the village to get supplies. 123 times she got past me. Believe me, you don't forget things like that. After a while, technology improved to the point where force fields were possible. I acquired a prototype from Nebiki and placed it on the spring. Shampoo killed more animals, but I knew now that would be all she would be able to do. While at the village trading post I met a young woman. She became my confidant and friend, my only friend while I was there. Her name was Antibacterial Liquid and Soap. To this day I wonder where the older generation got these names. She once asked me why I take care of shampoo. Later she found out their ass on why I would not leave her when she became aware of the curse and blessing of love that had struck her. I'll explain later. At the end of the 10 years I remember watching shampoo's slow deterioration and wondering, is there anything I can really do? There must be something. Damn, I'd told myself, if only that old ghoul had not given Happo's eyes that damned scroll. I had not realized I had said it out loud until Shampoo grabbed me. For the first time in a long time I did not see madness in her eyes as she ceased. What the hell do you mean? I could not deny her this answer, so I told her, even showed her the scroll that was used. I also gave her a scroll her great-grandmother had written her before she left. She did not like what was on it, but it gave her a new focus and purpose. I have to admit, I did not like what I read on it either. It basically said that because of what Shampoo was going to do that she had doomed the Joksukoju, the Tenbos, the Sodoms, and all of a pan. I knew that was wrong. It was what that old ghoul had done to you that would cause all of these awful happenings to come to pass. What it did for Shampoo, oh, was give her a new strength and purpose. She demanded I retrain her, help her strengthen her body, help Erika for her fighting skills. I think that was the best time I had ever had with her. After about a year she had judged herself strong enough, and she went to see the Witch of Juzenkyo, despite my vehement protests. I had no idea what she said to the witch, but the witch agreed to train Shampoo in the arts of magic. She returned later that day and seemed very different for some years on, but I did not question it. She was no longer insane, and that was good enough for me. The next night, However, she came on to me, saying that when I accepted I would have to leave her. I had never left her, and what she had just demanded of me hurt. It hurt in a way that was impossible to describe. I declined, of course. Despite the pain, I had to make sure she would be alright. She did the same the next night, and the next, and the next. For 15 nights she did this. The combination of hurt and fierce desire was torture more painful than any I had experienced before. The 15th night, I could no longer help myself. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. She was nearly nude, and just looked at him. His hands reached out of their own volition and slowly brought her to himself. Her head bent down and her lips met his. They stayed that way for a time. Finally, he broke away and parted her nightgown, feeling her smooth skin under his fingertips. By this time she had removed the shirt he was wearing, and was beginning to start on his pants. He pulled back and admired her form. Less than she single quote as a goddess given form, greater than he thought. Her face, her hair, her limbs, her breasts. He watched as her legs spread out before him and she moaned in anticipation as he continued to run his hands all over her body. Finally they could hold no longer. Muse shuddered and tried to block out the memory as he continued to write. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. It was wonderful. I hated myself. At the end, I collapsed in her arms, my head on her breasts, and wished that tomorrow would never come. Like I said before, there is not a damn thing that could be done about it. The Americans have a saying for circumstances like this, ain't life a bitch? They have no idea how right they are. I left the next morning and began wandering the world like Ryugu left parenthesis. Well, maybe not like him. I don't think anyone could wander like our old friend. I remember waking up and seeing her face, trying to burn the image in my head. When I left all of Rapo's belongings, knowing she would probably need a few of them. I also left my glasses. A few years before I had gone completely blind, but I no longer needed them. My old master had taught me a technique that used my key as a set of eyes. I saw much better with it anyway. As I walked away I realized she had just screwed me in more ways than one. Because of what she had done, I no longer loved her. I couldn't. Ended to just get away, get my center back. Too much had been taken. I really didn't have anything anymore. Then I realized that only the things of my old life were gone. Considering what it consisted of, I found I did not miss it. It was time to begin a new life, and though I did not know it at the time, a part of that new life had already begun even before the old one had ended. I wandered through China, Mongolia, Thailand, Japan, probably a few other countries in that area too, as I was not really paying any attention to here I was. I learned all sorts of techniques in my travels, met a lot of people, made a few friends, and one or two enemies. I found out during my travels that Yukayu and Ryugu were married and even had a child. Only problem was she had never really gotten over your death and it drove her insane. From what I understand, she actually pulled off an ultimate shishi hook-on that destroyed a good portion of Nirima. She gave herself up afterwards and was institutionalized. I wish I could have done something about that too. I know Ryuga could never forgive himself either. I even ran into Tsoma and Kirin a couple of times. Seems Tsoma had finally found himself a bride, a young woman who went by the name of Tendo Kurumi. I am sure you recognize who that is, and they were out sightseeing in Japan. It amused me to know that he actually got one of the Tendos for his wife, well, sort of a Tendo. Anyway, I tried to steer away from them, but they saw me and cornered me near a coffee shop. I realized I did not want to spoil what appeared to be a honeymoon, but during the conversation they asked how you and Akane were. They were understandably saddened when I told them, and, after we parted, went directly to Nirima to pay their respects. They're dead now. They were killed when the Musk dynasty, long-time enemies of the Joksuzoku, attacked their floating island. As I write this, you are long since dead, as I will likely be when finally you read my tale. Nonetheless, take this advice from a man who will die to one who thinks will not want to pass twice through the underworld. Stay out of Tajankyo. The leader of the Musk is a crazed half-man, half-woman. Unknowing it was your Onmukauta Kabish that dried up the spring he pledged Eddie's hopes of normality upon will not help your credit any in his, right parenthesis court. As for Kirin, I wandered through his mountain kingdom a few times during my travels. Somehow he had already found out about what happened to you, and it was good to talk to him about it. He's been a good friend to some. Though I haven't seen him in a decade and a half, I can only hope he is doing alright too, as I seriously doubt I would survive the journey there to find out. Still, during my travels I was looking for something, even I did not know what at the time. Fortunately, someone else did. Hell, she was the first one of us to realize it. Anyway, she had been tracking me for some time and had finally pinned me down outside of a small village in Thailand. She came up on my campsite during the night, where I had been treeing for a few days to master Kachu Tenshin Yamagura. Incidentally, finally did master said technique while I was there. Mtu smiled, remembering the exchange he had between himself and ascertain green-haired Amazon. There you are. Do you know how hard I have been looking for you? Mithus turned from his contemplation of the chestnuts in the fire. He recognized the language that was shouted at him, and knew the owner of that melodic voice that he'd always liked to listen to instantly. Hentai, this is a surprise. What are you doing here? She looked at him like he had just asked the dumbest question in the world. Trying to find you. You disappeared without a word to anyone. Do you know how worried I was for you? He looked at her for a moment, then bowed his head, unable to bear the look of anguish in her eyes. Less than she was my only friend back there. She deserved better than that. Greater than. He raised his head and started to make an apology before he was interrupted by her headlong rush into his arms. Damn it. Don't say anything. She looked up at him and continued more softly, "You just scared me. But I understand. I know why you left." He almost started to ask how she could know before she forestalled him by placing her fingers on his lips. "Don't. Believe me, you wouldn't want to know how anyway." It was then that he noticed a small scar across her cheekbone that wasn't there before, and now marred her otherwise perfect face. It was very faint. You would have to be in the right light to see it, but he didn't see using light, and saw it very well. What did she do? What? He tried to give voice to the question, only to be stopped yet again. "Please, just don't ask." She was actually pleading. "Please." He looked into her eyes and found he could not deny her. He was fairly certain how she knew what happened, but because it was she that had asked, he would never attempt to find out. It was the closest he had come to actually hating shampoo. "Now will you let me finish?" she asked. Wisely he stayed silent. "It pains me to see you like this, just wandering around without reason. Looking for something and you don't know what. If you keep this up you'll wind up like the old martial arts mistress Cologne. She gave up everything, even love, and she just became a soulless and unfeeling monster. Shampoo is well on her way to becoming the same thing. I don't want to see it happen to you too. Please find your heart. Don't become like them. Don't waste your life like that." She grasped him tightly and buried her face in his chest. "I couldn't bear it," she said softly. Suddenly Moose realized what had been growing between them for some time, and he knew exactly what needed to be done then. Drawing her close to him he spoke, the words being the wisest he had ever uttered. "I have already found my heart." His tone made it absolutely clear what he meant. Moose looked again and saw he had just written exactly word for word what antibacterial liquid and soap had told him. "Less than you made sure I never forgot. You have always loved me and made sure I knew it. I wish I did not have to leave you alone. Greater than asterisk 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 asterisk." Those words were some of the wisest I had ever heard. She had always been there for me as I took care of shampoo, and now she had come to give me exactly what I needed then. What I know we both needed. She looked up at me and smiled in that most beautiful way, and then she did something strange. Sometimes I wish I knew what prompted her to do what she did right then, but you know what? I don't really care. She reached up and touched my face tenderly with her right hand. She threw a punch with her left. I did not even think. I just caught it, and she smiled again. It took me a moment to realize what she had just done, and without saying it she had just shown me exactly how she felt. She loved me. I looked down into her glorious eyes and found that this woman, who had been my confidant and my best friend for over 10 years, and I was totally, hopelessly, unconditionally in love with her. I loved her. I gathered her into my arms and just held her close. I laughed and cried and smiled and cried again. She held me as all those feelings worked their way out of me. It took a long time. Here was a woman that loved me, That would never hurt me. Hell, she doesn't really even raise her voice. That would always be there for me. Contrary to shampoo and cologne that had been nothing but sorrow, she would be nothing but joy, and so she has. Soon, all that ran its course to be replaced by a warm feeling that has never left, and as tears streamed down my cheeks, I thanked whatever gods there were in heaven that had decided to give me some small measure of happiness. She took me back to the village where we were married. We lived on the outskirts of the village and were very happy there for many years. I found out something here. Home truly is where the heart island, and I was my heart, and wherever she was so was my home. Here is something else I try not to dwell on too much. We had many kids, she and I, and we took them to visit Shampoo often. After all, someone they had to keep an eye on her. I went alone a few times, however. It was one of those times I found someone else there besides the witch and Shampoo. I remember cresting a hill, coming to Juzenkyo a different way for some reason. I saw a little girl there, about 9 years of age, picking flowers. I wondered why would there be a little girl there. I walked up to her and what I saw then was burned into my mind. This girl was very familiar. Only a blind person could not see what was familiar about her, and I was not that blind. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Hi, Muthu said. She looked up and smiled. Hi. What are you doing? He asked. Picking flowers, she replied in such a sweet voice. Oh, he said. Is your mother in? Yes. She's in the cabin over there. She planned. Would you like me to show you? Less than such innocence, greater than he thought. No, I can find my own way. Okay. She extended her hand. My name is Akane. What's yours? Akane. How fitting. He smiled and took her hand. Mithus let go and turned to leave. He walked a little way and turned his head to give the illusion he was looking at a certain spot. You can show yourself now. I know you are there, he said to what appeared to be empty air. Mithus watched as the Witch of Juzenkyo materialized in front of him. And so now you know. What are you going to do about it? She asked. Mithus thought about it for a moment. Nothing. If she does not want me to know about her, I will not go against her wishes. At this, it seems she almost relaxed. I would appreciate it if you made sure Akane does not tell her mother she met me. She won't, she said simply. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. It was quite obvious she was my daughter, but I decided not to confront Shampoo about it. I really did not want to force any issues like that, not with her being so young in any case. Perhaps when she was older. Probably not. Some things are probably best left untold. I turned and set off towards the cabin. That was the first and last time I saw my daughter alive. About the time she would have been 17, I found out from Fuchs she had drowned in one of the many springs of Juzenkyo. I destroyed a lot of territory that day. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Mithus broke another pen. He simply reached in his desk drawer and withdrew another one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We moved back to Japan after a few years and started up the Nakeful and left parenthesis shampoo had sort of given it to me. Although she still legally owned it right parenthesis again, which had been closed for quite some time. Cologne had been gone from it for a while. I suppose she had finally gone off and died somewhere. I cannot forgive her for what she has done, but for some reason I hope she found some redemption. Although with all she has done in her life, I shudder to think what, if anything, could have been so great as stored in her. I really did not wish to go back, but there was really no choice, seeing as how most of the village had already left for the cities. It's what happens when you cannot adapt to changing times. The first part of Told Ghoul's prophecy had come to pass. Tofu's clinic was destroyed in a very strange explosion some time later. Kasumi was mortally wounded in the blast. It was said Ryuga was to blame. I visited him in prison. I knew it was not he who did it. He was released a couple of weeks later when a similar blast destroyed another building in Japan. That building was the Tendo Dojo, and it took a victim as well, Nabiki. I wonder about that sometimes, but there is nothing I could do about that either. The second part of that prophecy had come to pass. Yukio was killed in the insane asylum a few years later. Yes, I say killed. Ryuga told me the story later as he came from burying her on a hillside overlooking the ocean. I am sure there is more to it than even he knows, but that is not what matters. Another of my friends was dead and I couldn't do a thing about it. I went alone and visited the site. I found a lonely grave with a simple inscription on the marker. Sumimasen. It fit. Asterisk 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 less than why didn't you let me help you, Ryuga, my friend greater than he asked as I continued to write, occasionally wiping away tears. Asterisk 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 he died a few years ago. I don't like to think about it much. Champa continued her research to try and bring your soul back from the spring it was imprisoned in. I, for my part, continued to live happily with my family. Still, even I can feel something is wrong. The tapestry of our lives was torn apart when its center, you, was taken from us. That tapestry remains, though so many are dead and gone, others changed beyond belief. As I said before, it still waits for you to return to set right what has gone wrong. When you were killed, all the supporting pieces of the tapestry were easily damaged in some way. We needed you. The problem is that when Champa does succeed, as there is no doubt she will one day, very few of you will be around to support you as you do what you must. Because just as we needed you, you needed us. Without the supporting pieces of the tapestry, you will fail. I only hope that whatever gods are in heaven will provide you with others to help you so that you do not. I wish I could be there. The story of my life. To always never be where I would most wish to be. Some would argue to be where I was most needed to be, which just happens to be in other places when all my friends were either being killed or whatever else happened to them. Forgive me, Ranma, for I will be long gone when you finally appear again. I will not be able to help you then, but if you find yourself reading Fies one day, take heart and remember this. The world needs you to be strong. And try to find some happiness. Don't become a soulless void like a lot of people were after you died. Take care, my friend. I hope to see you in the next world. We'll all be waiting for you there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Moose put the pen down and closed the book. Less than gods, had hurt to do greater than he thought. He moved his chair and stood up. His wife heard him stir, unknowing that what he had just written down was very painful for him, opened at the door and came into their room. Less than deity, greater than she thought as she looked at his face. It was contorted from grief. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his hands looked as if they were covered in ink. She almost flew over to him to hold him, comfort him. She held him as he clutched her tightly and softly cried. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 30 years later, the letter was delivered. I know someday you'll have a beautiful life. I know someday you'll be the sun in somebody else's sky, but why? Why? Why can't it be mine? Black, written by Eddie Vedder == and Tapestry Torn == from Chris Wilmore. Less than 4CW6 at clink.queenshoe.ca. Greater than subject. Ranma right square bracket left square bracket fanfic. Ranma 2096. Terror Lara Bartram's The Fall of Heaven and Adrian Long's Fatale are suggested, but not necessary, pre-reading for what follows. They can be found on the Art 2096 archive page, //vertical line // slash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash vertical line dot vertical line underscore backslash vertical line slash backslash vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash vertical line slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot 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 vertical line underscore slash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot 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 slash vertical line slash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash underscore backslash vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot backslash slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line 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 backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash slash created by Christopher Wilmore slash less than 4 CW6 at clink dot queen shoe dot greater than slash based on a story by Rumiko Takahashi and slash developed by C. Michael Schumacher slash art 2096 pages http:// clinkdot.queen-shoe./tilde4cw6/ left parenthesis logo Armakuni right parenthesis equals terror dark slapstick equals by Chris Wilmore less than 4cw6 at clink queen shoe dot greater than 4 Vija. There are few who deny out loud I do. I am the best and my talents are renowned far and wide. When it comes to surprises in the moonlit night I excel without ever even trying. With the slightest little effort of my ghost-like charms I've seen grown men give out a shriek. With a wave of my hand, and a well-placed mom I've swept the very bravest off their feet. DANNY Elfman hyphen soft and firm, the flesh. How still it lies. So I got only breeze, An outside draft should ruffle the cloth atop her epidermis, so odd that in my own arm all the movements should be coming from within, from, not dot from dot me dot. The parasites are on the go again, removing my attention from the pile of meat in front of me. They demand my time, demand my notice. Nothing from outside could touch me, no outside force, but there they are. Look at the pretties, they're on my wrist. Up and down pulses the vein. I can feel them swimming through my deoxygenated blood, can even see them clearly. As they stumble from branch to branch, turning back whenever they hit a too narrow capillary. They single quote rate trying to get out, but they will learn. My blood vessels are a closed system, and there is nowhere they can run to, nowhere to escape to. They decided they were going in, and there they are. They've made a decision. They can't turn back. And neither can I. We are much the same, these worms and I, both navigating as best we can through the channels open to us. All our work, all our thoughts apart from food and procreation are one thing, preparation. They nibble at my insides, putting a wall here and another there, breeding in sensitive places so that when they die, so will I, their host. And lot of me. What is my goal? A particularly strong gust of wind tosses up a corner of the fallen sheet, and two large eyes are suddenly upon me. Two large, wet eyes with an expression that can be interpreted as childish curiosity. You want to know? It wants to know. But do I want to tell? Do I want to pain? It's nearer to my heart this time. They dig, they eat, and just stop. Just leave and tell. I see. You want to know? You also ask me. Food is not enough. You must have information. Well, then you single quote heard, I'm sure, of other men, of other cardiovascular systems. There are millions, billions on this earth, but you're trapped. You cannot leave my body to see those others. Not unless I were to set up a transfusion between myself and some unfortunate, or manually place. And well, think now, for a moment, that we men are like yourselves. Think that we crawl within a body cosmological, surrounded by uncountable others which are nonetheless unreachable, and then suppose that one man, in one family, had found a way to breach these walls. One worm among all the other shag-grown things, and could invade whatever corpse you would. That was my grandfather, my grandfathers, all the many hundreds of them. For just like all human bodies have the same basic type of cells, the same general organs, so each world repeats its residence, in slightly varied form. Oh, here, my dear, a stroke. Let me just pull this cloth around your neck, like so. Yes, that's better, and oh. You must not look at me like that. I know you hate this talk of worms. I know how much you were disgusted when I first showed my little house guests to you. But oh, what's that? I'll complain no more. I thought that'd be the case. So, where was I? Oh, yes. my fear, my one and only terror. So you see, where is that knife? My grandfather and some of his descendants, even some of me. Oh, I myself am not thus blessed were able to. Oh, here it is, sliced through the space-time cloth, to rip out from their casings. And so one of them did, and came to me. Just like it stings. It stings, 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 done. The slice is done. Now just wait, soon we'll continue. Phase 2. Bandage. Bandage. Ah, here you are! Exclamation point. What a vile little creature you seem to be, all weak and floppy, just like he was. Stopping blood is easy. There. Now just some tape above the patch. I would use plastiskin, but Kirstono makes a job anyhow, you see. You see how large I am? Look, just how I can hold with my thumb and forefinger. It's different on the other side, isn't it? Question mark. And you, there, on the ground, look closely. Yes. But that's enough. I just wanted to show you. I want to show you what will happen if you trust a woman too much, if you let her into your confidence. I want to show you that everything we do or don't has consequences. Bad ones. Always. Bad for some beyond that. Now, don't rise. You listen, and stay still. As I told you, so was I told, by number sign 2993, and he showed me. For a while, he spoke to me, and gave me counsel. I followed his suggestions, but there came a time when I wavered. I wriggled. But then he pressed tighter. Double quote. Why should I do as you say? I asked him. Why should I follow your orders, and lead a fool to greatness? Question mark. Double quote. Oh, but he showed me. Infuriated, he tore not just one, but two passages through the ages. He led me to where he had come from. It was a dark land with a red sky. There were dead bodies in the streets, zombies in the fields, and fearful half-men peeking out of every house. We walked through layered graves, past adorable skyscrapers, burned down farms, and finally came to a castle on a hill. Tall spires, twanted gates, monstrous guards. But what caught me most was the village at its base. It was purgatory. It was hell. It was home. I knew the people there. I knew my teachers, fellows, grocers, and there they all were still, but subtly changed. They had been broken. Figuratively and literally they had been crushed. Some had no arms, some had no hands. All had no souls. And what was worse, he could not stop me when I went my usual way. When I walked through changed familiar corridors and ended up in me house, my room, my dungeon. Never could I not lie. I saw there. I couldn't. The faces, the things they kept. They reached at me, and grabbed. And they were not all there, all here. They did not belong there, and neither did I. Double quote. This is where the path of weakness leads. Number sign 2993 warned me. This is where you'll end if you decide that you want beauty, art and poetry. But that is what the fool is after, was my counter. He replied he did not want the fool. The world did not want such a thing, but what it wanted, What it needed was that someone should fall that I might rise. That I might hold the power and protect, and fend off that which his own land had become. He told me what had happened at great length, illustrating his points with roadside displays, a grisly walking tour. He taught me that I could afford no kindness, if it would lead me to straight from the appointed lane. His lightest me step landed one in an inverted fairyland, with malevolent sprites distorting all you cared for, all you loved. Ruthlessness was the only way. Temporary discomforts for some, in exchange. Not for future pleasures. The world is not so kind, but for sidestepping the pit that my society, that our society, he corrected himself, was headed towards. You lying there, you think you're fine, and you in my hand, you think hard lie at all. The ugliness and cunning which assaulted me there are more than enough for your imagined beauty and lack of wit. And what had precipitated the disaster? What had been the cause of this which I saw and could never would never allow you encroach upon my world, my realm, my reality? ? Yes. You guessed. But then, you cheated. Yes, a parasite, a foreigner, hiding for many years on an undetectable island, floating from port to port, gathering forces and supporters. His allies were like yours, worms within the veins of high society, moving up and down, in and out, feeding not themselves, but him, or her, or whatever it was that monster decided to call itself. It waits. A magical foe with centuries of experience, and ate to fuel its army. Concentrated evil met with widely dispersed good, and the result? ? Oh, poor dear. I'd wipe the tears from your cheek if you still wept. Why, yes, in that case the outcome is always destruction, utter and complete. Mental, spiritual, economic, physical. Might overwrite, and so it stayed. Number signed 2993. I'd watched helpless as this happened. I could not intervene in any way that would be full. So he observed, took notes, and then found a reality, a body cosmic similar to his, where even had not yet taken place, and entrusted preparation for it to his doppelganger. What could I do? ? You are nosy, aren't you? But then you always did have such a cute and buttonny little thing there, between your eyes. But there's really so much more between your eyes now, isn't there? ? I told you to stop fidgeting. No riddling, or I'll toss you into a candle-flame. A candle, and its flame. I had almost forgotten the foreign parasite, the fiend for whose arrival I must prepare. How will I crush him? He has monsters on his side, that much I saw, and in the ruins there were tanks, and planes, and aircraft carriers. Not to mention his accomplices. With those last, I can deal, for forewarned is forearmed, and I too can crawl through a foreign host's vital passages. My dear, my beloved, my hated wife, what do you think she is? Correct. A way to keep tabs on those loathly coronets. Aren't they dears, the betrayers? But their thick necks aren't much sweet to ties. One of these days I'll send them a present, a good hemp slip not dot too bad the invaders' armies aren't as easy to dispose of. No normal human could survive their onslaught. So I will not send a normal human against them. I will breed my own tailored made. Heightened strength, inhuman endurance, ability that increases under torture, and especially an inability to fear and immunity to terror. And why? Because terror drives. It has driven me, it has driven you, and it has driven many others to insanity and back. Poor Saku and rich tofu. But you, I've spoken far too much. It's late, I'm tired, I must sleep. With me, but first to bed with you. You heard it all. Did you not? You heard what I said, a good bedtime story. The best! Oh, dear Lizzie, your braids are always in the way. Let me part them. Here, come over again, and oh, there it is. That hole between your eyes, if I can just. Are they still there? I was sure that let me try with my index finger. Tissue, bone, the frontal. Oh no, there they are. Oh, yes, my pretties. Worm, go join your siblings! No more writhing. What a dear. Perhaps you sense a mate within my former mistress, HRM. I'm sure her head is full of special memories for you to burrow through, but please be quick, because she rots, you know! And that reminds me. Dial. The phone. Double quote. Aridu. Kayutha here. I am afraid that Miss Fields has passed away. A deadly parasite reached her brain. I tried to operate on an emergency basis, but they bred too prolifically. I wonder if you could. An hour? Double quote. I single quote. Well, wait. For, after all, what is a mere 60 minutes when one has such pleasant company? But who here could ever understand that the Pumpkin King with the skeleton grin would tire of his crown? If they only understood, he'd give it all up if he only could. DANNY Elfman == afterward, during an email discussion, Vijay pointed out that our 2096 had no real villains except Kayuthu. He was the only person that the readers were allowed to hate without reserve. That's only because I haven't gotten my hands on him yet, I answered, and I meant it. Hopefully, this short has added a much-needed second dimension to the character, and proved entertaining in the process. Many thanks to Lara Bartram and Sean Gaffney for their lightning pre-read. On a final note, I listened to Danny Elfman's score for The Frighteners several times over while writing this out. Long and right September 28th. 1998. Lara Bartram less than Lara Munich. Edu greater than. The figures cloaked in darkness moved silently through the night. What they were doing was best left undiscovered to any gentle soul. The schemes of the damned usually are. They moved as swiftly as they could in the complete blackness, pushing themselves to move faster still. This was not something they would be treated mercifully for if they were caught. The shape they carried between them was beginning to strain their arms, Nothing but dead weight sagging as their breath became labored. Yet, silence was what they needed, so they carefully controlled their rasping breath, making it as silent as the depth of the night around them. Even when they had delivered their grisly cargo, the control was not released. Not until they were gone far away from the den of evil and corruption of the soul would they relax. The look on her face, it had been ecstatic. Slash underscore 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 slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line slash backslash slash backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash vertical line slash backslash underscore slash backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line 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 underscore backslash slash backslash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash slash vertical line slash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash vertical line dot vertical line underscore backslash vertical line slash backslash slash vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash vertical line slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot 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 vertical line underscore slash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot 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 slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot dot backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash underscore backslash vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot backslash slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line 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 backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash slash backslash backslash slash created by Christopher Wilmore slash backslash backslash slash less than 4cw6 at clink dot queenshoe dot greater than slash slash backslash slash based on a story by Rumiko Takahashi and slash developed by C. Michael Schumacher slash slash backslash slash art 2096 pages http://clink dot queenshoe dot slash tilde 4cw6 slash backslash slash left parenthesis logo colon Akane right parenthesis equals the fall of Heaven alpha draft equals by Lara Bartram less than Lara at emunix.emic.edu greater than edited by C. Wilmore art 2096 characters and situations used. With permission. Takahashi's art. May heaven forgive the folly and morbidity which led us both to so monstrous a fate. The Hound by H.P. Lovecraft asterisk 1996 denial. And there could be no more denial. Gone forever. Kendo Akane was gone forever from his grasp and I could no longer deny it. There was a point in time at which a man could not cry, no matter what the tragedy. The joy at finding out the sorcerer Sodom had been killed had quickly been erased at the news of Akane's death. I could not cry. He was a man and could not cry. But he did anyway. His big-tailed goddess was gone, disappeared into thin air. Noon would tell him where she had gone. They conspired against him to keep him miserable. They conspired against him to deny his happiness. They conspired against him to keep his soul restless. They conspired against him, but he would prevail. He would prevail, but in his soul, he felt empty. Empty in the worst way. Empty of his own being. Empty. Nothing. He felt like nothing and no matter what he did, he was still nothing. Akane was the one who made him something. The big-tailed goddess made him more than he had ever aspired to be. But they were gone. They were gone and now he was nothing. A soul in need of replenishment. A spirit desiring a purpose. Kendo Akane. Big-tailed goddess. How I long for you, yet heaven has seen that you are to be plucked from my grasp. If that is what must be. If that is what must be, then what? He could not simply accept what had happened. It would be a crime to sit and do nothing, to let things continue as they were. Someone, something needed to be punished. By rights, it should be Sodom Ranma, but he had already been killed. Maybe, just maybe, the vengeance of heaven was slow, but sure. The vengeance of heaven would not be denied, and he would be flown to extract it. He would be the embodiment of that vengeance and fill his soul with its wrath. By his hand, he would wield its lightning. He would rain destruction down on those that deserved it. He would truly be the Blue Hunter. and he would be feared by all. Anything to fill his empty soul again. He hadn't seen his sister for quite some time. Oh, he couldn't remember the last time he had left the presence of the visages of his two loves. He couldn't remember much of anything since he had heard the news about Akane. As he stood, her picture staring at him, staring into him, into his empty soul, it reached out. It tried to fill itself with her again. It tried to make itself whole, but she was gone and his soul would not be placated by a picture. That was when he knew what had to be done. That was when he knew the only way to achieve peace. Kodakai. His infernal sister and her wicked ways. How he managed to put up with her all this time, he didn't know. Kodakai exclamation point double quote he yelled at the closed door. It opened ever so slowly, no more than an inch, and Kodakai looked out at him. Or rather, one eye looked out at him. And what do you want? Her voice was neither friendly or sisterly. I had news. Then tell me and leave. I had no use of you. I am leaving. I know not when I shall return. Father shall be your responsibility. Until I return. The door slammed unceremoniously in his face, blowing out a little puff of medicinal-smelling air. Looking at it sourly for a moment, he soon turned, and left behind his life as he had known it. Kodakai stepped back from the door she had just shut in her brother's face. The meddling snoop. Leaving indeed. Well, at least he would be out of her hair. He was another obstacle that would try to stop her, no doubt. She didn't need more obstacles, she needed allies. Turning, the look on her face changed to one of pure love and saw nothing of lust. Ranma-sama, she whispered. The tank was most assuredly inadequate for the time. She would have to look into a way to stabilize the setup, to make sure the ball would stay firmly in her court. That brought on a most devilish grin as she had the tank filled with yellow liquid, as she had the figure floating in the yellow liquid. Sodom Ranma. Asterisk 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 1998 summer asterisk 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 Kuno Takewaki's trip had turned out to be most enlightening. Ken had not stayed gone as long as he thought he might have because it hadn't been necessary. He had been shown how unprepared he was by a strange figure, a man that had counseled him in his life's path. Hindered to return to school. Put Akane behind him, only for the time come and return to school. Oh, if he was ever asked about the man, Kuno Takewaki would swear, in his more lucid moments, that the man was either a demon or an angel. A demon or an angel, and impossible to tell between the two. He had masterfully convinced Takewaki that, despite the emptiness inside him, there were ways to fill it. Ways that would reap great rewards, but schooling was a must. There were benefits a high school and college education brought, even if those things were unimportant to him. They would assist him at a later time. The figure had convinced him of that. The figure had convinced him of a great many things, and as he had begun college, the man had disappeared. He was left to his own devices for a time, but only for a time. Blue Thunder, the voice whispered to him. It drifted on the breeze to reach his ears. He stopped suddenly and looked around him. Amidst the green grass, bathed in bright sunshine, the voice sounded like it was coming from a grave. He shuddered involuntarily as he spotted the mysterious figure under some trees across the yard. Striding purposefully over to the trees, giving his other classmates imperious looks, he paused in front of the hooded figure. You single quote returned. "I have. How are your studies progressing?" the figure asked. "Well, indeed, I can see the ramifications of being a learned scholar in my pursuit of quiet. If you wish my continued assistance, then you will carry on. You will finish your college career and be a well-respected student. Do you hear me?" Nodding, Tatewaki could not imagine doing anything else in school. Of course. Excellent. I shall find you after college. After graduation. You shall be one step closer to the greatness you deserve. Nodding again, the foreign thought of true greatness, not school greatness, clouded his mind. Failure is not an option, he answered seriously. Either way, Blue Thunder, you're destined for better things. John single quote forget that. Gosankuzi Kaiuthu number sign 2993 left a very dazed Blue Thunder standing under a tree. Asterisk left square bracket 2001 spring right square bracket asterisk. The spring air was refreshing, welcome after the oppressive winter months. And the fact that Kuno Tatewaki walked away from the college with a diploma seemed to lift his spirits to profusely unimagined heights. The world was good, for the most part. There was a part of him that didn't think about the part of him thought was missing, but it was a nagging, gnawing feeling always at the back of his mind. Leaving the university grounds for the last time, the mysterious figure met him again. "Blue Thunder, we meet again." He seemed to melt out of the shadows, smelling faintly of fire and livestock, extending one palm hand. "So we do." He said nothing more, having matured without the help of this man. "Don't think you don't need me just because I've let you go for 3 years. Remember, you are bound for greater things. Without me, you are bound for nothing." It wasn't spoken as a threat, but as a fact. A fact that struck deep inside Tatewaki. "I remember." Smiling at the much humbled Kuno Tatewaki, it was time that Kaiuthu set his plan in motion. It could happen no other way. Nothing else would work. He said 2 words. "Shodom Ranma." And it all came crashing back down on him. Edemon. He had consorted with demons that had killed him. But his death had broken Tendo Akane's spirit. Unable to live without Hiran's laughter, she had killed herself. Shodom Ranma had enslaved her and killed her. That was unforgivable. He glared at the man before him, his eyes smothering in its intensity, its fate. "Good. I see you haven't forgotten him." Kaiuthu number sign 2993 chuckled at the reaction he had received. It was just as he had planned. "Perfect. I know how you can achieve greatness, But it will take time while you hone your mind, body and spirit. A simple nod. You wish to avenge her death. You are not strong enough to doubt. No, his mind hadn't been reduced to mush yet. He wasn't blindly enough yet. It could be changed. After all, he had seen the future. He had seen the future and the power. And all because of the fool before him. If it meant he had to do these things, or if it was because he did these things, go Sankuzi Kaiuthu number sign 2993 didn't care. Self-fulfilling prophecies didn't matter just as long as they worked in his benefit. Blue Thunder, I know how it can be done. I know how you can avenge her.